get this.
That was down the offside that time. Must have been close to a wide, but umpire giving the bowler the benefit of the doubt there. Again, swings away, that's confidently through cover. Good stop, good half stop by the fielder. Probably saved it at least one, if not two runs there by that dive. So 2 runs to Neil Williams.
And it's looking good out there at the moment, Neil Williams. And good for hopefully a good innings again today here. As you said, Hugh, he's been excellent in that match against the Kudus as well. It's very good with the bat.
Probably a little bit leg side-ish. And again, with the ball swinging as much as it is, it's, in itself it's going to put doubt in the umpire's mind early on like this. Neil Williams, tall man, well forward.
Tessendorf looks like he's...
That's wider again.
He's getting that one to just go away from the left-hander into the right-hander. And was in that match against the Kudus. Neil Williams got a very good 42 in that partnership with Stuart Carpenter when they chased down the 227. It was an excellent match, that.
Oof, that kept a little low. Neil Williams did well to get down on that.
Yeah, keeping very low. See, he did do very well, didn't he, to get behind it.
Yeah. Yes, and signalling to Paul Corneely that kept a little low, I think. More regular bounce that time.
Yeah, as you said, pitch devoid of grass. It's the end of the over from Tessendorf. It's 4 for the loss of 1 after 3 overs, and it hasn't got any grass on it. Looked very hard. It's just drying out, as you said, Hugh.
Yeah.
They do certainly water the pitches, try and keep them together, and there's always, it normally seems to be a little bit of under the pitch, a little bit of moisture early on. But
I mean, I don't know if the viewers can see, there's a track 2 tracks down. And when we got here this morning, the track we're playing on was darker than that track. And already it's become lighter with a bit of rolling and a bit of sunshine. And I'm sure we'll see it even lighter as the day goes on and the sun gets on it.
Yeah, it certainly will, and should potentially as the day goes on. I think probably the feeling from Mike Hayden in deciding to bat first was that the pitch's not going to get any better to bat on during the day. That certainly is normally the case here in the Western Cape on these type of pitches. Maybe we'll take a bit of turn later on as well if it does start to wear. Nicely played by Paul Keneally into the offside. Rolf van der Merwe does the fielding from his position at backward point to go through for a single.
Yes, and it's always a big factor for Wales with only the 5 spinners in the team today.
Yeah.
So always, I think, for the skipper, if he wins the toss, it's always where are my spinners going to get the most out of this track? When are they going to get? What's going to work best for them? And as you say, knowing that this track will take spin later on, that's probably Mike Hayden's thinking, is let's try and post a decent total on the board. We've looked at the scores, we know it's not a massively high scoring ground, but let's get something that we can try and defend with 5 spinners. That's down the leg, that's called a wide.
Yeah, not a difficult decision for umpire Wilmer Jones. And yeah, you'd sense that, looking at that game yesterday, I mean, this is a used track as well. Just the ground staff here telling us that it was played on Saturday with the first team game here at Rondebosch Cricket Club. So yeah, I do expect that it probably will turn a bit later. So I think a good choice to bat first. Nice stand off the bat from Neil Williams, and you'd think I thought probably 187 was probably below par yesterday, just slightly from the Kudus.
And that's the feeling we got, and that was the word around Claremont Cricket Club yesterday. They'd probably got 15-20 runs too little. Had they managed to just push just past the 200, we might have seen a different result. And had we seen a different result, we wouldn't be watching this game here today.
No.
Because the Kudus would have knocked the Impalas out of second place and Wales would have gone through to contest the final with Zimbabwe.
Yeah, and that certainly the 4 teams that are contesting first, second, third and fourth, you feel very evenly matched in this tournament.
Whisker between them, isn't there?
There
was a whisker between them, and all 6 matches between the 4 have all been very, very, very close affairs. We beat the Kudus very, very narrowly in the first game and lost narrowly to the Impalas and to Zimbabwe. And I think that the games between those 3 teams have all been very, very similar as well. So great tournament from that perspective. We've got 4 sides who can all beat each other on any given day. That's another wide down the leg side.
Just battling this over with his line is Donovan Twynham. Yeah, as you say, I think that's been really the fantastic thing about this tournament. That's also going down the leg side. It's that it's just small margins, as they say in cricket, and the same applies in any of these matches that we've had. As you say, it was on the first day, close game between Zimbabwe and.
He's played on.
He's played on.
Keneally's played on.
And that's probably keeping a little bit low as well outside the off stump and not really forward or back, poor Keneally, and it just comes off the edge and into the stumps.
Bit low. Yeah. Swung outside off, and probably in hindsight, Paul will rue not moving his feet a little bit more. But yeah, got a bottom edge or a little inside edge near the bottom of the bat and deflected it onto the stumps, and sad end to Paul's tour. He got some decent runs early on. I would have liked to have finished with a bit of a flourish today.
Yeah, sure. And it's going to be Mike Cann coming out to the middle, and he's been in very good form as well, Hugh, this week.
Mike started off with 100 in the first game against USA. Apart from the one game against Zimbabwe where he was out early, he's sort of made it in the 20s every time. You think, he's set himself up. Hasn't really followed through again. So you feel that Mike very much feels that there's a big one in the bag for him, and it's got to be today. No point scoring on the plane tomorrow, is there?
No. You're off tomorrow back to Wales?
Crack of dawn.
Oh my goodness.
Crack of dawn.
Okay,
so we'll a couple of hours sleep tonight, and then get taken off to the airport first thing in the morning, and then a 12-hour flight back to Heathrow. So we're hoping that the disruptions that were there early in the week have been put right, and that a long day doesn't become an even longer day.
Yeah, we hope so for your sake, and it's a good trip back to the UK.
It's a shot from Neil Williams off his legs. They'll come back for 2. Nope, it's gone for 4. Beautifully timed. There was left foot there, was there?
Yeah, it just was timing off the bat, wasn't it?
Pushed it with the swing, and I thought that's 1 or 2 at best, and all of a sudden the fielder just signalled it across the boundary.
It fairly raced away over the outfield.
Interesting. And that's same through the off. There's a fielder after it. It's out to the cover boundary. Is he going to reach it? No. 2 4s and 2 balls for Neil Williams. 2 left-handers at the crease now.
That was an excellent shot through the offside, a little short and wide this time from Tessendorf. First one that went through the leg side on the pads, and then that one played very nicely. And
plays in the bowler's mind, isn't it? First ball of the over is a little leg side-ish, and the batsman pushes it for 4, so he's then hell-bent on putting it outside the off stump. He's back on the leg side, but that's gone to the fielder this time. Again, Neil Williams tucked it away, not too different to the shot that he got 4 with off the first ball, but straight at the fielder that time.
Yeah, Donovan Twynham out there at that backward square leg position, almost 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
Williams confidently on the back foot, pushes it out to long off.
Yeah, attacked there by Rolf van der Merwe, one of the 2 changes today into the team in place of Shane Love. Shane Love, the off spinner, who's picked up an injury yesterday out on the boundary and hurt his calf. And
he struggled all week, has Shane, isn't he? Because he was just coming back from an injury when he played against us, and then took a wonder catch.
He did, didn't he? Indeed, it was brilliant catch that he took to his left.
Ooh, that swung the other way. But Michael Kahn confidently off the mark, pushes it through extra cover. They'll get 2.
Yeah, Olga doing the fielding there and tossing it in. Dies when it hits the edge of the pitch, so a little bit of sawdust as well on the ground from the rain that we've had over the last number of days. It's great we've got cricket today.
That's leg side-ish. That will be called a wide.
So those 2 boundaries in the over really accelerated the score here. 11 off this over so far, which is really good for the men from Wales. Exactly what they would have been looking for, just to get their innings underway after those 2 early wickets. That's very well judged.
Very keen to take the single there. Neil Williams backs him up. Two keen runners, these two. They won't leave too many runs out there.
No, it's noticeable with that first one that he pushed down to mid-off that he was very keen to come immediately for the run, put the fielder under pressure. Slight knock on, and it was a very comfortable single even without that knock on. It's the end of the 5th over, and that's much better for Wales now. 22 for the loss of 2, 13 off that over, and really good. 2 very nice shots from Neil Williams, both sides of the wicket. So, Hugh, anything that the team did specially on the day off on Saturday?
Well, it rained, didn't it? I think there were a lot of plans, none of which really came off. I think we'd booked a trip to Robben Island. That was cancelled because of the weather.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
So we got a taxi into town in the hope that something might be occurring there, but so much rain it was very difficult to do anything. Lovely shot from Michael Kahn. That's not going to reach the boundary, I will say. Cut off by the man on the boundary. Deep point, and they'll pick up 2 more runs. So Michael Kahn quickly into his stride. He's on to 5. Faced 3 balls so far. Couple of 2s and a 1. Busy cricketer is Michael. And again, picking off the 1.
It was lovely having a chat with Mike after that game against Wales, and just talking about his time here in South Africa when he played for a number of provinces. At Kudus, he was down here in the Western Cape as well, at Portland, but he was talking about that time and how enjoyable it was. Spent a number of seasons here.
Learnt Afrikaans. It's been at 1 with the locals this week. It's a lovely shot. Again, just timed from Neil Williams. Very little apparent effort, but the timing was so good that it sped to the long off boundary.
Yeah, glorious
lovely shot.
Yeah.
Lovely shot.
Trevor Poole coming across, trying to cut that one off. It just couldn't get his hand to it.
It went quickly, didn't it?
It did go very quickly. A lovely shot. And you're getting value for your shots on the outfield. That's got a nice amount of grass in it, but
that's close, but probably going down leg.
Yeah, umpire Wilma Jones just signalling to that she is very good from that point of view. She doesn't let the fielders die wondering about what the outcome was.
But again, another one keeping low, James. Wonder if this is going to be a feature of this game today. We've seen Paul Keneally getting out to a ball that kept a bit low. We've seen Neil Williams scramble a couple out that have kept low. A lot of low balls here. Could be a big factor in this game, couldn't it? It
could be. I think it's going to be something as the day progresses that we might see even more of, but there have been a number that have kept low, and you're going to have to be very careful, I think, sort of going onto the back foot or staying in your crease, particularly to those that are a little bit fuller. You're going to want to be forward as much as you possibly can, you would think. In
Wales we have wetter wickets. They're made completely differently to the wickets out here. Our weather is far more cooler than it is out here. what you tend to get in Wales is a wicket, if it's a little bit damp and a bit dead at the start of the day, it'll get deader as it dries.
Yeah.
But it doesn't keep low as such. It keeps lower, but the bounce is consistent. Whereas what we've seen here is balls just dying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Grubbing, I think, is the expression.
Yeah.
And so what happens is that as the day goes on, you get more balls grubbing here.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
So you'll find then the potential is that you're going to have, maybe as we saw yesterday on the pitch, 2 across to the right. There was a little bit of variable bounce as well.
Right. And that seemed to come up a little bit,
It
did. One, didn't it?
And that was the
variable bounce.
That's right. That was the issue yesterday.
Yeah.
And particularly bowling from this north end, there was one patch that it jumped a little bit.
Right.
And you did have 1 or 2 that kept low. I think we've seen this being a lot lower than the pitch was yesterday.
Already, yeah.
Yeah. So just feel it'd be interesting to see when the spinners come in how that's going to play, because that could make it quite difficult for the batters. We were talking yesterday, and I think it's the trend really on all the wickets that we've seen and played on across the Cape is you've got to get yourself in, and then it's okay.
Oh, it's a good push from Michael Cann there. They'll take a comfortable single. It's almost as if he knew exactly where the gap was and placed it to the inch.
Yeah, it was very good, wasn't it? Because that man here, Rolf Funnemover, is deep at long off. So if you get it past the sort of wideish extra cover as a run any day of the week.
And again, a very similar mentality. I mean, Neil Williams hit that a lot better. But for the left-hander, against the right arm over, getting that big leg down the wicket and just hitting straight through the ball is a very safe shot before you start. And a situation like this is one that you can actually milk runs off as well.
Yeah, he's played it again. Lovely to stand off the bat from Neil Williams today. It's been really good. Yeah. So he's on 18 already.
He's been on form for a couple of years now. Neil got 1,000 runs in a Welsh shirt last year at a very high average. And these two have been the 2 most prolific batsmen for Wales on this trip. They probably must be both near 200 runs now.
Once again plays that very nicely, just waits for it outside the line of the off stump, and it's got a little bit of pace on it from Twynham that he can work with, and that was once again played very nicely out into the deep. Derek Pettit is doing the cleaning up out there today. Another change in the team from yesterday.
That kept low again, didn't it? But Michael Cann alert to that and thought about 2, decided against it.
Andy Lund coming down to the 3rd man here from his position at almost a gully position, or I'm not quite sure. Yeah, sort of a wideish gully almost, or maybe
it's my fly slip.
My
lovely fly slip. A position that's been rediscovered on this in this tournament, the fly slip. Bring the fly slip back, I say.
And why not? It is something that used to be employed when you had players like people in these parts will remember Eddie Bunterbalo. He was famous for playing the ramp shot over the slips.
Oh, Cann moves his feet beautifully to adjust to the late swing there.
He bowled, didn't he? I think it's
hello.
It's very good that the batters are coming forward and
back foot that time. Yeah. But there was more bounce, wasn't there? He took that up on his off his hip somewhere.
I think the important thing there was he wasn't static in the crease at all, as you said, Hugh. Yeah. He sort of went a little bit forward, rocked back onto the back foot, played it very nicely.
Yeah. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. I think he's going to get 4 for it. Yes, he does. What a lovely shot from Michael Cann.
Then you play that beautifully. It was there outside the off stump, and he caressed it through the offside down to the boundary.
Played it late, watched it, and just not even a caress, was it? It was almost just a little.
It was one of those. It was
very little movement in the bat or anything, but he just got into exactly the right position, got his weight over it and into it, put the bat onto it, and sped away to the ropes. Gorgeous shot.
probably the shot of the day so far. We've
Easily.
seen a couple of nice ones from Neil Williams as well, but that was beautifully played by Mike Cann, and takes the score to 38 for 2 after
And I think
8 overs.
a couple of the fielders also commenting, I think, on that shot with smiles on their faces. And that's been something else, I think, that's been wonderful about this tournament is the camaraderie between all of the players as well. We've been lucky enough to share a hotel with the Zimbabwean team.
Oh, wonderful.
And as the weeks on, we knew some of them anyway, but as the week's gone on, we feel that we've made some friends for life there. You know, it's been really, really good fun. Cricket being the focus of everything, don't get me wrong, but lots of singing and lots of fun and lots of jokes and everything as well. It's been lovely. Ooh, and look at that! That got up chest high.
It did, my goodness, that one
That
really
got up
bounced.
chest high.
A bit of an effort ball from Mark Tessendorf there. You heard the grunt as he bowled that one. It was slightly shorter of a length, and it did come up
Neil
quite
Williams
significantly.
smiling. I think he's got an idea of what he's in for out there.
I think so. Done well
One round
so
his
far.
ankles, one round his chest. Oh, have that, he says.
What a shot.
One bounce for 4. One bounce for 4 through wide mid-wicket there.
And that's excellent shot.
How
from
much-
Neil Williams?
How much was that to do with the ball before, where Neil was very surprised to seeing a ball, having to play a ball up by his chest, and the next one was up to him and said, "Oh, this is going."
Yeah.
I'm not waiting around to see how this one misbehaves. Lovely 4 from Neil. He's moved quite quickly on to 24. Oh, and he's repeated it.
Picks it up again. And,
Almost repeated. That was 2 bounces that time
one
round the
was.
one, and he was about 5 metres wider, straighter, if that's the right term, when it goes through mid-wicket.
the first one, he really by no means was over pitched, and he played that one on the up over mid-wicket, and that one a little bit fuller from Tessendorf.
Yeah.
Played it beautifully both times. The sound off the bat has been outstanding. Neil Williams really, he's moved quite quickly now to 28, nearly up to 50.
Oh, and that keeps low. It's going down leg. That's going down leg, but it did keep low. And again, a wry smile from the batsman to the bowler. It was, do you know what this pitch is doing? Because I ain't got a clue.
Yeah, the batter, it's difficult, isn't it? Because you start to think then maybe one of them's got my name, my name on it, but hopefully not.
One up, one down, one across,
Exactly.
and that's going to be a wide. Down the leg side. Yeah.
Very particular umpire Sadiq Mayer, a legend here in the umpiring circles in the Western Cape. Lovely to have him umpiring again here at the Veterans Tournament.
Fuller. Oh, and we'll put that square for 4 then, says Neil Williams. Well, this has been a good over for Wales.
Well, that's the 50 up now.
14 off the over there.
52 it is for the loss of 2, and you say after
Still a ball to
8.5
go,
overs.
isn't it? Still a ball to go.
Yeah, still a ball to go. So run rate now is up and close to that 6 runs to the over. So just
2 wides and 3 fours in this over so far. Neil happy with what he's taken off the over. Didn't feel that he needed to force the shot on that last one. 14 runs off the over.
Yeah, 52 for 2, so just 2 runs shy of 6 runs to the over, and really has been excellent if you consider, Hugh, they were 9 for 2 after 4 overs with that wicket of Keneally, and was then looking, it was maybe going to be difficult for the batters, but Neil Williams and Mike Cann, and particularly Williams, he's really taken to the bowling very nicely here. 32 he's on, and of 28 deliveries.
Michael Cann's virtually on a runner ball as well.
Yeah.
So he's not been a slouch
No,
in
he hasn't,
comparison.
has he? They've put on a 43 now for this second wicket, and that's in just 5 overs, so batting it over 8 and over for the last 5.
Oh, where did he pull that shot from?
And lovely shot. I don't know if it's going to go to the boundary. Don't know. It's going to
No,
hold
it's
up
going
just a
to
bit short.
pull up a yard short of mid-wicket boundary, but they'll take 3 for that. Now, unless my eye's completely deceiving me, James, that was short outside off stump.
Yes.
Mike Cann seemed to shape to go and hit it through the covers. And at the last minute, rolled his wrist right over it and put it to mid-wicket.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Remarkable shot.
Yeah. Just
Remarkable shot.
picked it up, as you say. It was coming into him, and he just turned it into the leg side. There's nobody at square leg, and so a long chase it was for Muzaffar.
That's wide, into the ground, comfortable single.
So it really has been an excellent partnership so far by Williams and Can. They've got Wales into a very good position in this first 10 overs.
And again, Can picks up a comfortable single with a little push out into the offside.
That's Tessendorf doing the fielding there from his position at a straightish extra cover. Got the man behind him at long off for protection. But they look very, I say, as comfortable as they can be out there. Bit of variable bounce, but it's they seem to be handling it very well at the moment.
Oh, and again, I think that's 4 more, isn't it?
Could well be. I don't think that Frank Olga's going to cut that off.
And the ball seemed to accelerate, so 4 more through wide long on.
And that's the 50 partnership between Can
in
and
no
Williams.
time at all.
Absolutely no time at all. So 50 partnership coming off. Well, we are 9.5 overs. So that they came together, score on 9 for 2 at the end of the 4th over. So not even 6 overs for that 50. So it's been really good.
Be pleased with this. And again, tucked away through mid-wicket just for the 1 run this time. Not often you get 2 left-handers batting together, is it?
No, we haven't had that really. Well, I haven't seen that in the tournament at all so far. I don't recall there being, with the Kudus games that have been at 2 left-handers. There's a paucity, shall I say, of left-handers in the tournament. I mean, nobody in this Kudus lineup at all bats left-handed.
And I may well be wrong, but these are the 2 leading run scorers for Wales in the tournament. They've batted very little together until now as well. Although they both bat in the top 4, one or the other's been out before the others come in usually.
Yes, we didn't have the 2 of them batting together in that match, and the Kudus played first. I think it was Williams that was.
And even yesterday, Williams and Hayden put on 200 for the first wicket. Michael Can came in at 4, but he came in to replace Neil Williams. So they didn't bat together yesterday in a total of almost 300. And I think Neil Williams was out early in the game that Michael Can got his 100.
Right.
Neil Williams was out early, so I don't think they batted together there either. Full.
Oh.
Driven, it'll only be 1 out to long off.
Nicely played once again, and 62 for the loss of 2 it was after 10 overs, so batting it over 6 to the over, and that, if they continue in this way, they're going to be looking at targeting about 300 potentially.
Oh, another glorious shot from Michael Can, reaches outside the off stump, and again, I think the word caress we've used a couple of times, but we're not overusing it, are we? Because that was another caressed shot for 1 there.
That's lovely to see. It's always good to watch. Good batting, isn't it?
Good batting. Nothing wrong with the bowling, by the way. It's good bowling as well, but again, a lot of effort there. We heard the bowler grunting as he delivered that ball.
So he's Mark Tessendorf. He's taking after the man that standing to his right, Rudy Birkenstock there at mid-off. And Rudy called the Buffle for his buffalo-like grunt.
Very good singing voice.
Yes, he's got a very good voice.
Very good singing voice.
Rudy Birkenstock.
Yeah.
Good to hear you talking about that, staying in the same hotel with the Zimbabwe team, and just notice the camaraderie as well. As you say, it's been wonderful this week.
It's been a lovely tournament. Short. Ooh, and Williams misses out on that one.
Yeah, he will feel he missed out there, wouldn't he? It's got quite a packed offside field here. It's Tessendorf. He's been asked by his captain to bowl. He's got a 6-3 offside leg side field, so keeping it outside the off stump.
That kept a bit low that time. And that's been notable of this track so far. That the ball before stood up to Neil Williams and almost chest height. Next ball then just above his ankles. Oh, that's well driven. It's going to be cut off. Van der Merthyr coming round from mid off to deep mid on, picking that up, and it's just a single. End of the over. Better over for the Kudus.
Just the 4 off that one from Mark Tessendorf, and that was his 6th over, opening the bowling from this northern end of the ground. As Hugh was saying to you earlier, we have got the mountain to our right hand side and behind us, Table Mountain, Devil's Peak.
Glorious.
Beautiful indeed here. The setting as well here at Rondebosch Cricket Club's absolutely lovely clubhouse, and facilities are really good. And it's been
just like being in a Welsh Valley.
There we go.
But without the rain and the cold tips and the greyness and all of those things. But other than that, it's just like being in a Welsh Valley.
So change of bowling from the southern end of the ground. It's going to be Muzaffar Bukayat. He's coming on to bowl, and his medium paces, and replacing Donovan Twynham.
You felt the change was almost inevitable at the way the Welsh batsmen had been going.
Definitely.
Ooh! And immediately the ball stopped in the pitch, and Neil Williams just threw his shot before he hit it and almost popped it back up to the bowler there.
Yeah, wasn't as you say, it did seem to pop a bit off the pitch, didn't it?
That won't pop at all.
No.
That's you don't bowl full bungers down the leg side to a left-handed batsman who's hitting the ball like Neil Williams does. It's going to go for 4, which is exactly what that did.
And it deserved to go for 4.
Probably did. Here we are in the 12th over. Neil Williams has moved on to 44 from 39 balls.
He's been very good, hasn't he?
Bowler coming round the wicket to him now.
Yeah, it's probably the swing we saw earlier on, probably now disappearing. Oh dear, that's a bit of a collision there between the bowler and Mike Cann. Just,
I'm sure the fielder wasn't trying to run him out there, was he? I hope he wasn't trying to run him out there.
I think it was just saw the ball and decided he was going to go and field it, and
had a shy at the stumps.
Happened to collide. I don't think they saw each other.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's very wide,
yeah.
and it's grubbed.
Yeah, it's close to being off the pitch, wasn't it? That one. That's very unusual to see that. Actually, saw that in a 4-day game just the other day.
Again, that kept low, didn't it?
It did, a little bit low, and he's.
So there's a change of pace here. This bowler is considerably slower than Twynham, and as you were saying, the ball's just dying, isn't it?
It does, yeah. You've got to. So now the key will be to make the pace yourself as the bowler, as the batter.
Yeah. Again.
Yeah.
Keeps low.
And that's not easy to be able to play. I mean, you're worried if you're playing it on the up that you might hit it in the air. You might be too early on the shot. So just got to get.
It might go under your bat. It's not got up a little bit.
Did that time?
Quarter wide. That's.
Yeah.
Feels it was right on the margin. I think
it was
right on the margin.
Did move a little bit away, didn't it?
Yes.
Once it pitched.
And it's almost, was it the late movement that persuaded the umpire maybe to put her arms out there? Oh, that's coming the other way.
And once again,
low again.
Jones, just saying that one was going to go down the leg side. So at 6 off that opening over from
really, just that one ball spoiled that over for Akaya, because the rest of it was just about on the money, wasn't it?
He was right there. He was bowling to his field outside the off stump, and it was just the one that slipped. So Mark Tessendorf's going to continue. He may well.
Van der Merthyr has been warming up for a couple of overs here. Whether that's for the captain's benefit or
definitely
he's generally been given the nod.
It can be bowling his spinners, off spinners. His son Rulof, he plays for the Titans here, in South African and Netherlands international. Bowls left arm orthodox spin. His dad bowls right arm off breaks. I always find these abbreviations they use for the bowlers very interesting. You know, LAOS for left arm orthodox spin, but when you're a right arm bowler, it's ROB.
Yeah, right arm off break.
Right off breaks. Yeah. So Tessendorf round the wicket.
Comfortably played by Michael Carnot to a man at extra cover, no run.
So
again, solid as a rock there.
yeah, nicely forward, wasn't he there? Mike Cann.
yeah.
I think that's going to be a key thing on this wicket today, is make sure your foot movement is sound and secure. Try and get yourself into line as best as you can, because keeps low, that's your best defence.
Scramble a single there.
It's good running again. Donovan Twyman's in from short, fine leg. So once again, Tessendorf is being asked to bowl outside the line of the off stump. He's been reasonably successful so far. That one was the only one that straight onto the pads, and Can did well to get the
6-3 offside field, 2 men out on the boundary. That's going to be a wide. Just be with it with 6 men on the offside, bowling it down the leg side is not what anybody wants.
No, not at all.
From the field inside.
We saw that yesterday as well, very interestingly. I'll touch on that after this delivery.
It's a better line, much better line.
It's much better targeting the stumps that time. But yesterday with Peter Marks, when he came in and he was facing up to the off spinner Andy Lund, and the way he'd set himself up at the crease, you could see that he was looking leg side, and he'd opened his stance up to play it into the leg side.
So James, I guess at some point today, we've both seen all of the sides playing. We should be doing that sort of commentary type thing about choosing our team of the tournament, shouldn't we, really?
Yes, I think
at
we
some
probably
point.
could do that. That sounds like a very good idea.
Yeah.
Hugh. So as you say,
we've both seen all the players, haven't we?
We have, and some really outstanding players as we've seen throughout the tournament. Really beautifully played by Neil Williams, once again down to Rolf van der Merwe at long off.
And we could pick 7 or 8 Zimbabweans quite easily for that side, but in the interest of democracy, let's try and spread the love a little, shall we?
Yeah, I think we should do that.
Not a deliberate pun there, but
no.
That is a name that could come into the reckoning.
Yes, he could come into the reckoning.
Certainly capture the tournament, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, capture the tournament, been very good in the field, and unfortunately for him, having to go off in the first match after bowling just 2.3 overs, but yesterday again on the money with his bowling. He really was very good, only conceding 3 runs to the over in his 9 overs, bowled unchanged at the top of the order. He might not have got the number of wickets that he would have wanted, but
he's struggled with injury. All week he's been struggling with injury,
but really has been one of the key bowlers for the Kudus. I mean, there's a couple of players from this Kudus team that I think would be certainly in with a shout into that team. Andy Lund is one of them that I can think of from both a batting and bowling point of view.
Oh, he's put that past the guy at square leg. Don't think it's going to get to the boundary. Suspect they'll pick up 3. No, turn down.
Yeah, so it was nicely played again, just straying onto the pads again, wasn't he, Muzaffar? And Rolf van der Merwe making some good ground there to his...
That would have been Neil Williams' 50 as well, so he's on 49 here. He's on 50 now.
There we go.
It's a very good knock from Neil Williams. 48 ball 50.
Excellent from Neil Williams. Gets the applause from everybody here at the Rondebosch Cricket Club.
Following his 90 odd yesterday, he's already on to 50 today.
That's outstanding.
Dare I say he'll want to go a few runs on from what he did achieved yesterday.
Oh, that would be really good to see batters here getting into the 3 figures. There's been a number of those during the tournament, which has really been fantastic.
And one of the batsmen there who's hit 3 figures has just picked up another 2 runs for his total. Again, I think this is the 4th time that Michael Cann has reached 20.
Right.
5th time, in fact. The first time he managed to get on to 100, but not got through the 20s at all. So certainly I think he'll be in the back of his mind today to get the next 10 runs and then to kick on from there. See, from a Welsh perspective, I think Neil Williams certainly just on the... Oh, it's a lovely shot from Michael Cann. On drive. Beautiful shot.
Glorious.
Beautiful shot for 4 runs.
Just waited on that, and it was probably too full and a little bit too straight, and he plays it. That's probably one of the best shots in cricket, the on drive. Absolutely glorious shot, and when a left-hander plays it, doesn't seems to be even better, doesn't it?
Yeah. Lovely shot. Oh, again, turns the wrists at the last minute. They pick up 2, I think. Yes. Cann runs hard. But,
he's got him. He's run him out.
My word. Himself out.
Carl Mellors has come in from the deep, and it did look very, very close. And umpire Sadiq Mayer is given that one out. It was an excellent throw from Mellors in the deep, and Mike Cann.
And shaking his head.
Yeah,
he can't believe what he's done to himself.
No, he can't
there.
believe it, can he? Excellent work from Mellors in the deep, wasn't it?
Massive moment in this game.
So fantastic partnership there between Williams and Cann of 77 runs for the 3rd wicket. So, but that, some inspirational fielding out there from Carl Mellors in the deep. Got to the ball quickly, picked it up cleanly and threw it in and on the bounce to the wicket keeper Mark Trout, and he took the bails off sharpish and found out of his ground, Mike Cann.
And I think from the moment Michael Cann hit that ball, he thought, well, this is a comfortable 2, because he ran a bit of a circle rather than dabbing and turning. He ran a bit of a circle, and he didn't seem to be in a huge amount of hurry running the second one until the last couple of metres where he realised I could be in a bit of trouble here. Still think it was very, very close.
Yeah,
but,
it was very close.
Goes to show, run that first run quickly, run it with intent.
So just looking at that scorecard, so 25 off 22 for Mike Cann, so an excellent innings, and the acceleration in the scoring rate between Williams and Cann really is...
They must have been going at 7 or 8 and over there, were they?
Yes, they were for that partnership. So the wicket falling off 13.5 overs, so they batted for one ball short of 10 overs, and they scored 77, 78.
That's 8 and over, isn't it?
It is. So outstanding from the 2 Welsh batters. And now
John Jones is the new batsman.
He's also been in good form with the bat this week.
Got a 50, a couple of 20s. Again, another one who will be hoping to go a little bit further, and he's certainly got the time to do it today. I mean, the opening partnership of 200 took up the majority of the innings yesterday, so boys coming in 3, 4, 5, 6 were one thing and one thing only on their minds. So John will be happy to have a bit of a longer time at the crease today, but mixed feelings, because I think Michael Cann was going so well. I think Wales would have been more than happy to see these Cann and Williams putting on a lot more runs for that wicket, and we're seeing that bowling change that you've been anticipating, James, for the last few overs now. Yeah,
I think Mark Tessendorf probably just tiring a bit there towards the end of his spell, opening the bowling for the first time in the tournament for the Kudus, and it's Will Funham over with his right arm off breaks, bowling to the left-handed Neil Williams. He'll be around the wicket first up to Williams. So it's going to be interesting to see here what happens with the completely pace taken off the ball completely here. With
very interesting.
This wicket, you just had a sense with Kaya's bowling when it was just that little bit slower, that not as easy to get away, apart from perhaps the one that was the full toss was hit away, and can't afford to bowl short on this wicket, that's for sure. And you don't want to bowl any full tosses. The outfield is in good condition, and boundaries a little bit shorter than some of them that we've had throughout the week.
Classic case, you attack the stumps on a pitch like this and you let the pitch do all the work. Well, I think that first one, did Williams get an edge on it or a pad on it? They take two. He hurries. Learns from Mike Cann. No, it's a leg by given, so it must have come off Neil Williams's pad there.
Yeah, would have been called wide if it hadn't have done, I think. So
For sure.
Muzaffar coming around to field, so 89 for 3. And that he plays off the face of the bat very nicely down into the leg side.
He'll get another 2, won't he?
Yeah, easy 2.
Down to deep fine leg there. Chased by the fielder.
I think that run out of Mike Cann was really picking the fielder. It was Mellors that probably the strongest arm in the team here. Mark Tessendorf also got a good arm, but he was to the ball quickly. Probably the fastest of the fielders in the outfield as well.
James, there are good arms and there are excellent arms, and I think that throw was excellent. That's going to come to us, is it? It's coming towards us, but it's just going to be cut off. Well stopped.
Yeah, very good work there from Andy Lund as he came around from his position at almost a wideish long on and cut it off. They get through though.
Made a lot of ground to stop that. Just a metre short of the boundary. We know it was a metre because it was right in front of us.
So just took the single in the end. It was excellent work from Lund to prevent them coming through for more than that. 5 off the Van der Merwe over so far. And he's not floating it up at all at the moment.
No.
Wolf Van der Merwe, he's very much seeing if he can dart it in.
Ooh, that's well stopped.
Yeah.
John Jones tried to steer that past the man at fly slip, but the man at fly slip was alert to Mr. Jones's intentions. Cut the ball off before the batsman could even think of a run, really.
Bounced nicely for Donovan Twynham there.
It's a bigger shot from John Jones. It's out to point, but they'll take the one. Point was standing quite deep.
The end of the first Van der Merwe over. It's 93 for the loss of 3. So 15 done, and we're going to take a drinks break. And we're going to move our umbrella here to try and give us a bit more shade.
I think that's a very wise idea.
And
We've got a big umbrella here, but it's not covering anything at all at the moment.
And we'll be back with you shortly. So we're back with you here at the Rondebosch Cricket Club, and drinks are a thing of the past after 15 overs, and now we get the helicopter signal from umpire Wilma Jones to say we're into the second power play where 4 fielders are allowed outside the 30-metre circle. And not a lot of teams have actually done that in the games that they've seen, had all those 4 fielders out during this period, but it is going to be the men from the Kudus that do have 4 fielders out. Now we've got a man at long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep point and a wideish long off. So it's almost, that long off is almost, I'd say, I don't know, I mean it's between long off and deep extra cover, isn't it?
We've got another change of bowling here.
Are we going to? So, yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it's going to be Rudy Birkenstock. He's going to be bowling his slow death.
So this is what I was
spinners.
really looking forward to on this wicket, knowing what Birkenstock bowls. Well, that first one bounced normally.
It did, didn't it?
Yes.
That's perhaps not exactly what we might have been expecting, but if anything is going to keep low, you feel it will be from Birkenstock.
It didn't get up very much, did it?
No, it didn't. Absolutely no pace to work with, is there at all?
Nope, none at all.
Rudy Birkenstock.
John Jones will feel he's missed out there a little bit.
It's what makes him a difficult customer, I think, to begin with. When you're first in at strike, just to get an idea of the pace or lack of it.
Bit of swing there as well.
A little bit, wasn't it? Just with the arm, it's quite
pitched that well up to John Jones. Now, I would have thought later on in the innings, John Jones would have risked his arm there, and it might have gone towards that far side screen. At this stage of the innings, very circumspect.
And that is what we saw yesterday with the Impalas as well. They actually took their time to line up Birkenstock.
Yeah.
And they go through for the single at the end of the over. So just the one off the Birkenstock over after the drinks break.
Not really as interesting as we thought it might be.
Not
I was
at all.
expecting to see balls shooting along the deck there all the time, but they all behaved pretty normally, didn't they?
They did, didn't they? It wasn't bad at all from that point of view. Now, Funnemerva is going to continue. He conceded 6 off his first over. But Hugh, just at the first drinks break, 15 overs, 93 for 3. I mean, if you'd offered Wales that at the beginning, maybe with 1 less wicket, they would have been happier with that.
But certainly better than 64 for 3.
Yes, definitely. And
not as good as, probably not as good as 64 for naught.
Yeah.
It's in the balance, isn't it?
Yes.
It's in the balance.
There's still batting to come, though, isn't there, for
Plenty
Wales?
of batting to come for Wales.
I mean,
we probably see Adrian Webber next, who's he's got an 80-odd in this tournament. Stuart Carpenter's back in the side today, who got 50 in the group match between these two sides. A very un-Stuart Carpenter-like innings. He was very controlled. I don't think there was a single smear biffed for 6.
No, he was
very, very controlled, circumspect Stuart Carpenter.
And here with nothing on offer really from no pace on the ball at all from Rolf Funnemerva either. John Jones just getting himself in here.
And talking to Stuart Carpenter and the Rondebosch Cricket Club, there's a lovely poster up in the pavilion which I saw before play started of A.B. de Villiers commemorating his fastest ever international 100. He's came in 31 balls.
Yeah.
So it's 3 balls quicker than Stuart Carpenter's international 100 at the Chennai World Cup last year.
That's incredible. In fact, if you consider that 100 off 34 deliveries.
John Jones throws his hands at that. That's 4.
Glorious
extra
shot.
cover. Johnny Jones at his best.
Yeah, and in that innings against the Kudus earlier on, Stuart Carpenter, 58 off 59 deliveries with the 4 boundaries, and he really was well supported by Neil Williams in that match. And Williams 42 off 37, and then Tony Smith came in and helped Carpenter take them home.
Yeah, and we've got, with Smithy coming in at 8 today, there's real depth in this batting. Tony, who's contributed with bat and ball, and again, if we're back to this team of the tournament, Tony Smith's got to be in the reckoning there somewhere. I think he's performed with bat, performed with ball, and his fielding has been immaculate throughout the tournament. I think there was a stage yesterday where he fielded the ball about a dozen times in 4 overs, and it was almost like, let's copy and paste this audio. Out into the deep, Tony Smith scurries round, makes 30 yards, cuts off the boundary, rifles it in, he saves another 3 runs. I mean, it was almost ball, every other ball that was happening. And that's Tony, and that's been him in this tournament. So I think if there is an all-rounder slot up for grabs and they're looking for a slow left-arm bowler, Tony would have to be in the reckoning, I think.
Yeah, as I say, there's a number of players that would be in the reckoning there, and you're talking about that very good Zimbabwean team as well. Andy Walton.
Well, Andy Walton is probably the first name there, isn't he? I mean,
on there,
I think he failed yesterday. He only got 40 odd not out.
Oh yeah, terrible failure for him.
Terrible failure for him.
I don't know how he slept last night.
Oh, he was distraught in the bar after the game. Absolutely distraught he was.
That is just edged past Mark Trout, and they'll come through for 2. Andy Lund just coming around to field. I'm
wondering the way that Mark Trout's holding his hand there, whether the batsman actually might have made contact with his gloves there, possibly.
And I think maybe got the hand to it as 100 comes up for Wales. That 100 coming up off 17.1 overs.
And again, I almost see Neil's shoulders quivering there, wanting to get out and give that a good biff. And they've left a big gap there, haven't they, straight, to say, go on then, hit him then, see what happens.
They have got that gap straight,
there's a man at long off, and there's a man at wide mid-wicket, and a man at traditional mid-wicket, all on the boundary, but there's a huge gap between the man at wide mid-wicket and the man at long off. Yeah, and almost saying to the batsman, go on then, have a go.
That's right, play it straight, hit it over the top if you want to, and get it into the boundary there. So.
Yeah, in the hope that they'll induce a miss it. That'll be a wide.
Yeah, and he's been very good, Birkenstock, in terms of his accuracy, and that's probably what makes him even more difficult to get away, is that you can sort of bank on him being on the line of the stumps or outside the off.
Yeah, it's a good stop by the fielder, but not enough to stop the single. Hit with great power off the back foot by John Jones there.
Trevor Poole comes round to retrieve after Nick Rhodes was just not able to stop that one. Maybe a little bit of spin that fooled him there. As the field changes for the left-hander. It's Birkenstock again.
Ooh, that's man on the deep cover boundary. Sweeper will feel that. It'll be just the one to Neil Williams. He moves on to 57 from 65 balls. John Jones 7 off 6 balls.
So another name in that Zimbabwean team that comes up.
That's going to be 4 runs. John's famous paddle sweep, paddle shot. 4 runs backward a square.
Very nicely played by John Jones. Been an expensive over, this one from Rudy Birkenstock. His first one just went for a single. This one has gone for 10 so far.
Just reading down that list of Zimbabwean players, James, there's almost every one of them there's a case to be made to put in the team of the tournament, which is what I said, let's try and spread it around a little bit, otherwise we could just be picking a Zimbabwean 11.
End of the Birkenstock over, and as you say, definitely a few
Mr.
candidates
McQuaid,
there. Mr. McQuaid was the one
and fielded well.
Yeah, absolutely looking at and Parham as well. It was he batted exceptionally well. Has batted well in the tournament as well. Just trying to think of his first name. Can't remember now. just you'll get that now. Wayne Parham got 100 as well in the tournament.
Yeah.
And Peter Sands Thomas, very lively in the field.
Good. And an excellent bowler as well.
Yeah, and Kevin Shadwell got a fourfer against the Kudus as well. I'm not sure.
Did he? Is that?
Yeah.
No.
Indeed. So
one of the Impalas got 5.
Yeah.
Against us.
Right. So Akil Cupido has been very good for the Impalas, as has Peter Marks. So
yeah. Peter Marks.
Yeah.
Yes, has got runs
there.
consistently throughout the tournament as well.
Been very good, and you would feel probably that.
Shot from Neil Williams. Up to deep long off.
That's Mark Tessendorf here on our right hand side. Moved around a little bit. Got a few different personnel in different areas of the field now. 109 for 3 into the 19th over.
John pulled back on that shot a little bit. He shaped as if he was going to smear it over extra cover, and discretion got the better of him.
Yeah, I thought he was going to
pull back on the shot a little bit, didn't he?
He did, definitely. Just had to wait for that one as well. This is an interesting contest between Van der Merwe and Jones here.
Indeed. Flatter. Jones again pummels it out, but hits the man at mid-off. No run again.
Good over so far from Van der Merwe. He's got his radar working.
Jones gets his radar working that time. Manages to evade the field. And it's the sweeper on the cover boundary who fields it and it's back into the bowler. Single to Jones.
And one of the features of the teams that have really done well in this tournament, and the ones at the top, Zimbabwe, the Impalas, and this Welsh team, as well as the Kudus, the fielding has been really top draw from most of those teams in terms of what they've been able to do. Some really outstanding fielding, some very good catching as well. Not always easy, particularly when the ball is flying towards you to take those catches, and we've seen some really good ones in the tournament.
It's interesting. This has been a topic of discussion in the Welsh camp for the past 12 months. We went to Chennai and we saw the fielding performances from some of the sides, Australia in particular, where they're putting an emphasis on youth, they're putting an emphasis on athleticism. And we were discussing this yesterday in commentary. Is what have we learned from that? A lot of the boys have lost a lot of weight since last year. There's a group of boys who started doing yoga together.
Right.
And certainly we feel that as a result our fielding has improved exponentially. We're still nowhere near the Aussies in terms of athleticism and everything. But it's a very interesting development in 60s cricket, I think. The fact that fielding is being seen as an absolutely vital component of this game at this level.
Yes. And we saw that there again with Carl Mellors making a lot of ground off to his right hand side. I mean, he is the youngster in the team, having just turned 60 on the 16th of March, but very athletic, and is able to cover a lot of ground quickly, and a very good arm.
Must have clipped.
Yeah, must have
the pad.
You'd think so, and sometimes wonder. I mean, certainly in first-class cricket, that's used quite often as a decoy, isn't it?
Not to avoid trying to avoid the wide.
Trying to avoid the wide, but maybe on that instance that is not the case. Although Rudy Birkenstock, a wily old character.
Oh yes.
Being a match referee, he knows all about those type of things. So it was so funny. The other day was a vociferous appeal that he put in, and almost imploring the umpire to give it out, and the decision was not out. So they were having a bit of a chat after the game and sort of saying, well, what would you have done, Rudy? Like excessive appealing and
yes.
And
What exactly was Rudy's role in world umpiring circles?
I stand under correction here. They
Yeah.
just do take a quick single there. As that one, I think, was knocked on by the fielder. And I do stand under correction. I don't think that he was on the international panel. But
He wasn't an international umpire, was he? But he was some sort of a...
He's now a match referee
Yes, that's it.
in South Africa.
That's it.
So he is on the domestic circuit, and particularly up in Gauteng. He is
and so what that means, of course, if he's moving in those circles, then umpiring and the effect the umpire has on the game and everything is something he's right up to date with, isn't it?
Yes. And
diolch yn fawr, Mr. Clayton. Mr. Nigel Clayton's just bought us both a coffee here. It's very kind of him.
Very, very kind of him, and really
he's
appreciate
a good man,
that.
He's Nigel. He's a good man.
So the end of the Birkenstock over, and 5 off that one, and it's 115 for 3 after 20 overs. So batting at 5.75 to the over, if my maths is correct.
My maths is either as correct as yours or as incorrect as yours, James, because that's exactly how I'd worked it out.
There we go.
5.75 sounds like a good number to me.
It does, doesn't it? Very good number for the men from Wales,
Yeah.
and these two have put on 28 already for the 4th wicket. As we say hello to Ben Dupree, manager of the Kudus.
Morning, gents.
How are you, Ben?
Having a good stretch here.
Yeah.
We were just talking about stretching now,
There we
and
go.
Ben putting it into practice.
It's whiskey o'clock.
It's whiskey o'clock, he says.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Beautiful
played.
shot from Jones. Just whipped that off his legs and through the vacant mid-wicket area.
So,
And it's his wife who's fielding it.
Oh, that's
How
lovely.
appropriate.
There we go.
James,
Yeah.
now I see Nicky Rhodes walking here. I was checking
Yeah.
it. If you see from the side, check it's got a bit of a John Wayne look about him. You see that?
Yeah, definitely got the swagger, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the word, I think. He does have that swagger. Yeah. It's,
And the move it into Jones. Hits it confidently, as he has been really, but
Yeah.
hasn't really got the better of the field the majority of the time. Been hitting it well, but straight to the fielder. Not that time.
You guys think
Yeah.
300 is on the cards?
No.
it's, I think, at the moment, they're definitely on target for a 250 plus. I would think probably, 300 could be on the cards. Just depends, I think, whether these two or stay together for a long enough period. Jones,
We're approaching halfway.
Yeah.
What do they say? Halfway through an innings, you should double the score
Probably.
and add it on again.
yeah.
So if you're taking that, then 300's on. But 3 of the best batsmen back in the hutch.
Yeah. I do think, as I say, I think a lot depends on this man on strike at the moment, doesn't it? He's on 59 not out already,
Yeah.
and if he's going to go through and get to 100 and beyond.
Well,
then,
if Neil
yeah.
bats the majority of the innings, then a big 200 is definitely on the cards.
and
Again, he's confidently onto the front foot and putting it out into the deep for another single.
that's Andy Lund out there on the boundary. He's had a very good tournament, Andy Lund, with the bat, and he has bowled well as well. Very economical.
So another name in our squad.
I think so.
Yeah.
Certainly would be in my squad of the tournament. And Carl Mellors is another name that I would be inking in as well, from a point of view of gives you both the batting, bowling, and he's very good in the field. So another one from the South African side that you would feel that would have the potential to be in that team.
Yeah, I think it's already shaping to a very strong 11, isn't it?
Very much
Very,
so.
very strong 11.
Nicely played by Williams into the leg side.
Just take the one.
End of another Rolf van der Merwe over. 8 off that one. A very nice boundary, wasn't it? Off that
From
first
John
delivery
Jones, yes.
from John Jones. And he's been the, when I say dominant partner in this partnership, 22 off 30. Neil Williams 61 of 59. So Neil hasn't had as much of the bowling in the last few overs. John Jones has got the majority of the runs in this partnership, 22
I think
of the
running at
36.
6 and over, they won't be too worried who's facing.
No, they won't, will they? It's, picking up the runs very nicely. Just a bit of stretching done there by Mark Trout behind the stumps. He's been doing duty yeoman work from him behind the stumps there for the Kudus.
Of course, is that a cue for us maybe to discuss the wicket-keeping position in our squad?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Positions. We can have two, can't we? We can have two.
We can have two in the squad, I think. Yeah, we'll have to, because we're going to choose, what, a 16-man squad? We can have two in the squad. Yeah, I'm trying to see.
Again, back to the Zimbabwe team. Greg McDonald. He's bought us all so many points this week. We can't not pick him.
No, I think
lovely man.
For me, probably he would be the captain of my team.
Yeah.
So
very decent wicketkeeper, very effective batsman coming in late in the order, either to biff some quick runs or to finish the game off for his side.
So be a name on that list for us. It's shaping up to have a good number of players from these four top teams. And
who won the ladies' final?
So yesterday at Newlands Western Province were the winners. They won the Hollywood Bets Pro 20. They beat the Dolphins yesterday by 48 runs. Yeah. So and they were on top going into the game, and they just cemented their place at the top of that. So thanks, Paul. Thanks for the question.
Oops.
Yeah. It's Paul Gouge. He's sitting out today for the Kudus. He's done yeoman work, opening the bowling for them throughout the tournament so far. His medium paces.
So we've got some scores from the other two games. Start with the 5th and 6th place playoff, with the USA national side playing against their counterparts, the USA A team. USA senior team batted first, is 62 for 4 in the 15th over. So the A side, the junior side, if we can call them that, very much on top there. Interesting score. But I guess the big one that everybody's interested in is the first and second, the final, if you like. The Impalas batting against Zimbabwe. They reached 61 for 3 in the 22nd, exactly halfway through.
Sure.
22 and a half overs gone, 61 for 3. So Zimbabwe very much on top there. Two very interesting scores.
That is very
interesting scores.
I mean, look at the score yesterday as well for the Impalas. They were, after 22-23 overs against the Kudus, 61 for 2. So again, it was a slowish start. They got to batting at about just over 3 and over after 30 overs, and then really accelerated.
Good shot from John Jones, but he finds the man out on the deep extra cover boundary, so just gets the one.
So those game,
USA game is an interesting one, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Very
because
interesting one.
USA, we would have expected, and they really thrashed their USA A team in the game that they played. They won by 10 wickets and bowled them out for, I think, just over 100, and they got that in like 16 overs.
Again, finding the same man. Now feeling it deep mid-wicket, of course, because it's the left-handed Williams who hit that ball.
Yeah, Andy Lund doing a lot of work out in the deep there. And he's...
very difficult because we don't know how much of a lag there is, but assuming that all games started at 10:15, we've reached 22 and a half overs in the Zimbabwe Impalas game. We've reached 22 and a half overs here.
Yeah.
And yet only 13 overs gone in the US game. Now, there may be a lag.
There may be a lag. I'll try and have a look at that and get an updated...
But it would be in character with the rate that the USA have been bowling their overs in this tournament. But they're already 10 overs behind the other two matches.
Yeah. And they have, haven't they? There have been... over rates have been very slow.
Very slow.
And it's been most of the teams, and I mean the Kudus team yesterday, they bowled their overs in about 2 hours 15 minutes it was for the 42 overs that the Impalas took to get their runs. So very quick.
You know, we're halfway through this innings, and they've been just over an hour and a quarter so far, which tends to suggest 2.5 to 2 3/4 hours.
Yeah, it does.
Is what they'll take to bowl these, and that's, you know, that's the norm. That's par. That's how it should be. And most of the games between the two African sides, Wales and Zimbabwe, they've been getting through their 45 overs in that sort of period of time.
So we'll put him over away from us again. It's nicely played.
He pick up the one. Just beats the diving fielder at cover.
Yeah, it's good work again from John Jones. He's come in and a time when they couldn't afford to lose another wicket, Wales, and he's done very well. And these two now have put on 43 for this fourth wicket, and Neil Williams just slowed down a little bit from a run rate point of view. And
He's
really
still going at a run of ball,
He
though,
is, though,
James. I
isn't
think,
he?
as you were saying a couple of overs,
Yeah.
he just hasn't seen that much of the strike
No.
in the last few overs. But 64 from 65 balls is no slouch
Not
in
at
anybody's
all.
language.
Not at all. It's very good.
Yeah.
And on this wicket that has got a little bit of variable bounce, and we'll be very happy with that.
But other than Paul Keneally, I don't think it's really come in to play in terms of significance in this game so far. It might be affecting some of the stroke shot decisions from some of the batsmen. Oh, dear me, he did well there. That
did.
flew up at the fielder last minute. I think he's caught him on his finger.
Yeah.
He was lucky he didn't catch him somewhere else. Did well, because it just flew up off just right in front of him.
Yeah, the
Very,
edge
very
of-
well to stop that.
Edge of the square, I think.
Yes,
there, Hugh.
yes, yes,
And he
yes,
Nearly
yes.
got one in the teeth yesterday in the
Did he?
same
Same position.
sort of position. Yeah.
Well taken run there. Oh,
Oh,
and
dear.
it's going to be overthrows.
Oh,
The infamous buzzer.
very unfortunate there for Rule Funner. He's trying to get that one in quickly.
He was
to
told
the
by a
buffle.
couple of his
He
fielders.
was.
He said, "Hit it." There
Yeah.
was he was on the move.
He was.
He hears "hit it," not looking at what's what, and so all he can do is throw it at the stumps. Not his responsibility to have somebody backing it up.
That's just another nice walked single there. Played that one again very well. This time the wicket keeper's the one backing up. Mark Trout getting in there behind. That's good work done by him. And yeah, so just in that Impala Zimbabwe match, 3 wickets down for the Impalas, but Peter Marks still at the crease, 24 not out he is after that 67 for 3. That's beautifully played.
Just pushed for 4.
Yeah, and that's
Into
that.
That's that vacant gap, isn't it? That's that vacant gap that we were discussing.
Yeah.
There is no fielder there, and that time Neil Williams was just to be able to push it there and take the 4. Now, very interesting. We had quite a fishy situation at yesterday's game. As one of our players had been caught with a large piece of hake in his pint the night before.
Oh.
So we had all sorts of fish stuff going on. What a shame that Mr. Trout wasn't keeping at the time, because he might just have added to that conversation in some way. Can't imagine how, but you never know.
No idea.
How would
No
he
idea.
fit it into that conversation,
I
James?
can't think for the life of me how.
We
someone-
still don't know why Chris Hudson, I will name names, and it was Chris Hudson, still don't know why he had a big piece of hake in his beer.
No.
And we did try and invite him to come and join us and explain, and he just smiled in that benevolent, enigmatic way of his, and walked away.
So the end of another Rudy Birkenstock over, 8 off that one, and with a very good boundary down the ground, and so 138 for 3 after 24. So batting still just under that 6 runs to the over mark, and they've kept the wickets in hand now. It's been a good partnership between these two. In fact, in that over it went to its 50 partnership, and that 50 partnership coming up off
Let's
10 overs.
start setting targets now, can't we? With 21 overs that needs to go, 138 on the board. I think Wales will be disappointed if they don't pass 250 here.
definitely
From this position.
Definitely from this
position.
position. You know, 21 overs to
Yeah.
go. You're just talking really. I mean, 5 and over. They're going at better than that at the moment.
Yeah.
The partnership between these two has been going at 5 and over. So you feel they'll, if they stay together, they'll be able to potentially accelerate it some more, and lots of batting in the hut.
Yeah, with Tony Smith coming in at 8. There's plenty of batting to come.
So the Kudus there just caught a little bit with that appeal, looking at the umpire while the ball was lying on the ground, and the batters making the most of that to go through for the leg bye.
I think that's caused the Kudus to hurry each other up a little bit.
Yeah.
It's maybe got a little bit lethargic out there for the last half hour or so. It's warm,
Yeah.
it's hot. It's the end of a long tournament for all of these boys.
6 games in 8 days has been brilliant from the veterans, it must be said.
No, that kept low, didn't it? That kept
It did,
low.
outside the off stump, and don't take the single on that occasion. I think it is a real testament to all these teams that the players have been able to just keep the attention span, and it's in the gap between extra cover and mid off.
They'll take one.
It's in the air for a little while, but no danger. Just really has been very good. Difficult when you had so many games in so many days, and it's 90 overs a day for these over-60s vets, and they've done exceptionally well.
Ooh. Thought about the single.
Yeah.
But, Neil Williams turned it down. No need for Wales to take any silly risks at this point. They're going along nicely.
No, I think that's the key, isn't it? Just make sure that they
Yeah.
keep ticking those runs over. Partnership 53 now, so
Oh, that's beautifully placed. Don't think it's going to make 4. No, Fielder's made
That's
very,
it.
very good ground there. They just got the one in the end.
yeah, brilliant.
Excellent piece of fielding.
Yeah, Mark Tessendorf coming around for his position at
Sprinted hard to get that and saved his side. Well, possibly 3 runs because
it could well have been.
our resident snake hunter has just passed me, and I think he's resigned on this tour. He's tried really hard, but
Hasn't found one.
hasn't found. We did go to a snake park, didn't we? We went to a snake park and we saw some green mambas and some black mambas there. So
Right.
we were sort of sated,
Yeah,
but
but-
nothing beats finding one in the wild.
That's
and,
true. And you-
Mr. Quick, second tour to snake-infested countries in a row now, and it's starting to get to him, I think.
Oh dear.
Starting to get to him.
Hasn't found one in the wild.
No,
Yeah,
no.
They, and there are a number of, I say, pretty dangerous snakes in and around this part of the country. And
What would they be, James?
you've got, you do have the Cape Cobra, which is
Yeah.
the one that is specifically well known in these parts.
Yeah.
And the puff adder, which is another
Yeah,
very
yeah,
dangerous, very
yeah.
large snake.
Yeah.
And
That's 4.
beautifully played.
Didn't even move.
No.
To be fair, the fielder made a great effort to stop
did.
it. Got a hand to it.
Yeah, Donovan Twynham,
Yeah.
just again rolling back the years to his days as a scrum half, sprinting across the ground and trying to stop that one.
Just managed to parry it to his fly half, I think
Yeah,
is what
he
he did.
did, yeah.
But it's a great effort.
It was beautifully played though
4 more to
again.
Neil Williams. Effortless.
That's the second one he's put there, and that's
Yeah,
brought a
yeah.
change in the field, which is not surprising. And now,
We've been saying this for
Yeah.
for overs and overs and overs, and finally that gap has been plugged.
Yeah. so now there'll be a little bit of a change as
Yeah.
the mid-off goes a little bit straighter, and extra cover as well goes a bit straighter.
So at this stage of the innings, James, if I'm correct, it's 5 men inside the ring, 4 men allowed outside.
That's
it, yeah?
correct, yes. So
So they've got the maximum.
They do. They
Yeah.
do have the maximum out there. Carl Mellor's just warming up there. Maybe he'll be coming on at some stage in the near future.
Oh, he's chipped it back.
Oh, he's got it.
He's gone.
Oh, that
He's gone. Neil
is,
Williams is gone for 74.
How unfortunate for Neil Williams, but Rudy Birkenstock, he's celebrating as the buffle. It was just a slowish one outside the off stump, and he came forward and just popped it back to the bowler, and he took an easy catch, you'd have to say. And the 4th wicket falls at 145, but another very good partnership, this time of 58 between Williams and John Jones. But
It'd be hard for a lot of people to think he's just scored 74, but he's looking devastated because I think he knows the second day in a row he's missed out on 3 figures. Great knock from Neil Williams.
Was outstanding.
Effortless knock. And but yeah, throwing his bat, throwing his gloves, he's very unhappy with the way he's given that away. And that's what he's done when he's given it away, isn't he?
Yeah, he has really.
Prodded one from Birkenstock.
He just floated it back to the bowler.
Yeah.
And Rudy Birkenstock's not going to miss those. He took a very good catch the other day, very low down. He had he did drop one that was played very hard at him, but the one that he took around his shoelaces was an excellent catch. And he's taken one here off his own bowling, and it's always nice as a bowler to be able to take one off your own bowling.
Yeah.
And that's something that he was very happy about. As you were saying, Adrian Webber it is, he comes to the crease. So
Adrian Webber comes to the crease, made 86 I think first time out against the USA A team, but hasn't scored that many runs since. Didn't get much of a chance, just came in with about 10 overs to go, so there was onus on him to hit out.
And
run out, if you remember, without scoring.
Without scoring, that's right.
At the non-striker's end in the game last
desperately
Thursday.
Unlucky, wasn't he? I was just looking at those run-outs, and it was
a bizarre turn of events, wasn't
was,
it? Two strange run-outs in 2 balls, and then a wonder catch an over or so later. 3 wickets from nothing that day, and that completely changed the course of the game.
It was, as you say, the one was that run-out off... I think it was Van der Merwe was bowling, and the batter just played it into his pads, dribbled out the
Michael Kahn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was
I think that was Adrian Webber.
That was Webber.
Yeah. And then it was Neil Murray Williams that was run out backing up, wasn't he?
That's right. That's right.
So it was really was a period. It was just desperately unlucky for both of the batters.
Yeah. And then John Jones got out to a wonder catch 2 overs later.
He did. Yeah.
There's a bit of excitement and a bit of enthusiasm back in the field now after that wicket.
Definitely.
And Birkenstock getting some life off this apparently dead track as well.
Yes.
A couple of big bounces off those last couple of balls.
Just probably not quite giving it a little bit more air maybe, but he does divot some air. He's very much just nothing on it, no spin on it at all. Just comes on with the arm or moves with the arm. But the one that he got, Neil Williams, has just floated up there, and Williams just came forward, and he was neither really wasn't playing it defensively, and he wasn't really hitting it hard, was he? He just popped it back to the bowler, and those, as a batter, you just feel really aggrieved when you do that, because it just feels like, oh no, I've just given it away. And as you said, throwing the gloves down, he realised he probably had done that.
Yeah.
And that might... Well, we never know. It might make the difference here between.
Could make a big difference to the game.
Yeah, between sort of 250 and 300 potentially.
Indeed.
As Carl Mellors now replaces Rolf van der Merwe from the northern end of the ground. So just a period there was that the runs were not coming as quickly as they had in that very good partnership between Kahn and Williams, where they put on 87, and that they put on in less than, they put on 78, apologies, the score was 87 when the wicket went down, put on 78 in just less than 10 overs.
Confident shot from Jones again, out to the deep extra cover boundary, they'll take a single.
So it's going to be interesting to see now Adrian Webber on strike, whether he can get into the runs, get some runs under his belt.
Oh, he's all sorts happened there.
My goodness.
Went to cut, got an inside edge, just missed the stumps. Keeper made a good stop. Could have been 4.
Yeah, it could well have been 4. Mark Trout there doing
4 or 5
exceptionally
different
well.
things might have happened with that.
Yeah,
ball.
was
As it was, nothing did happen.
No, you're right, nothing happened. He could have.
It's a dot.
Could have edged it onto his stumps.
Yeah,
could have
had 4.
Absolutely.
Follows that. Follows that.
Yeah, Mellors probably the paciest of the bowlers for the Kudus. He's had a good tournament with the bat. He probably would have hoped to have got more wickets with the ball.
Confident shot from Webber to get off the mark.
And he's through quickly for the run. That's excellent running from him. We'll give you some of those scores. I've just got the updated scores. We'll give you those at the end of the over.
This will be interesting.
Will be very interesting to see how teams are getting on in the other two matches that are taking place. That big match at Western Province Cricket Club.
It's a lovely shot from John Jones, but again, no runs. He's hitting the ball well, but he's hitting it so well it's going straight to the fielders. They're fielding it well, and he's getting no runs for it.
He's on a very good 31. He'll want to keep going, won't he?
Oh, Wales will want John to bat the rest of the innings, really. Plenty of support. Adrian Webber got an 80. Good batsman. Stuart Carpenter's got a 50. Good batsman. Tony Smith's got busy 20s or 30s every time he's come in. Excellent chap to have with a set batsman.
Yeah.
Because he'll scramble and he'll rotate the strike and he'll hit the boundary ball if needs be. So yeah, plenty of Welsh batting to come. But as with cricket in general, you need partnerships.
Yep.
We've had two decent partnerships, and you need an anchor to the innings, which Neil Williams had provided.
Yes. So
and now we're looking to John Jones to play that role.
Just to give you those scores in the marquee match, if we can call it that, the Impalas South Africa against Zimbabwe, it is 82 for 3 there after 27.3 overs, so batting at on or about 3 runs to the over so far. Peter Mark's still there for the Impalas, which is very important for them, isn't it? That's the key. And USA against the USA A team, they're 73 for 5 now after 17.2 overs. So once again, USA A bowling their overs very slowly, and
10 overs behind the other two games.
10 overs behind, which is, you just wonder how that's possible. At 73 for 5, so not doing too well there, the USA against their junior team, or USA A team.
We don't. Ooh, that's going to be a wide. It's gone down the leg side. Michael Kahn walking past us, he wasn't speaking Welsh. Pwy iaith oedd ti'n siarad, Michael?
Oh,
Pa iaith?
pa iaith?
Pa iaith? What language? Pa iaith?
Proud Afrikaans.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you might respond in Afrikaans there, Mike. Yeah.
Siarad y Cymraeg.
So we've got three different languages in the same sentence here.
Mooi gespeeld vandaag. We've played well today.
Yeah, baie mooi gespeel.
Long way to go there. Superb wicket. Best batting wicket we've played.
Is it?
Uitstekend, Omar.
Uitstekend.
Perfect.
Ja.
Perfect.
Diolch, Michael. Dank je.
Uitstekende kolfblad. That's pitch is a kolfblad in Afrikaans.
What? That's the word for pitch. Kolfblad.
Kolfblad, yeah.
Kolfblad.
Kolf is a bat.
Yeah.
And blad is basically a piece of paper, or a blad would be
bat
a page.
Paper. A bat paper. Isn't it wonderful when you
Kolfblad, yes,
compare languages and?
It's absolutely wonderful. Yes.
Because the Welsh word for a strip is llain.
Llain.
And what llain translates as literally is a sort of a tablecloth.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah.
That's what you put on a table.
Yeah.
You put a tablecloth on it. Llain. Which is very apt given our setting at the moment under the Table Mountain with its own tablecloth.
It does indeed, and you would have heard about that with when the southeaster blows and get that orthographic cloud that comes up from the southeast, and just the moisture coming in, it blows over the mountain and gives it the tablecloth.
And if we were talking about it with llain is the full term, but it's sort of abbreviated llain. And we would be saying it's the llain on top of the mountain.
Oh, wonderful! Yeah. So at the end of the Birkenstock over, and 150 on the board. So Rudy Birkenstock been pretty economical there, and he's 7 overs, just the 32.
Which, under the circumstances, is excellent.
It is. Just put the brakes on, didn't they? Birkenstock and Van der Merwe, and now that wicket of Neil Williams has also put the brakes on a little bit.
And it's interesting, we've been seeing, following your experiences here yesterday, following on what we saw, that this would be a bowler's track, but then Michael Cairns just told us it's the best batting track we've had all tournament.
Yeah, it's interesting actually, because you would sense that, there is a little bit of little bit of variable bounce, and he's coming onto the bat slowly from most of the bowlers, except here for Mellors, who's giving a little bit of pace for the batter Adrian Webber to work with. And
Fielder's missed it at points
Derek,
and lets them through for a 1.
Yeah, don't want that to happen, do they? Want to make sure they just can. Would have wanted to keep Adrian Webber on strike there. It's John Jones on 33. He's doing very well for his team here.
But the Kudus reeling in the run rate ever so slowly.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? They've put it in the right areas. Birkenstock, as you say,
put it in the right areas. They seem to have got their field right now.
Yeah,
we've questioned 1 or 2 fielding positions earlier on, but they've got that field right, and as a result, by bowling to that field, becoming a lot more difficult for the Welsh boys to keep up the run rate that they started off with. John Jones getting frustrated there.
And has a full go outside the off stump.
Yep.
And
Wicketkeeper was convinced
he was, wasn't he?
that.
Mark Trout had felt that was, he got something on that.
But I think the smiles on the faces of the rest of the fielders told its own story.
Sadiq Mayer not interested at all, the umpire. And the bowler wasn't interested, and I can tell you something.
I think we know what happened there.
Yes, I think so.
Oh, that kept low. That kept low.
When I saw that keep low, I thought, my goodness, John Jones might be in trouble there.
Did well to keep jamming the bat down on that and keep it out.
He did.
So there we are, singing the praises of the wicket, and straight away it's one grubs along the deck.
It's good bowling here from Mellors. He's bowling to his field. That one maybe just straying down the leg side, but
But generally bowling, isn't he, bowling to his field and realising that if he can bowl wicket to wicket, the pitch will do the rest for him.
Yeah, it will help him.
That's why the run rate has slowed down. John Jones getting frustrated, coming down the wicket to Mellors, but doesn't connect.
Just the one off the over from Mellors, so that again, it's been really good. Looking at the scoring rate in the last 4 overs, so after 25 it was 141 for 3. Lost that wicket in the next over, and so 4 overs now, just gone for 10 runs. So it's been very good from the Kudus to pull that back. And as you said, in that over, John Jones just looking for something to
see if he was getting a bit frustrated there.
He had 2 shots that he tried to play on the up over the offside. Birkenstock will continue.
Hitting the field as well, and as a batsman, if you have a couple of overs where you can't get it through the field, well, there we go. Big shot from Webber. Birkenstock verbally acknowledging the fact that Webber played a bit of a hike there.
We won't hold back on the verbals.
No.
Or Rudy. Yes. What a wonderful man to have in the dressing room. Morning.
He's just mourning here.
It's in the air, and what an attempt.
Great effort. Great effort at backward square leg there. Diving. May have got fingertips to it, but turned a nothing chance into a half chance, really, rather than dropping a half chance, wasn't it?
Didn't he, Andy Lane? He did well to come forward and get to the ball, but just so difficult when you're diving forward and trying to take those. Be upset with himself though.
Ball died a bit as well, as those balls tend to do, and they're a bit edgy, bit sweet, bit twirly. But a great effort.
A little bit of a breeze blowing across the ground. We're not feeling it too much here. We're a bit protected behind us. That's
big hit. Couple of bounces for 4 over mid wicket from Webber.
And it's good to see from Webber, and that's what we haven't seen so far against Birkenstock, have we? Using the feet, getting to the pitch of the ball, and that's actually what the Impalas did yesterday. Peter Marks in particular just ended up taking Birkenstock out of the attack.
Kept low.
My goodness.
Jammed his bat down on it.
He did well to keep that one out. It just did die in the surface, so yeah, we are seeing a little bit more variable bounce, maybe just a couple of patches on the wicket.
Always happens, James, doesn't it? The moment that somebody says it's a great batting track, suddenly starts misbehaving.
down the leg side. Not sure if he got anything on that, and
He must
we
have
won't
done.
know
He
anyway.
must have done because
That's right.
no
must have
wide
done.
signalled.
End of the Birkenstock over, 6 of that one. It is.
Better over for Wales that time.
Yeah, was a good one, and it's drinks. So 30 overs gone, 157 for the loss of 4, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. So welcome back to the Rondebosch Cricket Club, where we are about to see Carl Mellors bowling the 31st over of the Welsh innings, and it's 157 for the loss of 4 after 30 overs. So that's batting at 5.23 runs to the over at the moment, and set batter at the crease there, John Jones. He'll be looking to take his score from 34 and hopefully get past that 50 run mark and take Wales to maybe 250 plus here in the next 15 overs, maybe 6 and over. Hugh?
Yeah, I think from the start they've had 250 minimum would be the target, but as you touched upon it there, James, John becoming an increasingly significant figure in this Welsh batting effort here, and that's straight into it, 1 out to deep extra. Yeah, you get the sense that if Wales are going to get comfortably past 250, John needs to be there for the majority of the next 10 overs at least.
Yeah.
And they need to pick the rate up again, because they were going at over 6 for most of the innings. They're down to almost 5 now. Webber's another one who could have a big influence on this. If he keeps on hitting 4s like that.
Glorious shot. He came
Lovely
down the
shot.
wicket, and he just adapted, didn't he? Adjusted as he came down. That one was outside the off stump. I think Mellors perhaps saw him coming, put it in a bit shorter, and he just played it beautifully backward.
Kept low as well though, didn't it?
Did a little bit low. He did well to play it down there actually in the end. So a welcome boundary as they look to accelerate the run rate here.
It's off his legs. Webber beefs it out to deep mid off. They take 2. John Jones running well, shuffling well. Just
So must have been a discussion at the drinks break, you feel?
Yes.
Got already off this over. It's been a good one so far.
They've got plenty of batting to come, you see, so they're probably thinking, well, fine, now's the time to have a bit of a dart. Some more runs, just 1 I think this time.
Yeah, that to Muzaffar, who's
They don't want to end up with 4 or 5 wickets intact and not hitting big shots at some of the balls that they could have done. So
yeah, especially now. I mean, you feel next 10 overs maybe 6 and over at minimum.
Yes. Good shot from John Jones for 1 run.
It was nicely played, wasn't it? He adjusted well. Carmelo's just putting it in just short of a length there, and he's.
But again, you know, compare that, just short of a length, that's come up stomach high earlier on in the over, almost the same length around the ankles.
Yeah.
So there is this variable bounce still.
It's much fuller this time. Lund fields at mid-off, the end of the Mellors over, and it is 167 for 4. We see on the scoreboard there, just the score that you have in front of you is not correct.
You may be a little behind there.
We're over behind. I think they're trying to catch up, and hopefully they'll be able to do that within the next over or so on the screen that you see. But it is 167 for the loss of 4 and
31 overs gone. Yeah, change of bowling.
Andy Lund going to be coming in from the south end, bowling his off breaks, replacing Rudy Birkenstock.
Oh, John Jones will feel that he missed out there. Floated up outside the off stump, very full. John went to push it through the covers. Didn't make contact.
Yeah, so Lund has been good with his off breaks.
That's a lot straighter. Fuller. Again, John Jones goes to hit it away through the covers, misses the ball. Good start from Lund.
Yeah, he's been very good when he's been pitching it up and tossing it up.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he does drag it down. You can play it into
across the line. Finds the man out at deep mid wicket. Just the one. Jones would have been hoping for more from that.
Played that nicely, didn't he? I think it was just the line there from Lund that was meant that he could play it into that leg side. I mean, it's pretty safe playing into the leg side off the off spinner.
That's a good shot from Aid Webber. That's going to be 4. Deep mid off.
Yeah, he gets the pitch of the ball really nicely there and plays it
if
through
Webber
the
gets his
offside.
eye in, he can become a very, very, very dangerous player. He's a big boy, as you can see. And if he gets his eye in, if he gets his timing going, he can be destructive. And Wales will be hoping that today's the day that that happens. And we saw from that ball exactly what he can do. Bullies the ball, he does.
So there we go. Back, we do have the scoreboard there, back up and updated for you. 172 for 4. Been very good from Wales so far.
Good clean hit on that. They'll take a single.
So once again, they put the protection out there on the boundary for Lund after that boundary was hit. It's the end of the over, and 6 off that over from Andy Lund. So he started off well. It was an excellent shot from Adrian Webber, and he is looking in that he's in good form. 20 off just 21 deliveries.
Yeah.
So that's exactly the kind of acceleration that Wales are looking for.
Indeed.
Carl Millers will continue.
They want to go at 6s as a minimum from here and put post 250. I think anything under 250, and the Kudus will be in the driving seat. Yeah.
I think Wales will be disappointed if they don't get to 250 from here.
Yes.
It's
275 will be a score. They think we're confident with this, and anything over that, Wales themselves will be in the driving seat. Yeah.
And
pushed to the right of the man at point, so they knew from the word go that he wasn't going to bend down, pick it up and whiz it in over the stumps. A safe single taken.
Yeah, very good judgment from that point of view.
Yeah. Oh, lovely shot, but good fielding. Thought about the run, but that time it was more to the fielder's hands, and he did very well to get it in. Cuts the single off.
Yeah, very good work from Derek Pettit there at backward point. And it gets past him. You feel it probably could go down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah.
So did well to get everything behind that one.
Beautifully timed from Jones. Has he found the gap? Oh, fielder's done brilliantly. Cuts it off with his foot, but they'll take 2. That's 2 in the book for the fielder there.
Yeah.
Did really well to get round and stop that on the extra cover boundary.
Now that's the captain, Trevor Poole, the former professional footballer.
Used his feet well.
He did, most definitely.
Outside of the boot. Jones beefs that out to mid-on. Fielder comes in, they'll take a 1. Yes, footballing skills very much in evidence there from the skipper.
Very much so, as you say, the outside of the right, with the right boot there.
Yeah, beautiful pass down the line.
Lovely stuff.
Curves infield.
Yeah.
Oh, you muscled that. That is not going to be stopped. That's 4 runs from Webber.
Excellent shot. Got to the pitch of the ball and just played it forcibly past Andy Lund at mid-off. And that is another very welcome boundary. And just the one boundary in the over, every over now, will mean that they will definitely get to that 250. And they're going to go in excess of that if they carry on this way. 8 off the Millers over so far.
Ball to go. 8 runs off it.
It's a good over again for Wales. Adrian Webber, 25 off 23. He's really put the shift in here.
Oh, and he's dabbed that. They'll take a single. Another good stop from Pettit at backward point that time. Diving, arm out. Well done. Good over for Wales.
Very good over there. Again, 9 off that one from Carl Mellors. And see whether that might bring any kind of bowling change. Mellors has been pretty expensive in his overs so far. He'll be unhappy about that. He really does pride himself in his performances on the field, Carl Mellors. And we saw him earlier on today produce a brilliant piece of fielding to affect the run out of Mike Cann, and really would have hoped to have done better, I think, with his bowling this week. It's going to be Andy Lund to continue, and he probably, if he doesn't go for too many, he will probably bowl all the rest of these overs from this side.
And a huge thanks to Mr. Paul Keneally, who's bought me a lovely, much wanted cup of coffee. Thank you, Paul.
We'll do something today, haven't I?
Nicely played down at backward of point, and there's an easy single to Mellors, who fires that in. He has got a good arm.
Good arm.
Mellors there. to Trout behind the wickets, and
big swing from John Jones. They thought of taking the bye.
Just deflecting off the pads there, and Trevor pulls in quickly to prevent the single. Did have a big wind up there, didn't he?
Yeah.
John Jones
Yeah.
looking to play that one over.
I think we know what the
Cow
intention
corner.
is from the Welsh batsman here. Ooh.
Ooh.
Keeper very sharp in taking the bails off there, but Jones hadn't left his crease, so
Yeah, he did
no
well.
stumping.
Did Trout. I've been impressed with the standard of the wicket keeping.
Yeah.
Oh, another
And
one.
we're still in the middle of that wicket keeping conversation. We haven't
We are,
mentioned
aren't we? Yeah.
our snake hunter, Mr. Quick, who's
Absolutely.
5 or 6. He's only played 3 games because of
Yeah.
injury.
Yes.
Has come back. I think he's taken 3 stumpings, 3 catches so far.
Fantastic. No, we'll
Kept really well.
look forward to seeing him
Very
today.
few byes.
Yeah. Oh, and that one is.
Because of course I think he missed the first game
Yes,
against
he
you
did.
because he was still suffering from that finger injury.
Yeah.
But he's come back really well. 2 stumpings and a catch yesterday.
Oh, it's very good to hear.
keeping.
Oh,
I think he would be the first to admit he's not an all-rounder as a keeper. He's a specialist keeper. But
Okay.
this has been a debate that's gone on from time immemorial. Is do you pick your best keeper?
well, exactly.
No matter what he bats, or
Yeah.
in this day and age, it feels more that you've got to be able to bat a little bit as well. Hugh is a traditional keeper. Oh,
That's bowled in.
That's bowled in.
So
Down the track, head up.
Lund
Straight
gets the
ball.
wicket. Yeah.
But a bright and breezy 27 from 25 balls there. So let's update you from the other games. 5th and 6th place playoff. USA senior side are 96 for 7
Wow.
against their A team. And they're halfway through the innings there, 23.5 overs bowled. Bearing in mind that we're at 34 overs here, so we're still 10 overs ahead of them.
Wow.
So who knows what's going to happen in that game. It looks as if the A team will be chasing just over 100. But it could go on for a couple of hours. It could delay the closing ceremony by a few hours.
Could do.
If that game goes to full length. And then in the final, interesting. It's 124 from 35 overs, the Impalas. So this is sort of the pattern they followed, isn't it? They've
Yeah.
scored a lot of runs in their last 10 overs.
They did. It's interesting to see there. We'll have to have a look and see who's actually.
Peter Marks is still in.
He's
you
still
see.
in,
Peter Marks
okay.
is in with Barney de Klerk. Barney de Klerk, ex-Cardiff Cricket Club player. In with Peter Marks.
And yeah, they did well yesterday against the Kudus.
Yeah.
De Klerk not getting too many runs yesterday, but it was
Yeah.
Marks and Cupido that got the runs. So with Marks
Yeah.
still there, anything's possible in that game for the Impalas.
Yes, they could easily go at 8 and over with batsmen left in the hutch,
Yeah.
and suddenly it becomes 220 or 230. It's game on, isn't it?
It is.
Lovely shot from John Jones. It's the one again.
And it's good for Wales that he's still there.
Yeah.
And as you say, a new batter now at the crease. Stuart Carpenter, who got
Carpenter.
that very good 50 against the Kudus in their first match when they met earlier on.
He's had a calf strain
He did,
during
didn't
that
he?
match.
And,
This is the first time we've seen him since then.
It's good that he's back and playing. They had to have the runner there, who actually got the Man of the Match award, or Player of the Match award.
The runner got the Player of the Match
got the
award.
Player of
Neil
the Match
Murray
award.
Williams, yeah.
Yeah, Neil Murray Williams. It's in the air. Oh, he's
out.
gone.
He's out for nothing.
Oh, my goodness. So, played it off a full toss straight to the man at mid-wicket. And
And so
Nick
the
Rose
game-
takes the catch.
The
Oh,
game changes again, doesn't it?
doesn't it? And so the wicket falls with the score on 186, and he is absolutely furious with himself, Stuart Carpenter. Just chipped that one to mid-wicket, and Nick Rose takes a reasonably easy catch there. And the 6th wicket goes down.
Straight at him, wasn't it?
It was straight at him, wasn't it? So, yeah, unfortunate for Carpenter, and that does put another cat amongst the pigeons in this chase to get to 250 at minimum.
So there's a lot of pressure now on John Jones to stay there till the end of the innings now. Tony Smith is Far too good a batsman to be going in at number 8.
Yeah.
Has batted 5 or 6 most of the tournament so far. But Wales packing the side with batting today. Everybody available for them.
John Jones still there, 42 off 69, which is very important for the men from Wales. And Tony Smith in that run chase against the Kudus in that previous game, 19, he scored off 26 and helped Stuart Carpenter get Wales over the line. Still got Neil Murray-Williams to come in.
No, Neil's not in the side.
No, he's not in the side today. Sorry,
today.
apologies
so
for that.
got,
I do apologise. Yeah, so who we got? Chris Hudson.
Edwards, Hudson, Murphy. All of them can bat.
Yeah, and Quick as well, not batting today.
I think Quick will probably be the 12th.
Field, won't it? Yeah,
he'll
okay.
field only.
So there you go. Hudson, Murphy and Edwards to come.
3 very capable batsmen, but they probably need somebody at the end hitting it big, which is why the onus is on John Jones now to stay there. Big shout.
And no response from umpire Sadiq.
Big shout.
Well, he's not going to give that one out. It was a huge shout, wasn't it?
It was adjacent. I think that was adjacent.
It was adjacent. Maybe just going down the leg side. Difficult to tell. We're at a bit of an angle to the wicket, so he's batting on leg stump. It looks like that is leg side.
Turn that. I think they'll come back for 2 here.
Yeah, they should.
They will. And that's what you'll get from Tony Smith. Busy, moves the ball around, hustles, runs his runs very, very quickly. Great guy to have in with a set batsman for the last 10 overs of the innings.
And that's going to be important now, isn't it, for John Jones and Tony Smith to take them through to 45 overs.
That'll be a wide down the leg side.
And Mellors, he'll be buoyed by the fact that he got the wicket of Carpenter, his first wicket today, and they'll be looking here if they can get another wicket now. You just feel
another wicket now, and I think that would really change the balance of the game.
Just off the inside half of the bat this time from Tony Smith into the leg side.
Edwards, Hudson and Murphy are all good batsmen. None of them should be batting 9, 10 or 11. They all bat 6 or 7 for their clubs. Chris Hudson opens sometimes. All good batsmen, but not the sort of batsman that will destroy an attack, which is, you want at least one batsman who can do that in the last 10 overs of an innings, don't you?
Yes, so that's nicely played again out into the covers. They may turn for 2 there. No, they don't.
And this is the interesting thing now. If we were 4 down still, I think we'd see John Jones carrying on playing the big shots he was playing. He's now very, very aware of the situation, and therefore is going back maybe to taking the 1s rather than trying to hit the 4s.
So the end of a successful over for Carl Mellors. It's 191 for the loss of 6 after 35 overs. So 10 overs left, and 6 and over will get them to that 250, which you probably feel will be the minimum that they will be looking for. Still 5.5 and over at the moment. John Jones and Tony Smith hold the key here for Wales, and Andy Lund, success in his previous over when he bowled Adrian Webber. Webber had done very well, 27 off 26 deliveries with 4 4s, and earlier on today it was Neil Williams who got 74 off 74 deliveries.
It's a good shot from Jones. He's going to get at least 2. Is it going to go to the boundary? I don't think it will quite carry, no. 2. Smith thought of turning it into a 3.
Yeah, I think he would have been back quite easily, I think, perhaps Smith, but John Jones had just made his ground.
Just made his ground, was turning.
Yeah.
And had the fielder thrown it to the bowler's end, Jones would have been in big trouble.
Yeah.
And it's critical that Jones stays in now, so no risks with him. He's picked that off middle stump. Out to deep cover, they'll get 1.
Yeah, it's a good arm there from Nick Rhodes out on the boundary. It took a relatively simple catch, you have to say, to take to get the wicket of Stuart Carpenter.
Yeah, he just spooned it up to him, really,
didn't he? It was a similar sort of height to the one that Birkenstock took at when it was played back to him from Neil Williams. Oh, it's very nicely played once again.
Nice for one.
Yeah. Coming off
Man
the
on
bat.
Deep
Very
long
well.
off boundary fielding that. Yes, it did come off beautifully, didn't it? Oh, he's edged that.
Yeah.
Maybe three is the
Maybe
shot
three.
from Tony Smith.
Yeah, and he might make it. But Carl Mellors here, he's
No,
got a strong arm.
I wouldn't.
No, definitely don't take Mellors' arm on.
I called that from here.
Yeah, most definitely. When you saw the fielder coming to chase that one,
Yeah.
you knew
Easy,
that was...
easier for me to call runs from
Yeah, absolutely right.
down here on the boundary, sitting on my seat.
Yeah, it's not always that easy, is it, when
No.
you're out on the field?
No.
We were talking about this yesterday as well in terms of sort of game awareness and, you know, that's a good delivery. And he's forward is Jones and just plays it out into the offside. Lund fields on his follow through. He's been good from Andy Lund. 1 for 15 into his third over.
Oh, shot. They take one. They take one.
Good running
They
from
take
Tony
one. Are they
Smith.
going to look? No. Mrs. Quick and Bowen passing us. Another round of the oval
Yes.
achieved.
It has to be the same way around every time.
Absolutely.
Can't do it, what have they been doing, anti-clockwise at this stage, so you're going to have to keep going anti-clockwise. Such is the superstition in cricket. So at the end of the Lund over, 7 off it, 198 for 6, so approaching that 200. Yesterday on this ground, 187 was what the Kudus posted, but the wicket was quite a different wicket to the one
Very
we've got
different.
today. And this one is probably playing a little bit truer than the one that we saw yesterday, but there have been a number that have kept low, so not that easy.
Oh, keeps a bit low. Tony Smith is interested, but John Jones isn't, so no run.
So just getting back to that team of the tournament, I'm going to have to start making some notes here, Hugh, in terms of the names that we've mentioned so far.
It's a lovely shot from John Jones, and that'll take him to his 50. That's 4 through extra cover. Jones moves on to 53. Not bad, John. But
Yeah.
Wales will be hoping he stays there for another 8 and a bit overs here.
Yeah. Excellent batting from John Jones, and he takes his cap off and acknowledges the applause from his teammates, and he did hit that one beautifully, didn't he, through extra
Yeah.
cover for 4.
His second 50 of the tournament.
And it's been well needed from a Welsh point of view. 53 off 77 brings the 200 up as well.
Another well hit ball, but there's a man out there this time. Just a single to Jones.
So the last 50 coming off 9 overs and 2 balls, so still batting at around 5 runs to the over. Have accelerated the rate a little bit from where it was.
I'll take another single there.
And Tony Smith's looking comfortable out there in the middle as well.
But you feel that what Wales really need now is a couple of big
Yeah,
double figure overs.
yeah, just to get them to a position where they can then
Yeah.
think about accelerating even a little bit more in the last 5.
Jones holds back on that, but still it's a 1 out to the deep off side. That was very leg side. Very legs. Oh, he's giving it.
Oh no!
He's giving it.
Oh my goodness! And appeal from Mellors, and it is Tony Smith that has been given
dumbfounded.
LBW. It did look leg side from here, didn't
Very
it?
leg
But we
side-ish.
are,
She was playing it down the
yeah.
leg side. The umpire took
He
a
was.
long time to think about it and gave
And
it.
Sadiq Mayer's given
Strange
Tony
decision.
Smith out LBW for the last delivery of Carl Mellors' 6th over. So at the end of 37, it's now 205 for 7.
Not only did the batsman cross, but they'd actually completed the run by the time that the decision was given. But it's a shame we don't have replays, because that certainly looked, I called it straight away. It was
yes,
very
you did. You said it looked
leg-sided.
leg-side to me, and it was only Mellors that appealed, which...
Keeper didn't appeal.
No, and so it is now 205 for 7, and that is Tony Smith makes his way for 5 of 6 deliveries. So that again putting a bit of a spoke in the Welsh wheel here for them to get to that 250. John Jones still there, as now is joined by Gareth Edwards. Looks like coming out to the middle. So yeah, don't have any replays, and we're not actually right behind the wicket, and neither is the camera, so again difficult to
It's interesting
judge
what happens here, James, is that there are no replays at the ground, but the whole game is uploaded at the close of play, and the boys spend hours in the bar analysing stuff, so I suspect that might be a ball that's looked at quite a bit in the bar later on tonight.
It may well be, indeed. Yes, we have had some decisions that have been interesting and some decisions that have been then reviewed by the teams, as you say. We had the one decision that Carl Mellors was run out as well, backing up at the bowler's end and given out by umpire Wilmer Jones, and it was Frank Auger who spent quite a bit of time just dissecting the footage and showing that it was in fact a very good decision by Wilmer Jones, as Mellors was out of his ground. It was very close, but she made a fantastic call. So as you say, much analysis.
So and we've touched now upon a very interesting point about modern cricket, is that those reviews on those tight decisions are made straight away by technology.
They are, yes.
In televised cricket, which is what everybody's used to seeing these days, what they tend to forget is even in international cricket like this, we don't have the technology, and so therefore it's very, very, very difficult for the umpires.
It is,
because they have to make the decision there and then with no technology at all to help them. So it's harder to umpire, arguably, in this standard of cricket than it is in first-class cricket with television and replays and technology there.
Oh, that's a really excellent work done by Derek Pettit, isn't it? But
not sure he saved anything.
He didn't save any runs.
The fielder was coming in anyway. We'd only have had the one, but
you have to admire the effort, don't you?
Maybe he felt like he wanted to dive.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Yeah.
This is the last number of overs that he's going to be spending in the field in this tournament, and going to be the end of the season then for, well, potentially you're going to have some cricket.
Won't need his whites tomorrow, so
That's right. Yeah.
Whites. That's something. What do we call them these days? We've always called them whites, but now we can't call them colours or yellows or what would you call them?
Yeah, I don't know.
Flannels?
What you call
They're
them.
not flannel anymore, are they?
They're not. They're very much, very much is the coloured clothing, isn't it? I don't know. We can't even call this white ball cricket, can we?
No.
It's pink ball cricket.
Pink ball cricket.
But it is limited overs, and so all these funny things that are coming to the game, isn't it? We used to be like limited overs, now they call it white ball cricket, T20s and list A or 50 over cricket. So very interesting. Now, these wickets have just really have slowed the run rate once again here
right down
for Wales, and that's a drag down.
That's 4. Gareth Edwards will take that any day of the week. Thank you very much. 4 back with a square there for the Bangor chairman.
That takes it to 212 for 7 after 38, so 7 overs left. And they have done well, the Kudus here. You sense they're going to finish those overs probably before 1 o'clock. So they got in well ahead of the run or the over rate required. Carl Mellors will continue.
3 hours allowed, isn't it?
That's right.
And then what is the penalty if people go over it?
So the playing conditions are that you then are not allowed to have, if you are over your overs, the time that you've been allotted, then you get penalised by having less fielders outside the ring. So you'll get penalised by 1 fielder, I think it is, for sort of every over.
Lovely shot from John Jones.
Very nice.
His eyes in now, and when your eyes in as a batsman, that's what you can do. You can use your feet, your hand-eye coordination, and place the ball most parts of the half of the field in which it's pitched in. And that was lovely.
He's done really well now, on to 59. And
Look at this breeze picking up
yeah,
over there,
it is
gents.
picking up.
We don't
and
feel it here at all, but
No.
we can look up at the banners on the clubhouse and they're
Yeah.
absolutely ripping away in this wind.
Now we're very protected by the buildings behind us. This ground in the middle of a residential estate, which is absolutely lovely. It does make it that really has a village cricket type
Yeah,
of feel to it,
does,
doesn't
doesn't
it?
it? Good cricket from Gareth Edwards there.
Yeah.
Wait was the call, and when he saw that the fielder wasn't going to reach it, then he called yes.
Yeah, it's very-
Again, for any schoolboys watching, you should be in school. But for any schoolboys watching, that's very, very good cricket from Gareth Edwards.
It was very good cricket.
That's a lovely shot from John. He's going to beat the fielder 4 runs back on a point. Through point, probably.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Great
It
shot.
was,
Just waited for it, leant
did.
back and just pushed it through point for 4.
once again, just a little bit too short and wide there from Carl Mellors. I mean, he has come back really well. He was really expensive in his first 2 or 3 overs, and the wickets have helped him come back. That one this time though was really well played.
Again, Jones just picks off the single, nice and easy. Fielder's hurrying, but the batsman obviously no hurry at all. They knew it was one and only one.
So 219 for 7. We've got 6 overs left after this over.
Unless anybody goes mad here, I think
Mm.
250 to 260 is
Yeah.
what we're looking at.
Yeah. After,
That could be 2.
yeah, it will be 2 definitely. As Nick Rhodes is
He's after,
after
it.
He's got that loping style of running. And, talking about players that have just looked at their fitness and working on it. He's lost a huge amount of weight, as Nick Rhodes,
Yeah.
in preparation for the tournament. 14 kilograms before he arrived at the tournament, so who knows how much this week as well. That's played straight to him this time. There won't be a run, but it's
9 off the over.
good over for Wales that time. 221 for 7. So what are we looking at? 6 overs to go. 30 will get
6
them
overs to go. Mellors has got
yeah.
2 to bowl. I wonder if we'll see him finishing off his spell, or whether they'll feel that the last couple of overs he's been a little bit expensive and they may look to replace him.
They may well be the captain, Trevor Poole. He normally comes in to
Yeah.
bowl at the death.
So they've got plenty of bowling options left, haven't they, James?
They do, don't they?
Yeah.
I think Andy Lund will probably finish his spell. He'll probably bowl through. He's just bowled on what I can
4 overs
count
so
at
far.
4 overs, yeah. 4 overs, 1 for 23.
He can certainly get another 3 in from that
Yeah,
end.
definitely.
But it's who's going to bowl the 3 from this end, given that Mellors has only got 2
2
to
left.
bowl.
Yeah, I think maybe Poole will bring himself on at some stage.
Oh, that's thick edge. Down to short third man. Mellors fields. 1 run. John Jones moves on to 65.
Yeah, it's been a good effort from Jones, hasn't it? Now Gareth Edwards, he's on 7. Make that 8.
Lakeside-ish delivery. I think it's bin day around us today. Bins moving everywhere all over the shop here. Yeah, I told you it's just like the South Wales Valleys. We've got bin days there as well, you see.
Go. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, wheelie bins that we have everywhere.
That's it.
There we
Wheelie
go.
bins, same. Yeah, exactly the same. Oh, and that's a thick edge, but they'll take 1, and just the 1, because it's Mellors fielding.
Yeah, and that's certainly not going to take on Carl Mellors' arm.
Never 1 to the arm there.
No, and Mike Cann it was earlier on today, who was just run out with it. Was an excellent throw, you have to say, from Mellors. I mean, he got to the ball quickly, but he needed the throw to be accurate. And
Because
it
I don't
was.
think Michael for a second thought
No.
there was any doubt about the second
No.
run. Oh, that's kept very, very, very low.
There, yes.
Yeah, had to be given.
Did expect
very,
that.
very low.
He was back in front of his stumps.
Yeah.
It kept low,
Walked across, shot along the
Yeah.
deck.
and that is another wicket for Andy Lund. It's very well done by Lund, and has to make his way, does Gareth Edwards, and LBW there to Lund for 8. off 8 deliveries. So scoring at a runner ball.
Another wicket falling to the pitch.
Yeah.
Absolutely grubbed all along the ground. All along the ground.
The decision in the other one.
Yeah.
That was certainly, this one looked very, very much adjacent.
Not a difficult decision.
No.
I think we called that from here, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. I don't think umpire Wilmer Jones had a difficult decision
Not
to
much
make
the
there.
batsman could do about that.
No,
when the
not at
ball
all.
does that, just back of a length and shoots on the ground and you go to play it, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
So, further updates from the other games. USA senior team are 118 for 7 from 30 overs against their A-team counterparts. So they've rallied a little bit there.
Yeah, it's still.
But they're still 10 overs
10
behind the
overs
other two
behind,
games,
aren't they?
yeah. Because there's 40.3 overs gone in the Impalas v Zimbabwe game, and the Impalas are now 145 for 4. So only assume that de Klerk and Marks are still together there. But they haven't accelerated as much as they would have thought. They're only still going at 3 and a bit and over. So 5 overs to go there. I mean, 180, 190 maximum.
Yeah, I think you're right from there. I think they're going to be lucky to get to that. You would think Zimbabwe clearly bowling very well there on what may be a difficult surface at Western Province Cricket Club. A lot of cricket's been played there this year and this season. So, yeah, probably not as good a batting track as the one we're seeing here today. And it has been a good effort from Wales here, 224 for 8.
Relatively low scoring game. We played there against Zimbabwe on Friday. It was a relatively, for the tournament, low scoring game. Zimbabwe chasing down 170, 180 I think Wales made. Chased it down with a couple of overs to spare. So yeah, I guess the Impalas end up with 180 there. It won't be dreadful score.
They'll feel they're in with the chance, definitely.
That's close.
Yeah.
No, I gave a lot of thought to that.
Yeah, she did. And
a lot of thought to that, but decided against it that time.
Not
nowhere near as easy a decision as the ball before.
No,
that was
no,
about as plum can be, I think.
Yeah, I think Wilma Jones, she has to be sure that it's going to be hitting the stumps for her to give that out. So,
given a lot of air. Murphy pushes it away. They'll pick up at least 2 here.
John Legend.
We'll
John
just
Wayne running like a racehorse.
He is indeed. He's trotting over the ground there.
Get on your horse and get out of town.
Yeah, I don't want to mix my westerns here, but he'll probably say, "Go ahead and make my day" or whatever.
You are mixing your westerns, James.
Yeah. Not quite. We've gone past high noon, haven't we? A while ago now. So there we go.
Indeed.
Yeah,
so the two other games now seem to be fairly equally poised, don't they? As is this one. This one, 3 games all in the balance.
Yeah, I thought at the beginning, looking at the wicket at the start of the day, I would have thought 5 and over would be a good
225, 200 to 225 at the start of the day. We then went up to sort of 275 to 300. Yeah. Probably still would have been a good total.
Oh,
great piece of fielding.
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant
work
there.
Diving behind him, picked up the ball. Turns a 4 into a 1.
Andy Lund out there. He's just finished bowling his over, and he's herring across the turf to stop that one going down to the boundary.
Stopped it behind him. See, that's the sort of fielding you'd expect to see in the IPL, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
and we're seeing it here in over-60s cricket.
Brilliant in over-60s cricket to see the fielders just throwing themselves around, and I know they're going to be on the physio table at the end of the day, but you know what? It's all about the competitiveness out there, and it's fantastic stuff to see. And there's so much, in the spirit of the game, and the camaraderie is great, but the competitive nature is that one's just bumped into the ground, isn't it? And Trout does the fielding behind the wickets. I think Mellors is going to bowl his full 9, so we're just going to have 1 over.
Isn't he? I think he is 1 over
from somebody, probably the captain.
Assuming that Mellors does finish this over, and he'll come back then for his last over.
He's been bowling better in this over. He is bowling to the new batter, Paul Murphy. So
it'll be more now sort of ensuring that the overs are batted out. I think with 8 wickets down, 5 overs to go, you don't want to not use 2 or 3 overs. So Murphy probably quite happy to play most of this over back. or take a single as he does there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, he was intending
Yeah.
it to go down there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Probably just got a bit of more of an edge on it than the face of the bat, but it's
Yeah.
just a single down to third man.
I mean, 225 is too little on this.
You would,
240, 250, Wells
Yeah.
will be a lot more comfortable with. So 4 and over gets them to 240 from here.
yeah. Okay.
Okay, John Jones happy to take the single. 5th ball of the over. He's probably think, well, I'll take the one here.
Played
Or
that
can-
one.
Sorry.
Played that one nicely, didn't he? Off length.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
was in front of the stumps, but he's
Sign of a batsman who's been in for a while. His
That's right.
eyes in, and he's almost, as I was saying earlier, can hit the ball to wherever he likes on the pitch. Oh, that's a good hit from Murphy, but is it going to be cut off? Great stop. Great stop.
yeah. Brilliant work by Trevor Poole, the captain, once again showing his
Footwork.
football skills there.
Yeah.
As he stops that one going for a certain boundary.
Inside of the boot that time.
Absolutely brilliant.
Different angle on it. But,
Just a single, wasn't it?
Just a single, because I felt that's 4 all the way, but Poole made a huge amount of ground.
Put in a
Took the
massive,
ball under control
Yeah, it was brilliant
with
stuff.
his foot there. Very, very good piece of fielding.
So,
Just 4 runs off that. Miller's over.
yeah, very good. 4 overs to go now.
Yeah.
230 for 8. So 5 and over gets them to the 250. And you still feel that's the absolute minimum that they'd be looking for.
So they want one less than that.
No. And we said there, so when it was, 30 overs gone, 157 for 4 it was. So felt then that the minimum they'd be looking for would be a runner ball from there, which would have get them to that, nearly to that 250 mark. And 250, I think, is a very competitive, not winning total on this field today.
Ooh, Wasn't sure what he was going to do there.
No, it just bounced a little bit, didn't it,
Yeah.
on him? As we see that the next
Still some
generation.
indifferent bounce here, isn't there?
Yeah, it is a little
Still
bit of
some
indifferent bounce, just depending on where you're pitching it. Makes that into a full toss.
But again, finds the man at extra
Yeah.
cover. More bins being moved behind us.
Yeah, you can probably hear that in the
Lovely
microphone.
sound. Lovely sound of bins
There
being
we go.
moved.
We can assure you that it's not our sound effects person putting in the sound effects
It's on my
behind us.
stomach rumbling, ready for lunch either.
Exactly, no. And hasn't the hospitality been incredible?
Superb. I'm a little worried that I might have put on a couple of pounds in the past fortnight here.
Yeah.
Superb food that we've been given here in Cape Town.
Clubs
It's the 4th.
You're really taking their responsibility and hospitality very seriously here.
It's been superb, and we've been given 2 hot meals
Yeah.
a day wherever we've gone.
Oh, he bowled him.
He's bowled him. He's bowled him.
And John Jones there going for the
Big hit.
Yeah,
Big
hit into the leg side, and Andy Lunn gets his 3rd wicket. That's the off stump peg back.
As with Adrian Webber, lifted his head a little bit.
Yeah.
On a wicket like this, you shouldn't be lifting your head anyway, but on a wicket like this, that really can make a huge difference to your chances of staying out in the middle for another ball.
And John Jones, good innings from him, comes to an end. 68 off what will be 90 deliveries.
Yeah. Wales' his last wicket now, so it really is. It's a matter of survival and eking out maybe another half dozen runs here.
And there we go. Scorecard coming up there, and Chris Hudson will be coming out to the middle.
That one, I know.
Gets the applause, does John Jones as well.
Good
He
knock
should.
from John Jones,
Yeah.
but he'll be disappointed that he didn't see it through to the end. But that's not to take away from a superb knock.
Not at all. I think there again, that one did keep a little bit low,
Yeah.
and that is going to just show how difficult it's probably going to be for the Kudus batters. And once again, set batter in, and couldn't make contact on that one. But
Not that many overs to spin from the Kudus. I would imagine there's every chance that we could have 45 overs to spin from Wales. We might have a couple of overs it seems to start off with.
I think spin's the way to go here, though,
5
today.
front-line spin bowlers for Wales. 3 offies, a left armour and a leg spinner.
Take the pace off the ball here, I think, is the way to go.
Yeah.
Ask the batters to make all the running.
So the last Welsh wicket now, they'll really be interested in just seeing out the overs here. Oh, and that'll help immensely. A wide ball down the leg side.
And you called it there, Hugh. This is really around making sure you bat out your 45 now and just get whatever you can.
Another 10 runs could be critical here.
It can be. I think it is going to be a game of pretty small margins.
Yeah. And why wouldn't it be? As we said, we've got the four sides in the top 4 playoffs today have played 6 games against each other, and everyone's been tight.
Yeah.
And this looks again today as if it's going to be yet another tight one. So every run could count.
So 233 for 9 at the end of that over, with the 9th wicket falling. Very good innings from John Jones, 68 off 90 deliveries, just the 5 boundaries. But you know, that was earlier on in the piece that we had that great 74 from Neil Williams off 75 deliveries with 10 boundaries. So he certainly, together with Mike Cann and then with John Jones, got the team into a position where they felt they might have been able to challenge for sort of 6 and over. But
I think what Wales will feel is that they've lost wickets at far too regular intervals. Batsmen getting set and then getting out. Michael Cann set, got out. Adrian Webber set, got out. Neil Williams and John Jones both would have hoped to have added another 30-40 runs to their totals, and it would have made a world of difference. Another ball keeping very low. Fortunately for Wales, that was outside the stumps, but you can imagine if that sort of thing happens on the stumps, causes all sorts of trouble for the batsman.
Yeah, warning signs here for the Impalas. Certainly was a good decision to bat first by Wales.
And we were told by the groundsman that the ball would, the pitch would get flatter and lower as the day went on, and we've certainly seen in the last 5 or 6 overs or so that's been the case. It started to keep a lot lower, isn't it?
Yeah, some of them really like gazundas, we call them.
Again, another one shooting on the deck. But, Murphy gave it a good kick.
Yeah,
out to mid off, and they pick up a leg by.
Umpire Sadiq May not signalling leg by.
Not signalling leg by.
No, I think he signalled.
There was a little noise actually, so I would imagine that's probably
maybe that's
only an edge. This is why Mellors didn't appeal for it.
Exactly, I think he would have appealed had that gone directly off the pad. They threw quickly for the single.
Good throw, and they'll pick up another run there.
Yeah, Lund there, quickly to the ball, releasing it quickly. Birkenstock, not Birkenstock, it's Rolf van der Merwe there, coming around to field for the overthrow. They do get through for the 2, and
just get the sense that every run from here on in is vital, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. You called it. It's sense both teams are
game keeping low. Another back of a length ball that didn't get above shin high, did it?
No, and the Kudus batters must be looking at this and thinking, okay, this is a game. This is going to be not that easy to bat on, particularly if it's on the stumps.
Game keeping a little bit low.
Yeah.
Did Wales get their runs at a good time when the wicket was still along to do it?
Yeah, you certainly feel so. As the spell from Mellors comes to an end. And 2 for 52 in his 9 overs. So
it's that old adage, isn't it? They say halfway through that you double a score and double it again. 120 or 25 overs, and we're saying, well, you know, 300 plus has got to be on the cards here. And it's just slowed down completely, isn't it?
It has, and I think the wickets had a lot to do with that. Wicket in terms of the way it's playing, plus the fact that that's actually brought about a lot of the dismissals that we've seen. That's Lundy in for his last over.
Only time will tell us, James, but 237 could turn out to actually be a very good score on this wicket.
I think it could indeed.
Oh, and that'll help as well. Is it going to be 1? Is it going to be 2? Oh!
Yeah.
Took on the arm. And did the batsman, and they came out on top.
So Lund probably at this stage the pick of the bowlers for the men from the Kudus, 3 for 31 in his 6 overs.
Murphy gets well forward, smothers it into the onside.
But you probably have to say it was really Birkenstock that started to sort of claw it back.
As you say, slow bowlers, slow bowlers, slow bowlers. That's what's really worked for the Kudus this morning.
It has, yeah. Funamerva, his 6 overs going for just 4.2 to the over. Birkenstock 4.9 to the over. Whereas very expensive, the opening bowlers ended up being quite expensive.
It's another single. I said none of these Welsh boys any sort of mug at all with a bat.
Yeah.
They can all bat.
Yeah.
But when you're 9 wickets down, it doesn't allow you to take the liberties that you might do otherwise.
No, exactly. I mean, maybe when they get to the last over, they might do that. He's down the wicket very nicely there.
That's the end of Lund.
Murphy. And that's really good from
3 for 35 in 7. That's very good at this back end of an innings.
It is very good, isn't it? So he's put in the work for his team, going at 5 to the over, and that's been pretty much what it has been over the last number of overs. Miller's a little bit more expensive than London. It's going to be Mark Tessendorf who's going to finish off.
Coming back.
Yeah.
Got to say, I'm surprised at this.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd go for pace on.
Pace off is what's got them all the results, really.
Yeah, I would say so. You've got
to, on a wicket like this where the ball's dying, you bring a slow bowler on and the batsmen have got to force it.
Yeah.
Whereas a little bit of width here and they'll just tickle it away. They'll probably take 5 runs off the over from
Yeah, I think they would. I'm sure if they could get to that 250, they'd feel really happy.
Oh, they get the 250, yeah, but
psychological barrier, isn't it?
245, 246. I think they'd be very happy with it from this situation.
Yeah, and particularly with just looking at the wickets that fell. I think it was that double strike, wasn't it, in the 34th and 35th over. 2 wickets that went down. Stuart Carpenter, who could have been so dangerous at the back end, going without scoring, was a big blow for Wales.
Yes, sort of batsman that Wales would really have wanted in at this stage. Hudson had a look. I think that fish in his beer the other night probably weighing heavily on his stomach. I can't do it.
It probably is, yeah.
I think this tour will go down for the doctor that had a hake in his beer. And wouldn't give anyone an explanation as to how
I don't know.
what he was doing there.
How was that beer doctored is the question, I suppose.
Doctored being the operative word.
So you just never know, do you? These, so
I know it's one of those. I don't know if do you watch Gavin and Stacey over here in South Africa?
I don't know. I certainly don't. But
a couple of big conceits left hanging at the end of that series that we all watched on Christmas Day. That's in the air, but it's not going to be caught. It's quite safe. And I suspect that's what will happen with a hake in the beer. It'll never get answered. It'll be one of those things that forever and a day. So what actually happened then?
That's right.
A lot more intriguing it that way than giving an explanation. 3 singles so far for the first 3 balls. Wales very happy with this. Ooh, he advances down the wicket, but he's not going to beat the man, and it's Mellors. Ooh, they're taking him on. They're taking him on. No.
Oh, yeah.
Unlucky for the fielding side that it bounced in front of the bowler and absolutely ballooned up.
It did hit the edge of the pitch, didn't it?
Yeah,
there,
the edge of the
square.
Because I think that was a little bit of a tight run.
It was, and they did well. Mellors did well again to get to that one quickly. Just tried to bounce it in.
2 balls to go. Murphy advances, laps it, and again Mellors, will they take him on again?
They will, yes.
They will.
No, they won't.
Yes.
Good boys.
Faltered the ball a bit. He's thrown at the keeper's end.
Look in.
I think they'll pick another run up there, won't they?
Yeah, they will.
Ramble another run. Such a good throw.
Yeah,
it actually yorked the keeper, didn't it?
It was a very good throw, wasn't it? What an arm Carl Mellors has got.
But almost too good.
Almost was too good for the wicket keeper, and just bounced in front of him, didn't
Yorked
it? Which
it,
makes it
horrible.
difficult.
Whether you're batting or keeping, that's the ball you don't want.
They're the worst ones, aren't they?
Below your eyesight, right at your feet, and you can't see it, and oh no.
Bounces up onto your arm, or
last ball, 249. Can Wales take it past the 250 mark? Slow ball, big heave, 4 runs. Aye, Wales will be very happy
There we
with that,
go.
I think, from the
score.
situation they're in. Par score, as says Peter Dollar as he walks past, and he's right. It's a par score, but did actually well to get to 250 from the situation they were in.
They did. 12 off the last over was
Yeah.
excellent
Yeah,
from them.
very good.
And that
Taking
last
that any
ball
day of the week.
from Tessendorf, just not what he would have wanted to finish off with the full banger. And there's certainly played very well by, it was Murphy on strike at the end there.
Yeah,
So
Murphy'd been coming up the track, and I
Yeah.
think Tessendorf's thinking, well, if he comes up the track, I'll slow ball and
Yeah.
you'll get in all sorts of a tangle. But Murphy waited, watched, and smote it away into the empty leg side.
So it is the change of innings here. It's going to be lunchtime at the Rondebosch Cricket Club. Thank you for being with us of this first half of this match. We'll be back in about 45 minutes to see if the Kudus can chase 254 for victory. Welcome back to the Rondebosch Cricket Club here in Cape Town, and it is the final innings in this what has been a wonderful tournament. This Over-60s international tournament is the South African Kudus playing against Wales Over-60s, and the Welsh having put on an excellent score of 253 for 9, target 254 for the men from the Kudus, and they're opening up with Rudy Birkenstock and going to be Derek Pettit opening the batting, and it looks like Mike Cann who's going to open the bowling for the men from Wales. It's the last thing, as I say, in this tournament before it closes, and I'm James King. With me Hugh Owen. Hugh, it's been great to have you here with us in South Africa, in Cape Town, and really now as we get to the sort of last action on the field before the final dinner tonight, it really is just an opportunity to say thank you to you and the Welsh team for coming out here and giving us such fantastic entertainment and such wonderful camaraderie here in the tournament.
Thank you, James. It's been thoroughly enjoyable. Every element of the trip's been terrific. Not least the cricket and the tremendous spirit between all the teams. Even now at lunchtime in the middle of a fairly important game, lots of laughs and jokes being exchanged. Lovely.
Yeah, some really nice touches, as you say. Some cans away from us.
Straight on the money.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Not a bowl on this.
That's right, and as you say, Welsh team during the break saying, yeah, you've got to keep it straight. I think the Impala and the Kudus know what they're in for here.
Yeah.
The question is really, how do they deal with that in the most effective way? They were also saying during the break, here as you were asking, that they felt that wicket of Mike Cann was quite crucial for them. Saying how good he was looking out in the middle in that run out. It just then started to slow the rate a little bit, but still I think a 253 on this wicket, a very good score. As you said, it's getting slower, it's getting lower, not going to be easy to score.
Obviously with the new ball in the Welsh innings, it was difficult. It was moving a lot, seaming a lot. Then when the seam went off it, I think, and the stats will prove, about 15-20 overs, Wales really cashed in on the wicket that was playing well at that stage, and then for the second 20 overs of the innings, good knee on that from John Jones, saving the 4, single to Birkenstock. Yeah, for the last 20 overs of the innings, the pitch died. Saw a couple of wickets fall into balls that grubbed along the track. And Wales will be hoping that it carries on to do that for the whole 45 overs. And I think if that is the case, and the Welsh bowlers can exert control, they could be in the driving seat here. But only takes one person to get his eye in and get away with it. And there's certainly 2 or 3 boys in this Kudus team who are capable of doing that.
Yeah, most certainly.
Still game on, I think.
Yeah, we are hoping for a close one to end off the tournament. Will be really good. That it has been really well contested between particularly the top 4 teams in the tournament. We've been saying that all along today, but it has been a tournament where we've seen 4 evenly matched teams that have come out and done exceptionally well, and just been small margins that have meant that the one team may have come out on top. So we know Zimbabwe 5 wins out of 5 in the round robin phase. It was 4 wins out of 5 for the Impalas, 3 wins out of 5 for Wales, 2 wins out of 5 for the Kudus, and then it was 1 win out of 5 for USA, and no wins for the USA A team. So it is very much an even spread of points that it was there, but it could so easily have been 3 teams on the same number of points.
4 teams at the top there. They did sort of work out into a group, but all 6 of the matches between them all went pretty well down to the wire.
Yeah, they did.
We could be in an extremely different situation here today. Even yesterday, Wales gave the USA senior side a good beating, and whilst there was a close game going on between the Impalas and the Kudus, which could have gone either way, and had the Kudus won that, the Kudus would be playing the Impalas today. Wales would be, that's how close things have been,
Absolutely right.
Been tremendous.
looking forward to another close one today, hopefully. I mean, looks like that game between Zimbabwe and the Impalas will also be a close one. Gareth Edwards opening up from the south end, his off breaks. Pace off, definitely what the Welsh have said here will be what they're looking at, and so far
I want to go straight.
Yeah, absolutely dead straight.
And let this wicket play its demons.
Yeah.
Certainly the Welsh batsman felt that there was plenty of strange things going on.
Yeah, so far nothing that looks like it's kept too low with the new ball. But we've got Carl Miller's here with us. Carl,
Hello, James. Hi.
How are you
Hello.
doing?
Yeah, fine, thank you. Not too bad. I think the dogs are barking now.
That's why he's here.
I think the dogs are barking. It's been a lovely time spent with everybody, but
Yeah.
I think at this age group, that a couple of games more would have killed a few. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
But it's been beautiful. It's been lovely meeting everybody, and the grounds and everybody at the grounds has been absolutely fantastic, and the food has been superb, and I think we've been looked after, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of most of the teams and that are here.
Yeah.
It's just been a great tournament.
Yeah, in terms of the food, Carl, I was saying at lunchtime, these shorts are quite loose on me when I came over here. They're fitting a bit tight now. Just a warning, Mum, when I get back tomorrow. That's what's happened to your boy.
They've certainly perpetually overcated, I must say.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, as you say. Hospitality's been tremendous from all the clubs around here in the Cape, and it's
I know setting it up, you know, we had sort of a list of venues that were where the games were going to be playing, and I know it changed a couple of times, but the reality of it is as we've ended up now, you know, I can't fault any of the fixtures, any of the venues. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Kudus.
yeah.
That's what you call timing, I think, isn't it?
And then Canny, you just aired a little bit in width and length, and I tell you what, Rudy Birkenstock got onto it and he hit it really nicely.
I thought, well, he's just pushed that onto the covers.
Yeah, it didn't
He's
look-
pushed it just past
Yeah,
the fielder.
yeah.
It's gone for 4.
Yeah.
You know, it's
I think this
wonderful
is the
piece of
challenge
time.
we had yesterday. Actually, we thought that the ground was going to be a lot quicker and a lot, you know, a lot flatter, and
Ooh,
it
it's
wasn't.
edgy.
Oh,
Good piece
good
of fielding.
fielding, top fielding.
Right, Tony Smith there. Yeah, very good. As you were saying earlier on, he throws himself around. Tony Smith.
So, Carl, you've just come into 60s cricket. I've been in part of it for 2 or 3 years now. What's your first impression of 60s cricket? What are the things that stand out for you in 60s cricket as opposed to 50s cricket, maybe?
Look, I will say that there's a very big difference physically between 50s and 60s, make no mistake. But, and I can only talk from a local perspective, but if I look at the sides that have travelled here, and particularly the Welsh and the Zimbabweans, I would imagine then if you start chucking in our neighbours, England and Australia and the likes, and India, I would imagine there's more emphasis because of the numbers. There's more emphasis placed on the physical side of the game. I think we as South Africans have got a lot to learn, and we've got to kind of put in a framework by which we can aspire to be like this side, this Welsh side. I mean, if you look at the Zimbabweans and the Welsh side, look at them, they all look fit. They all look fit. It all looks as if, you know, the thing is, you made reference to 50s versus 60s, and even 40s for that matter, as veterans cricket here in South Africa is. The one thing, it's growing fast here in South Africa. I shudder to say that, but it's not growing fast enough, perhaps. You know, and the framework needs to be put in place, and we need to have criteria. And I think if I look around the field now, if I look at this Welsh side, there's not there's very few people, and we've all got something at our age. You know, we're all lacking in some.
We're looking
department.
at 2 knees at our age, aren't we?
That's right. Yeah, something like that. Add a couple of hips in as well, maybe. So.
But certainly there needs to be emphasis on it. So that's the one difference I've found between 50s and 60s, is that in South Africa perhaps we're behind the curveball, whereas everybody else, naturally, if we're behind, they're all in front of the curveball.
I'd say we were discussing this earlier, James, weren't we? I think
Yeah.
it was an eye-opener for us. We went to Chennai just over a year ago to the World Cup
Indeed,
there.
yeah.
And the Australian side were fielding as if they were 30 years of age, you
It's
know.
ridiculous.
As a result, most of our boys have lost a lot of weights in the last year.
And good on them.
We got a bunch of boys all tour have been doing yoga together, which was a new thing for us and everything. So that's when you think about a revolution needs to happen, lessons need to be learnt.
Yeah.
That's a lesson we learnt a year ago, and already you weren't aware of that, but already you're sort of saying what good physical shape we look in. That's all been achieved. A lot of it's been achieved in the last year, learning a lesson from playing in tournaments like this.
Do you know, when the first lot, did you go to Australia?
No.
Now, Trevor, we're very fortunate that Trevor and Mark Tessendorf, Trevor Poole and Mark Tessendorf were in Australia, and they were in Chennai. Now, the listeners obviously are not going to be able to see me gesticulating, but what had actually happened was, in Australia perhaps everybody was on a level, and then in Chennai the level sort of South Africa had unfortunately remained, and everybody else had
From
leapfrogged.
Hayden.
Now you make reference to sort of, you know, the efforts in yoga and everything. It's what we have to do. We've got to put it in place, and that's the biggest difference. Not so much in the playing ability, because we can all play. It's a question of, the big difference is we've got a lot to do to catch up.
You know, it's certainly, as you said, Carl, I mean, and from a sort of overall fitness level, and just in terms of the ability to be able to, in the field, just cut down those runs, be able to actually get to the ball that much quicker. The fitness levels are absolutely massive in terms of understanding what that is. I mean, you've shown yourself as well. I mean, you've come into the tournament here, you probably would say, I mean, the fittest of the players in the Kudus team, and it just shows in terms of how quickly you can get to the ball, you know, fielding it cleanly, a good arm, doesn't even have to necessarily be a good arm that you've got to get it in, but the important thing is the mobility in the field is absolutely crucial in these games, to be able to keep the run rates down and stop those ones turning into twos.
It's important, you know. You're looking at it's almost in these games how many runs you leave out there, as opposed to how many runs you score. But I mean, you alluded to the Chennai, the Australians. I mean, that's it. You know, we tend to hit the ball to the boundary and canter through for one. They'd scamper and get two. And again, I allude to what I said was the amount of runs that you leave out as opposed to the amount of runs you score. And I think further to this tournament, I think the Kudus, if we had to be critical and analyse, I think we're like 20, 30, 40 short.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the bowling, or it's the fielding. And I know we're talking about physicality and we're talking about fitness level, but it's actually the running between the wickets and turning the ones into twos. And I think we've been quite poor at that, and one has to be very blatant, frank about it as well. A lot of people might not like it, but that's the bottom line.
Well, it's trend in cricket, as that's really nicely played by Rudy down.
Yeah, but look at the chase.
To the
look at the chase.
And
look at the chase.
Nearly got there, didn't he, the fielder?
Gareth Edwards, that was.
That's an effort.
Yeah. And just trying to get to, and it could well have got to that and stopped what probably would have been 2 runs, cut that down, and that is the difference sometimes between winning and losing a game.
It's a sense of urgency, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and talk about it. I mean, it's a trend around cricket worldwide. I mean, if you look at just how running between the wickets and how fielding has changed over the last even 20 years.
Sorry, James, is that not one? If you're looking for it.
Yeah, it is, yes.
You know, it's a little thing. Sorry,
No, it's fine. It's just important. I mean, as you say, just going into the offside, fielder isn't necessarily going to get there quickly. If you're alert to it, you could have got through for a single there.
You know, it's a soft hands into the covers. and it's backing yourself. You make reference to worldwide cricket, you know, the IPL. You look at the New Zealanders, how they've just fielded in that sort of ICC championship.
Yeah. Yeah, well played by... Oh my goodness, if that had hit, Derek Pettit was gone. They'd come through for the quick single called through by Rudy Birkenstock, and he does get through in the end, but that would have been very close.
Don't tell him, because he's here behind you.
Yeah.
But all through the innings, every time the ball's going near Carl, people call him, don't run to his arm.
That's right.
They don't know Tony Smith's arm, because that's the case there. You wouldn't run to Tony Smith's arm normally. If he'd hit then, I think.
But the agility to pick the ball
That's
up
right.
and throw it, and that's the difference,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's one thing getting there, and I know that some of the Kudus, we get there.
Yes.
Sadly, sometimes we fumble. Sadly, sometimes we don't gather it quickly enough.
Yeah.
And then the release is too slow. But that was superb.
Yeah.
That's 2 instances now, chasing a ball down to the boundary, and that almost a direct hit would have found him wanting.
Would. As you say, those are the differences, and we saw that with the run out that you effected in the first innings. When you ran out Mike Cann, it's that you got to the ball quickly, picked it up quickly, released it, and the throw was incredibly accurate and caused the run out. So it does make the difference, and that's fielded again very well at mid wicket.
Skipper Mike Hayden reacting to the ball again, bobbling off the tyre all square here at this time of the year.
As a matter of interest, this Welsh... you see, that's got to be one.
Yeah.
As a matter of interest, you made reference to yoga. How far apart, or how often do this group of guys get together? Are you able to, or
They've been doing it every day. Oh,
no,
right.
at home?
Oh,
At home.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, I think that's one of the huge benefits that Welsh cricket has, is we actually play as a club side in the county championship every Tuesday.
What, this group of players?
This group of boys here.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Makes a big difference.
The secret's out, folks.
No, it's no secret. Everybody knows. Everybody knows that. Yeah. So we've got. I mean, Wales is. It's not a large country. It's about 300 kilometres from north to south. You've got a strip along the south and a strip along the north, and very little in between, if truth be told. In terms of cricket, you've probably got a dozen sides not playing in those 2 strips. 3 major leagues along the south coast, 150 miles apart maybe. Southeast, southwest, and Pembrokeshire. And I think we've got 3 from the east.
Go on, get there. Look at that. Oh, he's got there.
Yeah.
Well fielded.
Saved it, and they're only going to take a
They're
single.
gonna take 1.
And that
And that's one.
1.
should have been at least 2 and potentially 3.
Yeah.
And not running when the ball was in the air, and that did cost them a run there. Brilliant work in the deep, chasing it down, and that's exactly what you're talking about, Cole.
2 runs in the book there for Adrian Webber.
Good fielding that.
Yeah. So
So you all played together in the and how many? What's the strength of veterans cricket like in Wales?
I think it's good, and it's because we're so close to each other, and because we can play together, and because we can all come together as a team on a weekly basis. We probably perform better than the numbers and the statistics would suggest. Our first team consistently wins the Southwest Division. We get broken into regional earlier on in the season. We consistently beat the likes of Gloucester, Somerset, Devon, Cornwall. We win that league in the first team. The second team, I think, I've lost 2 matches in about 5 seasons.
When you say
playing the same
first
team.
team, are you talking about a vets first side that you've got?
Yeah,
The majority of
most
this.
of these boys
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
We've got a couple
And then
of
the second
players.
team is the supporting staff of on this trip.
No,
is it?
well, yeah. I mean, 4 or 5 of the boys here would be second team players. We've got a couple of first team players missing. And then the fourth team's lost 1 match, and that was against Devon Dorset first team in 3 seasons.
Wow.
Won the league last year.
Wow.
Third team has won the league. So we're strong. We're strong compared to most of the counties that we're playing against.
I mean,
Why is that? Why
obviously
is
the
that?
numbers, as we know in England, they talk about the numbers of being 4,500 people to choose from, and but the area is just so vast.
Yeah, they've got the same problem probably as you've got in that, if you're going from Cornwall to Yorkshire, it's a 12-hour drive.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, when I went back at the beginning of last year, being from Hull in Yorkshire and seeing the vets set up there, sort of think, wow, you know.
Feeling it from John Jones.
It's like little. It's a bit. It's deceiving in so much as that we struggle for numbers here. I mean, yes, we all over the show. But they've just got a whole lot of numbers and a whole lot of clubs and just so many people interested in playing. And
well, Yorkshire, what you're talking about there, is phenomenal in itself. They've got probably more. Well, we know that they've got twice as many cricket clubs in Yorkshire as they've got in the whole of Wales.
Wow.
Very, very strong up there.
Well, that traditionally, that Yorkshire League and the Lancashire League was phenomenally strong, wasn't it? Really.
You know, you've got probably in England two strong. The home counties have always been strong. Your Middlesexes, your Surreys, your Kents, and then Lancashire and Yorkshire, isn't it? That's who the big counties have been over the years, and it's because you've got the numbers playing in those places.
Just great that they have the opportunity then to play right up until the 60s and 70s. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic.
It never used to happen to me when I was a kid. You'd never get anybody over the age of about 45 playing cricket.
You wouldn't, no. That's nicely played by Derek Pettit.
Most of us play Saturday cricket with youngsters.
Yes.
And you can see the 17-year-olds licking their lips and they see some old bloke with grey hair coming into bat and say, we'll bounce him out, no trouble at all. They haven't got the control to do it.
No.
Not at that age. They would be playing third or fourth team cricket if they did.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's just lovely because you can see them and they're full of themselves, and then 2 overs and 30 runs later they're not quite so sure of themselves.
Yeah, it's an old head on your shoulders, always very helpful from a cricketing point of view. And that's end of 7 overs now, 19 without loss. The Kudus. So just
what is that, 2.7, James?
Yeah, struggling a little bit to get the runs off the board. They have bowled well.
They've bowled well. Probably because there aren't that many options other than the spin options. No. But spinners have bowled exceptionally well.
And it is wicket to wicket on this type of surface is really important. We know it's keeping a bit low. Not going to be that easy to score. Haven't given any width necessarily.
All these boys will be watching the last 20 overs of that first innings and realise that the wicket's got flatter and flatter and flatter, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to, haven't you? I mean, that's what this is about. But also, again, I'm going to say, how many have we left out there?
Yeah.
While we've been chatting now, we've half a dozen runs.
Yeah. Definitely,
yeah.
Could have been 25.
And those were the easy ones that we saw. And that makes a very big difference anyway.
But that's the whole thing, and the amount of times we've talked the last couple of days is you come to a tournament like this, and if you don't learn from it, what's the point of coming?
Well, I couldn't agree more.
Because he's becoming more and more and more every 2 years about the World Cups, and so to be able to come to tournaments like this, play against other nations, you've got to be able to take a step back, take a good look at yourself and say, right, what can we learn from that? What can we do that's different, that'll improve us?
That's right. I mean,
improve us 1% all the time.
That's what it's about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just talk about. It just gets the inside edge on that one, and that's Webber's chasing it, and
they're running it this time.
They will get the 2 this time.
Yeah.
And that's good work again from Adrian Webber in the deep, and Louis Birkenstock using his feet there, which we haven't seen much of yet. He's trying to get something going here. He realises that the run rate so far not perhaps where they would want it to be. Maybe the good thing is they haven't lost any wickets as yet. Commentator's curse coming up on that one, but he's using his feet well there. But it's just exactly what you're saying now, Hugh, is what you've been saying, Carl, is around the learnings that you've already taken from this tournament and what it will mean now for South African over-60s cricket or vets cricket into the future. And this team as well, as another run there, as you say, it's probably been left out there. Captain Mike Hayden getting behind it nicely, but just knocking it on, and probably could have taken a single there.
So while you're talking about that, one of our over 40 cricketers, good friend of ours, said when Anthony just sent me a message, he says, Carl sounds very eloquent over commentary. So
very good.
I thought I'll just come and find out for myself.
What does that actually mean?
Ask him.
Good, isn't it? It means good.
It means good.
It means good.
Very good.
I can think of other permutations, but no.
Oh, I had similar couple of friends from home. Peter Doyle's been helping us out a lot the last couple of days. He said, "Who's that new boy? You guys, miles better than you." Thank you very much.
It's lovely.
I wish I was half the left half spinner Doyle is.
So yeah, 8 overs gone, 22 without loss. So just under the 3 runs to the over. And
Wales would be the happier of the two sides after the start.
I couldn't agree more there.
definitely, it's just going to get even slower and potentially lower as the ball gets a bit older.
22 or 48.
Yeah. So
The harsh reality.
and lots of fair amount of runs left out there. With 2 wickets less lost at this stage compared to Wales, but this was really just before Can and Williams got going, and they put on a partnership that they were batting at nearly 8 runs to the over. So just to give you
Exciting. The score updates.
interesting stuff here.
Oh, we're going around the grounds, are we?
We are going around the grounds.
Yes.
Just as they take the single there, just to let you know that Zimbabwe are 37 without loss after 6 overs. So started off like a house on fire there, batting at over 6 and over, chasing 169 against the Impalas. So good start for them. And the USA A team, 32 without loss after 7 overs. Oh, that is close.
That's going to be close.
Umpire Sadiq Mayer. Oh, that was a really close one. Looked like that might have been maybe clipping leg stump or just going down leg, but very close decision. So just 32 without loss after 7.2 overs. So chasing 128 there. So it looks like USA A might be in for an upset there.
That'll make the US selectors think again, won't it, James?
It might, definitely will.
Yes.
So, and we've been chatting a bit about the team of the tournament that we were looking at today. We'll perhaps do a little bit more of that as we.
Did you write them down?
Through. I didn't. I was starting to write them down actually.
Because you know what now?
We're going to forget
Carl
about
Miller's
them,
is
aren't we?
think
He is, yeah.
the fact that we put him in the side, that we've only just made it up because he's here.
Yeah,
so he's
he
written
is.
them down. He'd have seen that we
He
written
would.
his
He
name
would have
down.
seen it definitely. I think I did start to write it down. First name I had on my sheet was Andy Walton.
Yeah. Well, I think he'd be the first name on most people's sheet, wouldn't he?
He would be. He's had an outstanding tournament, so I actually did start to write them down here. Walton, there we go. That's as far as I got.
We can add Mellors to that.
We can add Mellors to that, definitely. Yes, we'll add Mellors to that, and
I think Neil Williams as well.
Williams
probably
is
in the
on
frame.
there.
This is our squad. This is our
Yeah.
squad at the moment. No?
16
This is a squad of what?
The
Go on,
team,
break
of,
it
the,
in.
team of the tournament.
Team of the tournament.
Yeah.
And we've got. We said we put in.
Kenny must be knocking on the door.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Gregor MacDonald as the
Keeper.
captain and
Pete
keeper.
Marks.
Hugh Quick is the other keeper.
Peter Marks,
Peter
definitely.
Marks definitely in
Yeah. Probably Akio Cupido as well, and bowling and
Akil,
batting. Yeah. So he would be in there. I think. And we said Rory McWade from Zimbabwe would definitely be in for us.
Peter Sands Thomas as well.
Yeah,
I think we had down.
I think Sands Thomas as well, and maybe did well today again. Mike van Staden did well.
Did he?
Got a 3 for today. So
and he's got runs as well.
He has got some runs, yes.
Oh! What's happened?
I think that was edged. It was going towards the stumps.
I
think it was.
Did he go? Was it edged?
I don't know.
Or was it just so close?
It was.
Thought it could have
Yeah,
bowled him.
I think it did look. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I don't know how it didn't bowl him. So that's what I was thinking. He might have edged it. It was very
Got a
close to the
scratch on it.
stumps.
Oh.
Yeah. So we've got a
Look at this.
red-winged starling eating a rose beetle. It looks like in front of us.
Wow.
It's wild out in Africa.
Isn't it?
It is,
Wild,
yeah.
Oh, there we go. That's the Rudy Birkenstock trademark
Attenborough's got
shot.
nothing on this.
And poor Keneally after it.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
PK's done well to get that back in.
Yeah, he has done well, hasn't he? That was the. So you know things are getting desperate when Rudy pulls out the reverse paddle there. But so Peter Sands Thomas.
Have you got a wicketkeeper in there?
We've got
Wicketkeeper.
two keepers
yeah,
in
we've got
there.
one
Two
there.
keepers in there.
I'll have quick.
Oh, that's got to be close as
That's
well.
close.
Goodness gracious me.
Oh my goodness, that did look close. So second appeal against Derek Pettit that looked mightily close.
Is that he was playing that very leggish.
Yeah.
Keeper took a step towards the leg side.
Yeah.
That's all we've got to go on,
That's
but I
right.
suspect that's enough to be going
It is
on.
enough, umpire.
The angle that we are watching doesn't really help us very much.
No, it doesn't. No. Oh, he's bowled him this time.
He's done the job.
So doesn't need to ask the umpire about that one, as that's beautifully flighted and just plays all around that one, Derek Pettit, and the first wicket goes down for the Kudus with the score on 24. So
it's pressure, isn't it? That's
it is pressure, absolutely right.
Run rate building up, Wales bowling well, and so therefore pressure on the Kudus batsmen to try and create something, manufacture something, force the issue.
Yeah.
As we know with cricket, most
it's
of the time...
It's a double-edged sword though, isn't it?
It is.
You know, if you're not doing well, you've got to stay in and try and convert it at some stage. And the reality of it is if you lose a wicket, then you put pressure on the next bloke.
Yeah, you do.
As opposed to perhaps building, realising that, and correctly so, Trevor Poole coming in at 3.
Yeah, with the helmet.
But then
on.
you look at the bowling and you think, well, they're entitled to bowl well, so suck it up.
Yeah.
And then try and capitalise perhaps on somebody that comes in after that. Because now suddenly at 24 for 1, now we're tottering on the brink of, 10 overs at the end of this, and there's only 2 balls left in this one.
Yeah.
You think, wow, 10 overs, 2.5, doesn't bode well.
No, not when you're chasing, say 5.5 and whatever to win the game. Already the run rate required is over 6, so just makes it that little bit more difficult. We know how difficult it has been to score on this wicket once the ball gets that little bit older as well. Wales got off to an absolute flyer, and they were batting at 6 and over after 15.
But again, it felt as if the time that Wales were flourishing was in that early period. Once the shine had gone off the ball, but they had a period of about 10-15 overs where they were hitting the boundary quite regularly, and then it slowed down again, didn't it?
Yeah, it definitely made it more difficult as the ball was getting older to be able to also make the pace off the ball. It was when Rudy Birkenstock and Rolf van der Merwe came on, and that wicket from that Mike Cann wicket had gone down. They came on and they were really slowing it down. Into the 4 and over, 4.5 and over during that entire period.
That's going to be.
There we go. Well done.
So Webber's around quickly to
Almost
field.
what we're talking about. If you can't hit the big shots, you need to be noodling and turn it once,
converting it.
Yeah, exactly.
As a matter of interest, James, Derek, what was the score? What was his detail?
Oh, Derek, 2 off 19 deliveries. So, wasn't able to get, rotating the strike, and wasn't able to get the ball into the gaps and eat up a lot of balls. Did eat up a lot of time out there and a lot of deliveries out there in the middle. So I think that's that is the difficulty as well. If you do get stuck, I think the thing is you've got to make a decision as to what you're going to do, especially in this opening power play.
So lots of interest coming in from Neil Williams plays his cricket in Pembrokeshire.
Right.
And a lot of the boys from Pembrokeshire, David Haynes, Mark Davis, Philgy, Minky, all congratulating Neil on his knock today. Lovely to think that how many thousand miles away at the back end of Wales, they're all watching and listening to this. So hello to you all, boys.
Wonderful.
Isn't that great?
And I know at times we've had over 1,000 people watching these games. If in Chennai, if we hit 100, it was good.
Oh, wow.
That in itself tells a story how much more interest has been generated in our game.
It's wonderful to hear that as we see Chris Hudson coming into the attack. Yeah, change of bowling.
Chris Hudson now. James,
what are we going to get here?
I may or may not have spoken to Dr. Hudson in the tea interval. I may or may not had a definitive version while he was walking around with a big lump of hake in his spear the other day.
Wanted to hear about that, yeah.
It's very boring.
Oh dear.
Far too prosaic, I'm afraid. That's almost giving the game away, isn't it? It's taking all the fun out of it, because I reckon I could have strung you along for another 10, 15 overs and at least trying to get you to guess.
You could, definitely. I mean, I was trying to figure out what kind of flake of hake might have been in that brew.
He's a doctor, isn't he? He's a very intelligent man.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Doctor. So I'm sure I could have got you, Swansea. That's where he's based, Swansea Bay.
Oh, I think that was a catch. I think he's put it down. I think difficult to tell from this, but the reaction tells me that I think he's put that down.
He's smiling, so it probably was a drop.
Yeah, I think so. Just stopped again, similar to what we saw with Neil Williams, wasn't it? When he popped that one back to Rudy Birkenstock.
Stopped in the pitch.
Yeah. It's neatly played by Trevor Poole. But there's only going to be one. It's another one that perhaps they could have gone through for two.
Might have been a two. Yeah, so being adopted on in Swansea Bay.
Yeah.
Fish involved, do you think?
Yeah.
I wonder if he's been given some remedy involving hake and
yeah, well, there we go.
He's trying out some herbal type
That's
thing.
right, something that to do with the fermentation of the fish in the brew.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with that.
No, of course not. So we'll wait with.
Well, I need some ideas from you, James.
Breath.
Come on, I need some ideas, you dear boy.
Well, let's just think about that. A piece of hake in the beer. So I'm presuming it wasn't a bottle of beer.
No, there's a pint of beer.
A pint of beer.
Significant.
That is significant.
Had it been a bottle,
I
don't think the situation would have occurred.
No, I don't think it would have appeared. So there was a rather large opening at the top of the glass. Yeah, and that allowed. And
hake could be significant,
but
not as significant as the bottle versus the pint.
Tossed up there by Hudson.
Come on,
and that should have been a single, you feel.
Thinking that should have turned that into a one.
Yeah, it could have done. So just leaving, as you said, Carl, leaving a few runs on the table here.
It's probably approaching 10 runs by now.
Yeah, at least, yeah.
Taking that off.
See, there we go. There's another.
Yeah.
Not the batter's call, the non-striker's call. He's running to the danger end and he's halfway down.
Yeah, it's Trevor Poole's call, and the end of that over, just another single. So 11 gone, 26 for the loss of one.
Hudson's probably been one of the more economical Welsh bowlers over the course of the tournament. Been hard to get him away. He's come on in a lot earlier today. Generally used as a containing bowler is Chris. Normally comes on at the back end of an innings. The fact that he's come on now, I think, tends to suggest the way that Wales feel about this, that if we can really squeeze and break 10-15 overs, you almost bowl yourself into a position that makes it very, very difficult for the Kudus to come back from.
Yeah, and he didn't play in that game, the initial game against the Kudus. So
if you take that analogy, Hugh, I tell you what, it's drumming it in, really, isn't it? It's nailing it in.
Yeah, definitely.
And you don't have to take huge wickets to win a game when you're bowling.
No, definitely not.
No, it's been very good from Wales so far. There's been absolutely no pace at all for the batters from the Kudus to work with, and accuracy of the bowling has been excellent.
And the two boys who've been taking the wickets for us, the two most attacking bowlers, both took 3 for yesterday. We haven't seen them yet.
Right, so.
Yeah, horses for courses, though.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Especially on these surfaces that we've played on this week.
Yeah.
And this, very hard it was earlier on in the day, and probably did have a little bit of moisture underneath. And probably came onto the bat a lot better earlier on, which is when the Welsh team were able to make the most of it.
Yeah.
And,
oops.
They thought about that.
Yeah, it's not that easy for a buffle to turn around.
It's a big ship to turn, isn't it?
It's a big ship to turn, so...
Don't turn on a ticky, I'll tell you that much.
No, not at all. That's better from Trevor Poole.
Full bung, and he's put that away for 4.
That's
mid wicket, 4 runs.
Yeah, well done there by Trevor Poole. Nice sound off the bat, and that's just the second boundary, I think, of the innings.
I was going to say, the first one for quite a while, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the first one for a while, and much needed. Try and just get this scoring rate increased a little bit. Oh, that's
well done.
Much better.
Intent. A little bit of intent.
And that is what you want to see, and that was an easy single there. Rudy Birkenstock taking off quickly and got to the other end without any trouble at all. Down to Stuart Carpenter at that fly slip position.
Fly slip, we love it. And if nothing else, I shall remember this trip for the trip that brought back the flight slip.
There we go. Exactly.
Favourite position. So much ambiguity around that type.
There is. Absolutely.
All
Absolutely.
sorts of ideas. All
Right.
sorts of ideas.
So 6 off that over, and that actually is the best of the innings so far, for the equal best of the innings so far. Yeah.
Well, that's fantastic, and I think on that note, I think I'm going to quit
Right.
while I'm ahead.
There we go.
And I'll leave you two to it. Hopefully, this will be the start of some kind of clawing back, and make this game, as the other games were yesterday, close and quite exciting.
Well, thank you so
James.
much, Carl, for joining us.
Thank
and
you, Carl.
your eloquence, and we really appreciate it. And we'll let's hope the Kudus can get themselves back on an even keel and get themselves close to this target. And we'll say goodbye for the moment. Thank you very much.
James. Bye now.
See you later. Cheerio.
So 32 for 1 after 12, and it really
Sorry,
was
I-
nice.
I had a rumbling noise over my shoulder. Got all excited. The bin day was reoccurring, but
Yeah,
nah, it was
no.
just a car.
Yeah, the diesel cars sound very
Yeah,
much
they
like
do.
the
They do.
rumble of the
They do.
wheelie bins.
That's an in for his second over. Getting back there. They look, they think about the single, but
Yeah, he gets sent back by Birkenstock.
probably a wise thing.
Yeah, probably was. The
Mr.
captain.
Murphy is of the Mellor school of fielding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very much so.
Yeah.
And that's Trevor Poole, quick between the wickets, very fit man, and really does fantastically well. He's good in the field, and didn't see him bowl today, but he turns his arm over very well.
What sort of a tournament has he had, James?
Not what he would have wanted, I don't
Right.
think. He really, you would say. On that
Taken
second,
that one.
what a catch that
Taking
is!
that one.
Brilliant stuff from
Dropped
Hudson. What a catch that was. Played hard back at him, and he took that outstandingly well. And that's the end of Rudy Birkenstock. The Buffle has to go for 22.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
the viewers would have seen that at home.
Yeah,
Sums up this tournament. Got a fist bump from Poole.
yeah,
The non-striking batsman congratulating the bowler on an excellent piece of fielding.
Yeah,
and
that's
that,
brilliant.
to me, sums up,
yeah.
epitomises this tournament. The friendliness, the sportsmanship between the teams. It's just been lovely to see it and lovely to be part of it. And that was yet another beautiful little moment there.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that with us, Hugh. It is all about, that's what this tournament is actually all about, isn't it? It's about that. It's about how the game is played and the spirit of the game,
Yeah.
and just the enjoyment of being out there in the middle and sharing it with people who love the game as well. And Trevor Poole, what a gentleman he is, really is. Been a fantastic captain and leader of this SA Kudus team. It's really thanks to him and with Mark Tessendorf and a couple of others, Ben Dupree as well, that they've been able to put this team on the field.
Look, no, you can't see it in the picture,
Yeah.
but the two captains sort of embracing there.
Wonderful.
Isn't that lovely?
It's absolutely fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
And
Mike Hayden acknowledging the
Yeah.
lovely sportsmanship from Trevor Poole towards Chris Hudson, and that's just
yeah.
that great. It's spreading the love. It sounds a bit cliche, but that really is what we've been seeing.
Yeah.
So nice to see.
And if there's one thing we'll remember from this tournament, it's moments like that.
Exactly.
And it's not that the cricket is secondary at all. It's the most important reason why they're together, but even more importantly is the
The way it's
fact-
played, isn't it?
Yeah,
The way
absolutely.
it's played.
The way it's played. And,
I think there's a lot said. We've
Yeah.
probably most of us were brought up in an era where that was the
Yes.
way, but
yeah,
has cricket lost its way a little bit in the
Yeah,
last generation or so?
changed a lot, hasn't it,
Yeah.
in terms of that? I think I had the hope, maybe naively, and we'll talk about that now.
Floats it up to Hudson. He's got the
Yeah,
luxury now, 2 wickets down.
Yeah.
Run rate getting up to 7 and over required.
Yeah.
He can really float it up, and
yeah. Frank Auger not had too much of a chance to bat this week either. It's nice to see as well, and they will take the single here. That's much better. And Auger's in easily. Bit upset with himself, isn't he? Fielder there, trying to
Yeah,
see who that
Johnny
is. Oh, John
Jones.
Jones, yeah. They didn't.
couldn't quite get down to it
Yeah.
cleanly enough. I think if he had, it could have been interesting.
It could have been very interesting. Frank Auger was making his way to the non-strikers end, so he'll be looking to increase the scoring rate here a little bit with his captain Trevor Poole. But another reasonable innings there from Rudy Birkenstock, 22 off 46. Hit 100 the other day. It's certainly the highlight of his tournament. This is very good bowling from Hudson. It's the end of the over. 33 for the loss of 2 now after 13 overs. And just by means of comparison, it was after 13 overs, 77 for 2 were Wales. So you can see the gap there is absolutely massive. Not even batting yet at 3 runs to the over.
And more response from Pembrokeshire. Rodney Murphy congratulating Neil, but also commiserating with Stuart Carpenter on his bad luck today.
Yeah,
but,
it was,
lots of listeners and viewers down in Pembrokeshire.
that's
Great
wonderful.
to hear from you all, boys. Great to hear from you all.
Yeah, thank you so much for the comments that you're sending through to Hugh. It really is lovely to hear from you. Very much appreciated, knowing that in other parts of the world you are watching this and enjoying the cricket.
And my good mate Rick Walton also adding his congratulations. So lots of interest down from Pembrokeshire today. Rick, I look forward to seeing you again in a couple of weeks when our season starts. Play for 2 or 3 different sides with Rick, I do.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Not too far away from the beginning of the season.
Not at
in
home.
the Northern Hemisphere.
But if the weather's a quarter good of this, I'll be very, very happy.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Beautiful, beautiful cricketing weather.
Yeah, we've had a couple of days that we've had a little bit of rain, but it hasn't dampened the spirits at all. As games have all gone to their conclusion, whether it's been a shortened game or not. We haven't, with the Kudus, funnily enough, not had a shortened game, which has been really good. So no games decided on the Duckworth Lewis Stern.
We've been lucky. I mean, we were very lucky when we played the Kudus earlier on, because you and I were both thinking at any moment it's going to stop.
Right.
And running back and forth to check the Duckworth Lewis score, but actually the game went the full distance, didn't it?
Which was wonderful. Really a testament to the spirit of cricket in which that game was played.
Change of bowling at the bottom end. Tony Smith is on. Left arm round the wicket.
So more spin, as you say, it may well be, if it goes to 45 overs, maybe 45 overs of spin.
And Tony, I think, was one of the names that we had in our squad team of the tournament. He's bowled well, he's scurried and scuttled with a bat and made some big contributions. That's not out.
No, it's
again, shaping towards the leg side, and that sort of tells it all, doesn't it? And he's been superb in the field, so I think...
it would be down. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 players in the squad already. Difficult to know who to leave out, actually, when we look at the...
we've got Peter Lund down there. We said
we have Andy Lund,
Andy Lund, sorry,
Andy Lund,
Andy Lund.
And I would certainly put Andy in there as well. And I think probably, got to look at.
I think we're a few Zimbabweans short, aren't we?
We are definitely a few Zimbabweans short. We've got four Zimbabweans in that 10 so far, and probably we'll put Mike van Staden in there as well from Zimbabwe.
Oh yes.
So we'll put him in as well. That's, and then I think we've got 5 Zimbabweans in our 11 so far.
This is going to be interesting, because normally at these tournaments, on the final evening, there is a sort of team of the tournament, isn't there? So it'll be interesting to compare our list.
Yeah, we can have a look at that.
Yeah.
There's this good work done here by Paul Keneally.
They've run well. They've run well.
For 2.
Yeah. Is that going to be leg buys? Nope. Must have come off the bat.
Off the bat of Frank Auger.
Yeah.
And he goes to 3 with that 2 down the leg side. So, it's been just trying to look at the players here that I've got in my book. Oof.
That did a bit. See, our second keeper in our squad was very, very quick in taking the bails off there.
Yes, and no pun intended either. Quick by name and quick by nature.
Very sharp by nature.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's keep it like that. We can't change his name, but we can certainly
that's
change our adjectives.
35 for 2 after 14. So batting at exactly 2.5.
I love it when people duck when they go in front of us, because they think the camera's at the top of the side screen. You haven't got to duck at all, ladies. Stand tall.
There we go. So let's see, we've got, we'll put Tony Smith in there, just getting back to this Zimbabwean team. We've got probably the 5 players there, maybe, we've John Jamieson as well, the 70-year-old that
played in the first game, got some runs and then got injured, didn't he?
He did, and Wayne Parham probably. Oh, that's down the leg side. That's a quick run, and is Trevor Poole going to make? No, he's not.
Gone.
Is he gone?
Yeah,
He is,
walked.
he has gone. He knew that he was out.
Yeah.
It was a quick single, great work in the field once again there, and that is an excellent run out, and not quite sure who that was, Hugh, that actually affected that.
I think it was John
out.
Jones.
Could have been.
Congratulations, is it John Jones?
Yeah. That's,
or was it Tony Smith? If it was a left arm throw, it was Tony Smith.
Yeah, and we don't unfortunately have any kind of replay, but yeah, Trevor Poole knew that he was.
I was watching the men running there rather than the men fielding.
Me too, actually. I wasn't watching the fielder, but it's Trevor Poole run out for 7.
It was Tony, was it?
Off.
Yes, we seem
10
to think.
deliveries. So it was Tony
we
Smith.
seem to think from Jane Richards, who's documenting this for our social media, that it was Tony Smith.
Well, very well done to Tony. Some great work.
Very well done to Jane as well for spotting.
Absolutely, for spotting that.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
Yeah,
it was.
Fantastic.
We do have action replays all of a sudden.
There we go. Wonderful to see.
Yeah,
fantastic. He could have easily thrown that to the keeper's end. He decided exactly right to go to the bowler's end.
You know, back to what Carl was saying to us, is what's impressed him about this Welsh side is the fielding, and I'm sure if Carl was here, he'd been very,
he would,
in a perverse sort of way, very excited about what he saw just there.
Yeah, I think
not
he would.
Too pleased seeing it going against his team, but certainly backing up what he was saying about how impressed he's been with the Welsh fielding, and that was yet another example of it, wasn't it?
Very good example of it, and just that's what makes the difference.
Yeah.
And we saw how he made the difference in the first innings with his run out of Mike Cann.
Indeed.
And here again we've seen how fielding has made the difference as they tried to go through for the quick single. Certainly looked like it was on, with Frank Auger calling him through, but Trevor Poole just not making his ground.
Great piece of fielding, wasn't it?
It was.
Great
Brilliant piece of fielding. Yeah, Andy Lund is in now, and it's 35 for the loss of 3. So
I think that's an example in front of our very eyes about how this over-60s game is evolving. Yeah. Suddenly you've got pieces of fielding like that happening.
Yeah, very much so. Oh, that's
which the batsmen aren't expecting, not used to. That might go for 4. Gareth Edwards is chasing it hard on the boundary. He's going to just cut it off.
Yeah, dives,
just take the 2. Just take the 2.
Yeah.
It's a long boundary out there, isn't it?
It is a long boundary out that way. It's a lot shorter to the left of us as you're looking at it, but Auger played that one quite nicely. It was a full toss, so he's given the opportunity. Didn't hit it very hard, but he timed it nicely into the leg side. And now
Peter Doyle is here.
Yeah,
and
good.
Janine, my partner, has been listening to Peter Doyle quite a few days. I'm sure she loves me, but she has said Doyle is a better commentator than me, so if I can persuade him to come in and step in for a few overs, Mr. Doyle, would you oblige?
We can chat.
Being as he's an improvement on me, any time.
Give you a break.
Thank you very much, Hugh. And,
I'm not going far.
Thank you, Peter.
I'm going to pick up some tips from you.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Lovely to have you here with us.
It's a pleasure. And what a beautiful ground it is.
It is a lovely ground, isn't it?
Great setting for this 3rd v 4th match.
Good game that it's been so far. Played in a fantastic spirit.
Yes, indeed. Fantastic.
Andy Lund is facing his first delivery.
Had a great spell earlier on.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
He bowled well. He's been very good all tournament. Actually, he took a 3-for in the first game against the USA. He's been very economical and both batting and bowling.
Yeah, I think he had runs against us when we played.
He did, yeah. He did get some runs against you. I can refer back to my scorecard there and have a look as it's the drinks break here. Drinks coming out for the players, and he
was involved with the start.
He was, yes, just trying to get. He did play with came in at number 3, got 36 off 47 deliveries. So it was a good innings from him there as well. That was a very good game, that first game as well. So
it was really tight.
Yeah,
we had some unfortunate dismissals, if I seem to remember.
Yes,
with
the 2 very unfortunate dismissals, both in the same over.
Yeah,
funnily
that's
enough.
Right. And so we did well to fight back from that. And one of our guys, Stuart Carpenter, bat in with a runner.
Yeah, did brilliantly, didn't he? and there.
His colleague Neil Murray-Williams come in and ran. We call him Forrest now.
Yeah, I'm
run,
sure you
Forrest,
do.
Run.
Run, Forrest, run, and he did indeed. It was brilliant from him. I mean, he got the Player of the Match award for that running. It was fantastic running that he came on, and he was turning ones into twos, and really was outstanding work from him. I mean, and they was running with Neil Williams for most of that, his partner at the other end, and that was that partnership between Neil Williams and Stuart Carpenter of 83 that really got you to that title.
It's a match-winning partnership.
Yeah, that 2:29 for 6, and they got that in the 42nd over. So it was a very close game, and one that we really all enjoyed, I must say. And this one again, it's been really excellent work from the men from Wales so far.
Yeah, good start. We'll be happy with that. How many overs is it? 15.
15,
just having a drinks break. So
38, just batting at 2.5 to the over,
and 3 wickets down.
Yeah, and it's just by comparison, Peter. I mean, 93 for 3 were Wales after 15 overs.
Yeah,
just been struggling to get the ball away and not been able to turn, or not being able to run the singles either, and turn ones into twos. So it's been very difficult for the men from the Kudus.
There was an obvious 3 here in the last over, wasn't there, which wasn't taken.
That's right, and a couple of singles that they haven't taken, and the one they did take that ended up being excellent work from Tony Smith to get the run out of Trevor Poole. So
great work at the bowler's end by Chris Hudson.
It was,
as well,
wasn't
I
it?
thought,
He was
because
right
it
there
was a
at
low
the
throw.
stumps. Yeah, it was
pick it up and whip the bails off in a second.
That just goes to show how the work that is done really does pay off. And the work done behind the scenes in training and just working through it really does pay off, and we've been highly impressed with this, the Welsh team, and particularly your fielding and running between the wickets has been outstanding.
It's something that we've taken note of from our previous experiences, particularly in Chennai. We were so impressed with the Australians' level of fitness for over-60s that we came back to the UK and we thought to ourselves, we've all individually got to take on a little bit of responsibility. We want to stay and make our way in this game at this level, and we have to go for, we have to improve our fitness.
Yeah.
And Tony is big into yoga.
Yes. Okay.
So every morning before the game, we'll do a yoga session with Tony, and then post match as well. So that's something which I think is helping.
Definitely is. Does make a difference. I mean, the conditioning so important. I mean, especially as you get to, advancing age, and you trying to keep yourself in shape. Very important.
Yeah.
And that's where, it's just working on your fitness and just making sure you're keeping yourself in shape, eating well again,
Absolutely.
eating healthily, and
lots of water on board.
Yeah, very
particularly
important.
when you play in the hotter countries. It's a little bit alien for us in that respect, playing in these conditions, but
and you did have some very hot days last week. I mean, before the rain came, with a couple of really real scorchers, which you need to make sure you're staying hydrated. And
that's right. Tony's right on the spot here, isn't he?
Yeah, very good. And that's what they were looking at, wicket to wicket. That's a maiden over from Tony Smith. Excellent from him, 38 for 3 after 16. But Peter, it's been wonderful having you all here, and you've had a great time here in South Africa, hopefully.
Fantastic, really enjoyed all the venues we played at. I mean, first class, I've got to be honest with you, fantastic, and the level of hospitality we received has been wonderful, so it's been great.
And we've really enjoyed having you here. It's been wonderful for me as well, being on the mic with Hugh. So much information, and just being able to share what's happening and behind the scenes around with the team, and just how you're all working together, and your sort of club setups in the UK, in Wales, and really just the togetherness of your team, which is so evident to see, the spirit of cricket, which is really evident in your team.
We're quite fortunate in as much as that during the season we play in the English counties over-60s competition, and it's got a good level, I've got to be honest with you, and it's getting better and better all the time, and these World Cups obviously help give people a little bit of a goal to aim for.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wonderful to have you here playing in a tournament like this.
How was that missed? How was that
off
missed?
season, I don't know how that
A little
missed
bit of an
outside the
arm,
off stump.
a little bit of drifter there, I think, from
maybe
Chris.
The breeze just maybe helping as it's coming across the ground. Frank Olga forward missed it and kept his back foot anchored in the crease. Bit of an appeal for the stumping, but umpire Wilma Jones not interested. Neatly tickled into the leg side. Just will be the single. Mike Hayden picking up there, captaining today.
Yeah. Chris being able to bowl to a nice ring field here. Not really, because we've taken 3 wickets. I think the pressure is on the batting side now to try and break that ring.
Yeah.
And bowling to his field really well. In actual fact, there you go.
It's nicely played.
Single.
By Andy Lund, and once again the fielder gets to it quickly and releases it. As you say, you can have at this stage 4 fielders outside the ring. We've only got 1 at the moment, the man at deep square. So it's just an indication, you say, of the state of the game.
I think so. 1 into
2 fielders outside. I didn't see the man at deep cover.
Deep point coming out of the trees there, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's on the side there. It's a beautiful ground here. Unfortunately, from the camera angle you're not really able to see the wide angle view that we have, which is absolutely gorgeous. Got the clubhouse off to our right hand side, and then Table Mountain behind that, off to the right. Very picturesque ground.
Beautiful ball, well bowled again.
Yeah, well bowled.
Nice tight over again.
Yeah, another good over, wasn't it? Just the 3 off that one. 41 for 3 now after 17. So it's been.
Is the rate going up?
Struggle. It is, isn't it? It's going up now. It might give it to us on the scorecard now, but so 17 overs gone, 28 to go, and still needing the best part of 205 it is to get over the line. So 38 to 205, well, it's going to be well over 5 to the over, nearly 6 and over, I would think.
We look to play these games in 15 over chunks, you know, to give ourselves some targets, so we'll be pretty happy, I've got to be honest with you.
Yes.
With the first 15, hopefully now we can get to the 30 over mark and keep pushing that run rate up and possibly take 1 or 2 wickets in between. So
it would be 206. They certainly, it's up and about, must be at least 6 and over. I get my
bowled again. It's right on the stumps.
And that's exactly what the chat was about at lunchtime. That on this wicket, you've got to bowl wicket to wicket.
You bowl wicket to wicket, and you've got a chance. I mean, it's up to the batsman then to make sure he hits it. Yes. I know it sounds obvious, but that's exactly you miss, you're gone.
Absolutely,
you know?
Right. We always say that. You miss, I hit. That's what you want to do. And on these wickets in the Cape, that's the mantra.
Tony, it's a low bounce there. See, slightly, it's an unfortunate way, but still, it's a low bounce. It tells you a little bit about the wicket, I think.
It has got a lot lower and slower as the day has gone on. It's been good bowling here from Tony Smith.
Again.
Backing up what we've seen from Mike Cant, Gareth Edwards, and from Chris Hudson.
It's 4 spinners in action,
and
another spinner to come as well.
I was going to say, there's more to come, isn't there? So we're expecting to have maybe 45 overs of spin to get through all of them. At some stage, Kudus will look to try and accelerate, but at the moment that's very difficult to do with the accuracy of the bowling. Andy Lund will be looking to just work it around. He's had a very good tournament. So he got a very good 30 odd against you. He got a half century in the first game and a 95 in the second game. He's really been good with the bat and ball.
Again, low.
Yeah.
Low.
very
That's
low.
below the pad roll, isn't it? He's playing that almost.
Yeah.
It seems to be anyway from here.
No, definitely,
You know,
very much
you know.
so. You've got to be very careful if you're on the back foot,
Yeah.
particularly if the ball's on the stumps. Saw that earlier on today when Andy Lund just died and trapped Gareth Edwards in front, and that's better from Frank Auger coming forward.
Gareth's dismissal, the ball didn't bounce hardly at all.
No, it didn't. It didn't bounce at all. I mean, it
didn't
was,
leave the umpire with any choice. Really,
no, no. It was certainly looked like one that wasn't. It certainly was missing off, and it was missing leg.
Yeah, exactly.
As they say. So, and yeah, Wilma Jones, very good umpire. She has to be sure, and she'll give the decision if she is convinced that it is out. And certainly is
That's
wonderful
what we like
to have
see
her.
as players, I think, is
Absolutely.
the umpire giving a little bit of thought before raising their fingers. I think the argument is sometimes with some umpires, as soon as they see it, they know in their heads that it's a plum LBW, so to speak. But
you do get some umpires that are quick on the draw, and you get others that do take their time.
Inviting the drive there.
Yeah.
Tossing it up, inviting the drive. I think knowing the situation. We've got long on back here. So, I mean, if he wants to go long, and also we've got mid off just on the edge of the ring, I think. So, I mean, it's a tempting field, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe for Frank Auger to go over
there he goes
top.
again.
And that's played down to the man that Peter was describing at long on. Just through for the single. You don't mind giving the singles away. It's the boundaries you want to stop, and they've been few and far between. I think only 2 boundaries so far for the men in yellow. As the Kudus seek to chase down a very, very good total of 253. They need 254 to win. And not even
local knowledge says that 250 was about par, I think.
Yeah, I think I sort of thought, looking at the wicket first thing today, that probably 5 and over would be enough. 225. Change that when Wales were going at sort of 6 and over off the first 15, but it did prove that the wicket certainly hasn't improved as the day's gone on. It's gone a lot lower and slower.
I'm a great believer in 60s cricket as well. That obviously we're going back to this fitness levels again, but generally field inside, if they're in heat, fielding and they're chasing a big total, they're going to get tired. So they have to go in and bat again. Then
that's right.
So it's always a good one to bat first, probably.
Yeah, and particularly on
this
surface.
Low bounce. He's played that
shot.
really well, and watched him right onto the bat. Great chase with the skipper.
Yeah, brilliant chase there, down to the
2.
boundary.
Mike moving into overdrive, chasing that. Fair play to him.
It was really good chase, and there again, just cutting down. It probably wouldn't have actually reached the boundary, but there again, had it been a slow chase, there would have been the potential for 3 maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just the 2 for the men at the crease. So once again, fielding very good from Wales, and Hugh was talking to us about is exactly what you said, Peter, about the experience you had in Chennai.
Yeah.
And Carl Miller's just chatting to us as the end of another Hudson over. It's 49 for the loss of 3, so another 3 off that one. And Carl was just saying, South Africa, not quite from an over-60s point of view at that level yet, that they really are working on learning on it. So they're learning through this tournament, massive learnings for them as they look to the Over-60s World Cup next year, and the players that they have. So the 2 South African teams here, that they'll be looking at how do they put their best team together. There's a tournament happening later on in the year in Zimbabwe, I believe, which is going to be very important for the South African teams in their team in their development for that World Cup to make sure they can be competitive. Yeah,
that's right. 60s tone cricket is actually exploded, I think, personally, the last 4 or 5 years, and behind it you've got the 50s as well, which has grown even more, I think. Again, that low bounce, it would be a good single if he gets there. He's got it. easily
Yeah.
got it in actual fact.
Yeah, could have started
Yeah.
off a bit earlier, couldn't
Yeah,
they? And
yeah.
they got through for the single as well, just to show how easy it was to
Yeah.
get that single. It's a very good
It's the sort
field
of
was-
thing that you teach youngsters, really, isn't it? If
That's
you
right.
hit it and you both decide to go,
Then you
very,
go.
very difficult to stop.
Yeah, it is, and that's the 50 up for the Kudus after 19.2 overs, so much slower than they would have wanted. It's nicely played by Andy Lund, straight down to long on.
He's
Another
very
good-
comfortable going back. I bowled
Yes,
to him in
yeah.
in the first game we played,
Yeah,
and he's very much a back foot player.
yeah.
He can play on the front foot as well, but
Okay.
his first movement is to look to go back
Yes.
and backs his eye.
He does. He's got to be careful on this surface
Absolutely,
doing that.
you have,
but,
yeah, that's right. And Tony will be encouraged by that, I will think, because he think to himself, if he wants to play that way against me,
Yeah,
and I'll
absolutely.
just put the ball there, he can take the risk.
Yeah, some good fielding there as well in covers. John Jones just couldn't get onto that, but the man behind from, I don't know who that is out there.
Neil Williams.
Neil Williams, yeah, coming
yeah.
across really very good and fielding. Brilliant 74 from him earlier on today. And that's good running.
That's a
Was
great single.
a couple of those earlier on that they weren't taking, and that's very good running between Frank and Andy there, and coming through for the single.
Bit of a partnership developing here.
Yeah, they've put on 18 already
Yeah.
for this fourth wicket, and they'll want to continue that. I think this is the type of wicket that if once you get in, you need to stay in. I know it sounds a bit silly, but to say that, but I mean, once
that's
you
right.
face a few deliveries and
Yeah,
you
and
know,
you're used to the
there.
bounce, don't
That's
you?
right, absolutely. Make sure that you can keep that going, as it's 4 off that over 53 for the loss of 3 after 20. So, Peter, looking forward to that World Cup next year in Toronto.
If selected,
Yeah,
I've been fortunate enough to go to. I went to the first inaugural World
Okay.
Cup in Brisbane,
Fantastic.
Sunshine Coast, which was brilliant, and I went to Chennai last year as well.
Wonderful.
If I was able to make 3, which the way we are developing as a side, I've got to be honest, I'm probably I'll be 68 by then. So if I
Okay.
get into that,
That's fantastic.
I'd be
yeah.
fantastic. I'd be
Yeah.
really, really pleased. But
Yeah.
I'll keep working on my fitness
Yeah,
to try and get there.
That's the thing, isn't it? Just keep going. That's what you can. That's all you can do, and you've got a fantastic goal to aim at.
Absolutely,
Certainly,
it certainly is.
and for everybody involved with over-60s cricket, just fantastic that veterans cricket. You've got these World Cups. I mean,
Wonderful.
I've had the privilege of being at 2 of them over the last 2 years. The over-40s last year and the over-50s the year before. And really has been wonderful just being part of those, commentating and
meeting
being there. Yeah, meeting all the people has been absolutely fantastic.
people who've got the same love and passion for the game
Yeah.
as you have.
And it was last year, I was saying to Hugh when we were on air earlier in the week that I had 3 matches last year with the Welsh team, which was wonderful. So we didn't have commentators assigned to teams last year. We were all assigned differently, but I managed to have 3 matches, including the final playoff match with Wales, which was really wonderful. Got to know some of the players well. It was really lovely to be part of that setup.
Cricket people are generally good people,
They are,
nice
aren't they?
people,
They
and
are.
you know, you share the same values. I think whatever part of the world you're in.
Yeah.
And,
Absolutely right. And was plenty of and I say those over 40s and players like Nick Morgan, Simon Halliday.
Simon did
Hopkins,
very well
yeah,
in
yeah.
the 50s World Cup.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
believe
did,
He's
yeah.
done very well. Did very well, which
think
is
he-
wonderful to hear. Oh, it's
Great
nicely
shot.
swept. There is
Man out there though.
protection in the deep. Just the single. That's well fielded there in the deep. That's is that Neil Williams again? No, it's not.
It's Gareth.
It's Gareth, isn't it?
Yeah,
Gareth Edwards.
Gareth
I see
Edwards,
now,
the
yeah.
man with the famous name.
That's right. Yeah. It's,
The number 9 on his back as well.
He does indeed. The same as the
The
captain of
legend.
the over 40s last year, Gareth Edwards as well.
Oh, that's right.
But, yeah, it's good running from Frank Auger. Played it straight to Adrian Webber, but he comes through for the single. Couple of balls left in this Chris Hudson over. He's been very good as Chris Hudson.
just wondering whether Mike Hayden, the skipper now, will be beginning to think to himself, these two are playing too comfortably. I need to make a little bit of a bowling change because the batsmen are perhaps just getting to understand what the bowlers are trying to do, and with the variations that we've got, I'm sure it'll be on his mind.
May well be. It's
Might soon see the leg spin of Paul Murphy, I would have thought.
interesting to see that on this surface.
Yeah,
It does
it
get
will be.
some
It will
purchase, I must say. Great fielding. My goodness.
Straight onto his favoured hand, but it bounced beautifully for him. Lovely reach. Again, that's one of those things where the yoga comes in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Down you go.
Right.
You see so many cricketers in 60s using their feet.
Yeah, you do see a lot of that.
You know, it's something we've tried to move away from again.
Very important to have that, just the suppleness to be able to do that. And that's to say where things like the yoga come in, just maintain the level of fitness, keeping those muscles loose as much as you can to make sure you can get down and field. Very important, because the minute you're using your foot to stop that, you've still got to get your hand down to pick it up, so it gives the batters maybe a chance to get through for the run.
And you're still reaching with your foot.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're going to reach, you may as well go.
May as well go down and reach with the hand. So fantastic. As I say, it's wonderful to see the depth that is there. I mean, from a Welsh veterans cricket point of view, it's a small country but producing really good teams.
We're fortunate in Wales that we've since we started 60s, which must have been about, I'm guessing, 12 perhaps years ago.
Wow. Okay.
We've got actually 4 teams.
That's brilliant.
Researching. And 2 over-70s teams as well.
Which is absolutely
it's unbelievable,
fantastic.
Isn't
It is unbelievable, yeah.
You know,
I mean, it was had the privilege a couple of years ago to meet John Embury.
Okay, legend.
Absolute legend.
Another
what
brilliant
great
bit of
fielding. Frank August thinking that's a single all day long.
Yeah.
Tony Smith does brilliantly to get down and field. And in his 70s, John Embury saying that he was still playing cricket. So absolutely
really?
Wonderful to hear, yeah. And just regaling a story to me, which was really, really interesting. That's down the leg side, will be wided. That he was playing and he was on the boundary and the ball was popped up in the air, and he said for that sort of split second he forgot that he was over 70 and he ran forward and sort of dived to catch the ball. Oh, that's well bowled.
He's got away with that.
Yeah.
Beating him outside off stump. He's come down, he's seen him coming, I think he's dropped it a little bit shorter. And good bowling. Yeah,
very well done. This has been an excellent bowling display so far from Wales. 22nd over we're in now, just 60 on the board for the Kudus. They're finding it very difficult to get the ball away. A bit short of that time and a bit easier.
Look at Webber coming in off the boundary there, straight in.
Yeah, it's good. It gets the ball quickly.
It's enough once the batsman sees that you're on the move and you're getting close to the ball. It's enough to stop the single.
So now this is the best partnership of the innings so far for the Kudus. There's Andy Lund, as you were saying, Peter, getting onto his back foot once again, just playing it nicely into the covers. And he has been, I would say, probably the player of the tournament for the Kudus. Andy Lund, both
certainly bowled well,
bat and ball, and in the field, in fact. Oh, that's nicely played by Frank Auger that time. Once again, good fielding on the boundary, so no thought of a second. Ball just picked up easily, and it's another good over. So 5 off that, so they've been scoring 4, 5 and over for the last 3 or 4, so it's been better from the Kudus.
Certainly been an intent, isn't it, to try and up the rate a little bit and run between wickets.
Definitely, it's been good to see from the Kudus as they try and edge their way back into the game, but very difficult. I mean, still got to score 191 that they need, and only 138 balls left, so 23 overs, 191, so it's 8 and over, isn't it, that they're looking at, even more than that actually. very difficult. You feel, and there is going to be a change of bowling.
Yeah, it's Paul Murphy.
It is,
leg
yeah.
spin.
It is the leg spin. So, and you were saying you thought, Peter, that there would be a change of bowling.
Yeah.
These two just getting a little bit more set, bringing
Just
the
don't
leg
want them to get
spin
too
on.
comfortable
No.
here, you know, and get used to one particular type of bowling
Yeah.
from each end.
Yeah.
Sure, it's in the batsman's mind, probably thinking to himself, I'll take this bowler, and you know, every bowler's got a plan.
Yeah.
Same as every batsman's got a plan, so you've got to try and break those plans up as a field side sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's very important. You know, you've got to assess the situation, see where you think you're going to be able to just change the momentum perhaps of what's happening, and that has been a little bit more momentum getting into the Kudus batting at the moment.
Put something else into the batsman's mind as well, isn't it? I mean, Paul bowls good leg spin, so it'll be completely different from facing an off spinner who turns it in but also drifts it away. What you see now is the ball going away from the bat, and Murph has got a nice googly.
I was going to say, does he possess the googly?
He does. He has got a good googly, and
didn't see him. I mean, I don't think he played in that previous match, did he? So have yet to see him bowl. So I'm looking forward to this. Leg spin is a real art, isn't it?
It certainly is.
One of those things that a good leg spinner, it's always wonderful to watch. Just the variations and how it comes out of the hand, how you can try and pick what they do differently, and it's always good to see a
highly skilled technique.
It is highly skilled technique and
difficult.
Yeah, interesting because I cover quite a lot of women's cricket here in South Africa at provincial level, and was actually at the match over yesterday with the Western Province women were playing against the KwaZulu-Natal coastal women. That's a nice loop on that one, and immediately a little bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, it was.
And it's interesting to see there, because there are a couple of young leg spinners that are coming through in the women's cricket in South Africa. One in particular, Seshni Naidu, who was part of the South African under-19 teams, also played for the senior women's team, and just to see how they work. And that one
a little bit flatter.
A little bit flatter, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But that's the standard leg break, it looks like. And just to see how they work with their variations, which is really interesting as they're developing their art. It's wonderful to watch these young players just as they get guided by coaches and they try and work out their game. I think it's really lovely to see. And leg spinners particularly.
You need a brave captain to bowl a leg spinner in league cricket in particular, I think. You know, the captain's got to have faith in you. And
yes. And that's what's really important, isn't it, for the captain to be able to throw you the ball and say, okay,
it's a two-way thing. You've got to have confidence yourself to be able to bowl it, and the captain's got to have confidence in you, I think.
Exactly. Yeah, because it's generally an attacking option.
Yeah,
and you can get the wickets.
Great shot. One run though. This is his back foot again, isn't it?
Yeah, again he's rocking back, and he does play it well, doesn't he?
Yeah,
nice sound off the bat, Andy London. He was talking to me earlier in the week. He's here from KwaZulu-Natal. He lives just north of Durban.
Okay.
And just one of two KwaZulu-Natal players in the team. The other one, Paul Gouge, who didn't play today, but he played against you earlier in the week. And Andy and his wife Kim, as I say, here from KwaZulu-Natal, in the air, and just falling short of John Jones in the covers.
Immediately creating an opportunity.
That's right. Yeah.
Of some form, isn't it?
A bit early on the shot there.
Bit different.
Frank Auger. But tossed up a bit more, wasn't it? Let's see. Yeah, just lost his run up there, didn't he?
Get that rhythm right.
Yeah.
Nice. And again, through that. Interested in he's driving it in the air through the covers. Or mid-off, I should say.
Yeah, as long as he gets it straight enough, and no real danger there, but Auger through for the single.
The spinners would be quite happy going at 4
at
this moment in time.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's 68 for 3, so 5 off that first over from Murphy, but they need a lot more than that. They need almost double that and over now it's becoming a very difficult chase. Just 132 balls left and still needing
over halfway now.
Yeah, got a lot of runs that they still need to score here. We get 32 plus 50.
Conversation going on there between Paul Murphy and Mike as to where they were driving the ball then.
Yeah.
In fact, he was going in the air, I would have thought. He's perhaps tightening up that extra cover area.
Yeah. I think that's sensible. They've got a man in at a shortish extra cover now. Frank Auger, he's going to have to go very straight if he wants to play it in the air. Rocks back
Low
in that.
bounce again.
Just did not get up at all.
Gosh.
He's just looking at the wicket keeper there. It's Hugh Quick there at keeping wicket. Did well, the wicket keeper,
Yeah,
to
he
get
did
down.
in actual fact. It's a good point.
Oh,
There's
he's got it.
the ball.
And that's exactly what you were
Really,
talking about.
Yeah.
He did come down the wicket and he tried to play it back, probably past the bowler. All he manages to do is play it to the bowler, and he's caught and bowled by Tony Smith, and he gets his first wicket, does Smith, and that's the one Frank Auger, and Auger has to go 18 for him.
Off
44 deliveries it will be, and I think it was 18, was it? No, 19 it was, sorry, 19 that he scored. We're a little bit behind on the scoreboard there. So 19.
This is the big partnership, I would say, no?
I think so. Carl Miller's
Yeah.
coming out to the wicket, and we know that he's had a pretty good tournament with the bat. He got that 120 against Wales in that first game. He's got a couple of 20s. He's felt that he could have gone on a bit more in a couple of the innings that he has played. So he'd probably be, overall, we were saying, probably Carl will be really a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to convert more of those 20s into bigger innings, and just the one really big innings from him. Probably be again also a little bit disappointed he hasn't taken as many wickets as he perhaps would have expected to. So
he bowled well today, though.
he did bowl well. He did bowl well today.
He didn't give much away.
Picked up a couple of sticks as well, and that will have encouraged him. The youngest member of this team, having just turned 60 the day before the tournament started.
Okay.
So gave us some good insights into over-50s cricket.
Okay.
And thank you, Peter.
Thank you very
to
much.
chat to you.
Lovely,
Hugh
really
will
enjoyed it.
Make his way back in. Thank you.
Yep.
It was
Cheers.
great to have a chance to chat to you.
Yep. Thanks a lot, Peter. Janine's favourite commentator's been replaced. Sorry, Janine, if you're listening. The standard's about to go down. I'm back on.
I was going to say with another one of Janine's favourite commentators, I'm sure.
Well, no, Peter's her favourite.
Oh, well, there we go.
Complexion of this game has changed ever so slightly since I was last on comms here, James. It's becoming a bit of a mountain to climb now for the Kudus, I think.
I think more of a, it's looking a bit more like Everest for them at the moment, I think. Or maybe it's just, maybe it's K2.
This is the boy who could change things, isn't he?
Yes, he could. And certainly going to see, I think, we did see it with Frank as well out there in the middle, Frank Auger, with with Andy Lund, a little bit more intent from a running point of view.
Yeah.
And they've been batting at about 5 and over for the last few overs, but it's they need a lot more than that. Ooh.
But you get the sense that it's in the hands of these two now. These are the two that could have one of those days.
They could.
And suddenly 250 becomes very, very easy, doesn't it?
It's what they're going to need.
Yeah.
And we just need to update the scorecard here. Just give us a moment. This delivery just played down to long off for a single.
So Murphy to continue.
Yeah, it's been an interesting change. Some nice variation here with the leg spinner.
Ooh, was that a chance?
I think it might have been
Was
a
that a
chance.
chance?
It was full pitched and it just probably dipped on Carl Mellors a little bit. Played back to Murphy and it was
Murphy
around-
unperturbed, but he's an
Yeah.
unperturbable sort of chap. Is our Paul?
about on the bootlaces it looked
Yep,
like,
yep.
didn't it? Yeah, and that's an easy single for Mellors. That takes him to 2.
And that's one of those words, unperturbed, isn't it? Can you be perturbed?
I think you can be perturbed.
You can be
yes,
perturbed.
you can be perturbed. Yes,
Because some of
definitely.
these negative sort of words, they don't
yes,
have an opposite,
no,
do they?
They don't, do they? Yeah, yeah. Oh, that one nearly yorks himself, Andy Lund. Takes it out into the covers.
It's the joy with the situation the way that it is, and the Kudus needing over 8 and over, almost
Yeah.
9 and over here
That's
now.
right.
It's great time for the leg spinner to come on, isn't it?
It
Because
is.
he can go through his repertoire
Yeah, absolutely.
without worrying if the odd one slips out and the odd 4 ball goes.
It doesn't matter, does it?
No.
He's going to be wicket taking.
Yeah.
That's neatly
No,
played.
he can
into the
go for
offside.
6 and over, and he's still winning the game for his
Yes,
team.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
And his likelihood that he's
Yeah,
with the, got the mystery balls, got the googly.
he's got them all.
So
Paul has got them
yeah,
all.
Got the slider, got the
Yeah.
as well. So it's going to be interesting to see in the air, and
In
that's
the
what we
air,
are going
but,
to see, aren't we?
Neil Williams stopping it well there at mid-on.
But yeah, if any partnership is going to get the Kudus close to this target, it's going to be these two.
It's going to be this one.
Ooh, very good delivery from Murphy. That might have been the one that went straight on, and it's the end of another good over for the Welsh. 25 gone now, 73 for the loss of 4. And just to say thank you to our producer Tembalani, who's just been around here just making sure the scoreboard scorecard is updated, and we're back on track here. 73 for 4.
And again, James, just to show you some of the texts I get.
Yeah.
See, we talk about a bit of food, a bit of
there we
fish,
go.
and suddenly I have Phil Stead texting me with a picture of guinea fowl with celeriac mash that he's eating at a rural French location whilst listening to the cricket from South Africa.
And that's lovely
Yeah,
to hear.
yeah.
So, yeah, really wonderful to have those messages coming through. Thank you so much. Lovely to chat to Peter as well early on. Hugh, thank you very much for bringing him in. Always good to chat to other people that are involved in the tournament here. And it's been an absolute pleasure being here with you.
And what Doyley didn't tell you is that he's had his guitar with him. So he's
Oh,
been leading
wonderful.
the singing at most of our evenings.
Oh, fantastic.
Peter Doyle and his guitar. Sent a couple of videos to people last night, and they couldn't believe that it was just us lot around the barn knocking up a couple of songs.
Oh, there we go. So, yeah, Welsh have a history of being very good singers, don't they?
It's I mean, and believe me, we try and work out why this is.
Yeah.
It's a mixture of stuff. I think it's certainly of our generation. We were brought up going to chapel
There
every
we go.
week.
Yeah.
We used to have assembly at school most mornings, and so therefore the hymns are there for you to sing and learn and everything.
Absolutely.
But we also have something. Michael Can back into the
Right,
attack.
Yes.
Drifts. Ooh,
Oh,
down the leg side, tickled away.
don't think it's going to make it all the way, is it? Yes,
Oh,
it does.
great effort from Aid Weber, but couldn't quite cut it off there.
He made a yard around the boundary, didn't he?
Didn't he
Adrian
just?
Webber.
And epitomising what Carl was saying to us earlier, the effort that the Welsh boys put into their fielding here.
Yeah.
And that was another example of it.
It was nicely tickled down the leg side.
Yep.
A full ball from Mike Can to start, and Andy Lund showing a little bit more of his repertoire of strokes.
Yeah.
He moves into the 20s, so
And almost to run a ball. It's
yeah,
he's doing the necessary, isn't he?
yes, he's doing exactly what he can here to
that
get
was
his team
On
into
the
a better
offside.
position.
Offside
Yeah.
from Michael Can that time. Not drifting down the leg side.
No, it was
9 runs and over required now.
Yeah, that's going to be a very tall ask. And, yeah, it's good bowling though, outside that off stump. He's playing, bowling to his field, isn't he? He's
batsman feeling now that he needs to chase this a little bit.
Yeah, he has to, doesn't he? He's got to go for the runs.
Yeah. Letting these balls go outside off stump, not good enough anymore with 9 and over needed.
No.
Again, it's a bit back in, hits the batsman.
Yeah, just off the toe there, Carl Mellors.
Yeah. Don't think it changed the outcome. I think that was it was a comfortable single, but
yeah, it would have been one, wouldn't it? Anyway.
Would have been one whatever happened.
Yeah.
So it didn't make a blind bit of difference to the outcome there.
Certainly unintentionally diverted there.
Yeah.
Came off the foot. So
Yeah.
nicely hit by Andy Lund. So I have to make sure that before, and for the listeners' purpose, before we get off commentary today, have to hear the actual story around the hake in the beer.
The hake in the beer.
Yeah.
So you've given up trying to work out what it was.
Well, I'm just trying to understand. What I don't know is how big the piece of hake was that was in the beer.
No then. If you only would asked that earlier, you see. It was the sort of bit that you try to put on the end of a fork.
Okay.
To maybe let your roommates try a bit of the lovely hake that you had. And whilst leaning it over the table on a piece of fork, it slips off into your beer.
There we go.
But then, again, what Chris said, well, I like hake, I like beer, why shouldn't I?
Exactly.
Have them together.
Why not? I mean...
But very, very prosaic explanation, I'm afraid.
Yes, and unfortunately, I was sort of imagining this fillet in the beer, just marinating there for a while you...
I had all sorts of ideas until Chris very kindly told me in the lunch interval what the actual reason was. I said, well, great in a way, mate, disappointing in another way, and just as well it's the last day, because otherwise I would have dragged this out for however many more games it was going to go on for.
That's right. Oh dear.
And I'm not sure if Phil Stead's guinea fowl is something to do with that hake or not. I certainly couldn't see any in his wine out there in rural France.
It may well be.
Yeah, could be, couldn't it?
We used to have a recipe dish here in South Africa, which was chicken in Coke. It used to be, and not of the coal variety, but of the beverage variety.
Oh yeah.
That's where you would marinade, or that's another good delivery from.
Well, yeah, this is another of the theories that that Hudson might have some sort of Scandinavian Norwegian in his heritage. Again, being a Swansea man, an adopted Swansea man, a Ruthin man originally, but an adopted Swansea fan. That he might have some Norse, some Scandinavian, some Viking or something in his heritage, and that therefore the moment that he saw a bit of fish, he had to marinate it in alcohol. But no.
Well, there we go.
Yeah. Another explanation that was just completely away off the mark.
Oh. Yes.
Completely off the mark.
We're exploring all the options here. We are.
Somebody else has just texted me to say, "Yep, he agrees entirely with Janine that Doyle is far better commentator than me." And when your son says that, you know you've got problems, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Hello, Robin Newport. Cheeky so and so.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's it. My son's name is also Rob.
Ah,
so
there we go.
And lovely to hear.
Robert Mervyn Rees, my boy is called.
Excellent.
I love it that I'm reminding him of all the multitude of names I gave him. I just try to say, one day you might be playing name Scrabble and you'll score a lot of points with that.
You would definitely score a lot of points with that.
It's not the only good thing I think he can find about the multitude, plethora of names that I imposed upon the poor lad.
Yeah, lovely to hear. Yeah. My son Robert John is his Christian name. That's
long think
wide
about
outside
that.
The off stump.
Long
Civic
think
Mayor
again. The unperturbable Mr. Murphy.
Is
slightly perturbed there, I think. Indeed.
It was the look there, and he gave the umpire. How was that possible?
And do you know what, James? I just realised this big competition, and that's a better take and run.
Oh,
and he's run him out.
He's run him out. That was a very sharp single, you have to say. And once again, brilliant work from, is that Tony Smith?
Tony Smith. So
once again,
the two gun fielders on each side have created a run out of nothing each today, haven't they?
And that direct hit.
Yeah.
Had it not been a direct hit, Andy Lund would have been well in.
Yeah.
But that's a big wicket.
Big wicket, big blow for Wales. That
Yeah.
turns the screw. Almost a full rotation more, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Andy Lund, unfortunately, has to go 23 off 28. Called through by the run by his partner. He played it backward of point, but he played it straight to the fielder, and Andy Lund was well out of his ground.
And the wrong fielder as well.
Yeah, it was straight to
I think
Tony
Carl Mellors
Smith.
is aware of what he's just done.
Yeah, he looks dejected there, does Carl Mellors.
Yeah. It's not as if we didn't tell him half a dozen times who the gun fielder was in the West side when he was here on comms
That's right.
with us.
He was here on comms with us.
Yeah.
Tony Smith effected that first run out. He's done it once again.
Yeah.
As Tony Smith, 23 off 28.
Two run-outs he's been a part of in this innings.
And that's
They
made a
fell
big
into
difference.
The trap then, you know that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Because the beginning of the over, he let him take a single.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
put- And then the second one,
Yeah.
he was ready.
Ready. Effected
Took
the
quite a
run-out.
long way as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Great fielding.
as I was saying to you earlier, James, when we were picking our teams, that you could almost pick Tony Smith from the team of the tournament for his fielding alone.
Yeah,
and we've
absolutely.
seen him. Two run-outs here already today.
Yeah, that's what you really want, don't you?
Yeah.
You've got a man who's a specialist there, probably back
And
to
over
point.
6 games, Peter's back with us for a moment.
Yeah.
Over 6 games, how many runs has Tony Smith saved in the field? 50, 60 runs maybe in the field? Easily, isn't he?
Well,
Yeah.
we watched him yesterday,
yesterday, he
on
was just-
commentary.
Oh,
Yeah.
2 or 3 times and over he was cutting fours off.
That's
And it was
fantastic.
massive boundary.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was getting it in.
Turning
you know,
fours into
covering
ones,
20,
fours
30
into
yards,
ones.
Picking it
Yeah.
up.
Whizzing it in.
So Nick Rhodes coming to the crease. Very good 70 from him. 70 odd yesterday against the Impalas was the man who held the innings together. He has been opening the batting for the Kudus.
I was going to say, what number did he bat yesterday?
Yesterday, I think he did. He opened the innings. Came in at number 3 for the Kudus yesterday. So
We've still got almost 20 overs to go.
that's
So
right.
there's enough time left, but
ooh, that
goodness
one.
gracious me.
turn and bounce.
Turned and bounced.
That looked like
Yeah.
it was the wrong one. That
Well,
one.
that was the
It was the
googly.
wrong
That was a
one.
big
Yeah.
googly.
It
Big
was
googly.
a big googly. Got a lot of purchase as well
Yeah.
off the surface. So
Yeah.
didn't pick that at all. And why would he be picking it first time in against Paul Murphy? He threw that one in, didn't he? And it's
Great
been an
ball,
excellent
the ball through
over.
step, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah.
You're not expecting that, are you?
No, you're not.
You've seen the ball dribble on the deck all day. You go in, you've seen the leggy tweaking it massively, and then all of a sudden, buff you one up under your ribs.
That's right. It's,
He's tapping the wicket down. I think it's going to take more than a few taps to the end of the bat.
yeah, I think so. Carmela's knows he's got a bat through now. In fact, these two, you feel 5 wickets down for the Kudus.
How much batting have they got to
No,
come
not-
after this,
not
James?
too much to come after this. So these two very important, and they will run between the wickets. They have opened the batting in most of the games for the Kudus. I think it's probably 3 of the 6 games these two have opened the batting for the
Right,
Kudus. So coming
right.
down the order today, perhaps just giving them a chance to, in these last, 18 overs, just to try and bat through and at least get the Kudus to some kind of respectability. You'd sense that unless something absolutely incredible happens, that this target is well beyond them at the moment. But you never know. In cricket, you never know. But
We didn't really get the chance to ask Carl about the difference in wickets down here with what the Kudus boys are used to further north in South Africa. And there is a big difference, isn't there?
There is a massive difference. So they just go through for the single.
So they may be nominally a home side, but actually that advantage of knowing the wickets and knowing the weather and knowing what it does and everything doesn't really apply to the Kudus because they come from a different climate almost altogether,
Exactly.
don't they?
They do come from a very different climate. The wickets up north a lot harder than the wickets here. A lot more grass on them.
Yeah.
And bounce a lot truer. It's nicely played into the leg side. Just a single, Mike Hayden.
More of a back foot game up north?
Yes, a lot more of a back foot game, and you find pace bowlers are really they're the ones that hold sway pretty much up in the north. You don't get much purchase at all from a spinner point of view. You have to rely on your guile and changes of speed. That's very well bowled.
Bowled from Can.
And so it's a very different game. And say you get a lot of movement early on. You get movement off the seam.
Yeah.
You do get a little bit of swing, not as much perhaps as you get at the coast, but it's a lot of seam movement, good bounce, and very true wickets.
As you see, there's not that much difference in the UK, but the southeast you tend to get harder tracks around the London area. And certainly I played there for a few seasons and surprised that, you know, my sort of lunge forward onto the front foot and hit it through the V, it's held me in such good steady wales over the years. Suddenly a bit more bounce.
Yes.
And you find the ball whizzing around your ears if you do that, and so you have to start playing on the back foot. Wickets are truer though, so you play on the back foot, you can rock back and play flat batted shots more.
Exactly, and that's exactly what you find here up on what we call the high felt, essentially. So around Johannesburg, Pretoria, even if you look at the wickets, maybe a little bit slower in Potchefstroom, where we have a province called the Northwest that play out of Potchefstroom. We have a team called Easterns that play out of Benoni, Willamore Park in Benoni, and those wickets at Willamore Park probably more true than Potchefstroom. Potchefstroom tends to be quite a flat track,
right, and
still got reasonably good bounce, but it can get a lot more runs there. That's another good delivery. That looked like the wrong one again, and so you've got the at Centurion Park, which is the main ground in around Pretoria, in Centurion, and then you've got the Wanderers in Johannesburg. Both those wickets very hard, very true, and the bounce is good. Neatly played by Mellors just for the single.
And probably of the leading sports that we're familiar with, cricket would be the one more than anything where conditions around the world vary considerably and therefore change the sport quite fundamentally, don't they?
They do, indeed.
Although the one thing I would say is speaking to chaps who played rugby in South Africa, so the difference certainly for the kicker can be quite different the further north you go, because the ball travels further,
very much so,
both from the hand and from the floor, and therefore some very different factors come into play, and a lot of guys go there first time and find they're over kicking by 25-30 yards on what they're used to.
Yeah, you've got to really, as you say, the air up there a lot thinner. Very nicely bowled and well defended by Mellors, but it's not defence that the men from the Kudus need now if they're going to be getting to this target, which looks a lot more remote now than it ever has before. So as you're talking about that, up at about 6,000 feet or 1,700 meters, nicely back.
Lovely
cut.
shot, but he's not even going to get one.
No, I wouldn't take a run.
I think he's realised who he's just hit it to.
Exactly.
We don't need to tell you, do we?
No, we don't.
Answers on a postage stamp.
That's right. Yeah. And
Sir Tony Smith fielding the ball there at backward point, and Carl Mellors realised who it was immediately. Never a chance of a run there.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Ooh, that's gone the other way. But
I was going to say that as soon as he bowled it, I thought that's the wrong one that he bowled. He just a slightly different hand position when he brings that over. A little bit flatter that time, although he did bowl the wrong one. The first one he bowled to Nick Rhodes, he gave a lot more air. But he does just have a slightly different hand position.
He's enjoying himself here as Paul, isn't he?
He's loving it, isn't he? You can just see it.
The whole box of tricks is coming out with him.
Absolutely right. And it's 87 for 5 after 29. So that's exactly 3 to the over. And that's
10.5 runs and over required now.
That is not going to happen.
It's getting to a stage where it's a bit of a tough ask, isn't it?
I think that's...
as a batting team, 30 off 3, 20 off 2, you'd take that 7 times out of 10 maybe, but 16 overs out, it's a very, very, very big ask.
Yeah, it is. It's a massive ask.
Big grunt from Can.
Yeah, no run there.
Think of the single.
So as you're saying, just talking about, you say the wickets, the changing conditions, and say wickets up north, but you're also talking about the atmosphere as well. It's very much that you get a lot of value for your shots up north as well with the thinner atmosphere. You've also got a situation where the ball flies a lot quicker off the bat.
I would imagine golf is probably another sport that does change considerably.
Yeah.
A lot of the same reasons that we're saying. If it's higher and it's hotter and it's harder, the ball's going to fly a lot more.
It will fly a lot more. You get a lot more distance for your shots there as well up on the high felt. So, and then the coastal situation, you have similar sort of wickets and conditions around the coast. So just looking at the main grounds that we have, so here in Cape Town, Newlands probably plays a bit truer and better than the pitch at Boland Park, which tends to be a bit slower and lower, and there's been a lot of cricket on that wicket on that square in Boland this season, so that's does generally play a lot slower and lower than Newlands does. And again, Newlands, you probably find maybe a little bit more grass on the wicket. They do leave to try and get that to be a bit truer as you play, but certainly when you go to places like St George's Park in Oberge, you've got a wicket that down the leg side.
It's going to be wide, I think.
It is wide, and I don't think you've got anything on it. It's going to stop before it gets to the boundary. Adrian Webber's coming around and will field, but they'll take two.
And that was the off spinner. I mean, Michael usually sort of bowls on off stump, just outside, drifts it away, but the odd one, he gives it a right old tweak, and it behaves just like an off spinner. That did, but it started off probably on the wrong line for him.
Yeah.
He wants that one to be sort of pitching offish. He wants the batsman playing at it and suddenly finding it coming back in at him. More that line, isn't it? It's if he's going to bowl that offy, that's what he wants to bowl.
Yeah, and with the quicker one, he wants to almost be it as a surprise delivery.
Yes.
That one just tossed up a bit more. So it's been good bowling though from the Welsh as well. You have to say, 91 for 5.
He's gone at less than 4 and over as Michael can, and in a situation like this, that's perfect bowling, isn't it?
Can't argue with that, can you?
Side needs almost 6 and over to win, and you've got a bowler coming on, opens the bowling and goes at less than 4 and over.
Yeah. So all you need, and that one missed by Carmel as he tries to just dab it down into the offside.
Again, going through his whole repertoire of balls. I think we saw 4 or 5 different balls in that over. It's the final drinks break.
Yeah, final drinks break of the tournament for us, so we'll take a little bit of a break. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Have we had any updates at all from any of the other games?
No, we haven't. We'll get those. I'll get those now.
Try and look for those for you in the break,
and we'll
come back straight away with an update of what's going on elsewhere. See you all in a minute. So welcome back for the very last session of this Cape Town Over-60s tournament. Wales very much in the driving seat here in the 3rd or 4th place playoff match.
And as you said, Hugh, we're just looking at those matches that are taking place in that important match, the sort of the key match, the marquee match, the Zimbabwe Over-60s needing 35 more runs to win in just over 10 overs. They're 134 for 2, chasing 169.
It feels as if it's a no panic approach to just knock that off and take the trophy, isn't it?
Absolutely right, and it will be a well-deserved trophy. Unbeaten they will be in the tournament in their 6 matches. It's good innings there from Michael van Staden, 54, Wayne Parham, 34. It's neatly played into the leg side by Mellors. Well, he doesn't get all of it actually, just a single. And they're at crease at the moment. Andy Walton, 35 not out of 30 deliveries, so he's certainly looking to take them home, and to join him there, Rory McQuaid. And also been very good with the bat and the ball during this tournament. Nicely played by Nick Rhodes.
Away.
No, they're only going to take
Picked up.
just the one.
Just the one.
And then to give you the score from that match at Cape Town Cricket Club.
Lots of air that time.
That's a real teaser, isn't it?
Yeah,
And then the
yeah.
dip that you get from the leg break bowler. He did play it on the full though. Mellors did well.
4th single from the over, but with 11 and over required, Paul Murphy will feel that he's winning the game. Going at 6, 7 and over here.
Yeah, definitely is. Nicely
Big tempter.
played.
That might got the boundary, but it's chased hard. Gareth Edwards again. Good, relays it in to Mike Cann.
Does
He'll
really
take a
well.
couple.
Does really well, doesn't he, to get around there along the
He's
boundary.
a few runs in credit in the field himself, Gareth Edwards, isn't he, this afternoon?
Definitely is, yes.
And impressed Carl Mellors with his efforts chasing lost causes down almost.
Yeah, very much so. And I think Carl Mellors will be the first one to say how impressed he has been with that.
And I see, again, from what we're saying, it'll be interesting to see Carl, an experienced cricketer, has just come into this squad, spotting a lot of what the other teams are doing, how much of this will be taken back.
Yeah.
And we're talking the South African squad
Yes,
here rather
absolutely.
than the Impalas, the Kudus and the Impalas, who are two squads really just made up for this tournament, aren't
Correct, yeah. Some of these players as well, not having played with some of the players before. So your 2 players, so Andy Lund and Paul Gouge, coming from KwaZulu-Natal, and they've not played with these players before. A couple of the chaps in Johannesburg may have played against, but not necessarily with some of the players from Pretoria. A lot of the players here who are at Irene Cricket Club, and we have some from the Wanderers Cricket Club in Johannesburg. Titans Over-60s, who are based in Centurion, that area there. They've quite a strong setup, so that's really where you've got people like Trevor Poole and coming from that area. The manager Ben Dupree, who's also up from they're from Pretoria. So just that last score from the USA Over-60s against the USA A team. USA A team chasing 128 on 94 for 6 after 30 overs. So they need another 34 of 15 overs with 4 wickets in hand.
Sounds like a game that could go either way.
Yeah, it does seem like it, doesn't it?
Could be a bit of a turn up if the A team beat the senior side.
Certainly would be, because the A team during this week not having got over the line. In fact, they lost the only game that the USA team did win. The USA team were not the USA A team, but the main team.
This is A that's confusing us,
A is
isn't
very
it?
confusing. They did get over the line against their sort of junior partners, if you want to call it that, or second team. And it's Peter Jones, who's still at the crease for
Welshman.
USA A.
Peter Jones, the Welshman.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got 19 off 31.
Yeah.
So you just sense, and with him Shamsuddin Ali, and Shamsuddin Ali in that match against the Kudus, probably one of the better batters
Again,
neatly played by Nick Rhodes there. He doesn't get the single, sent back by Carl Mellors.
Michael Cann coming to the end of his spell. He'll go probably for less than 4 and over.
Yeah, which is excellent.
Yeah.
In the context of
Great
this
game.
effort
from Michael Cann.
This time he does go through for the single. Mellors just to the right of Stuart Carpenter this time.
Take the one.
And that, so the 100 did come up earlier on in this over, and once again, it's been very difficult. The second 50 coming up of about 13 overs, but it's been a real struggle for the Kudus here, chasing this big total. And there will probably be just the single.
Will they risk it? Mellors thinks about it, but Nick Rhodes sending him back.
Yeah, I think that was wise.
Throw went to Nick Rhodes' end, and I think that's what he realised, was that he was going to be running to the danger end, then didn't fancy his chances of making it, and I don't think he would have done, would he?
No, he wouldn't have made it.
1 ball left for Michael Cann in South Africa this time round for him. And it's a dot ball. And he'll be very, very happy with that return.
He will indeed.
33 off his 9. Job done, Michael Cann.
Yeah, very well done by him. And 102 now for 5 after 32 overs. And it is, you would have to say, a lost cause now for the men from Kudus. It's just about playing for pride now and making sure they bat out their 45 overs. And
well, James, you say playing for pride, but these 2 South African sides have used this as a bit of a trial for the South African side. So I guess for all of these batsmen, there's still stuff left to play for, isn't there?
Absolutely, there's a lot out there for them, and we've seen, I think from the Kudus setup, we've seen a couple of players put up their hands here to say they would be certainly in contention to be part of that South African over-60s team that they'll be looking to develop ahead of the World Cup next year.
So how many of these boys are new to the squad that went to Chennai? Most of them?
Well, most of them, yes. So out of this team here, it was only Trevor Poole and Mark Tessendorf.
The only two that went to Chennai. Right.
So it is very much new territory for a number of these players.
Yeah. It's 1-2. No, it hasn't. It hasn't gone for 4. No. Lee Williams has kept it in. Well chased.
Yeah, brilliantly done.
Well, they've taken just 1, I think, was it?
I thought they might have taken. Did they take 3 there?
Did they take 3?
I'm not sure. Just
we'll
wait
find out
for
in a second now.
Scoreboard. They did take 3. Yes,
they took 3. Fair enough.
It was good running.
Good
in
running.
The end. And again,
Mellors running to the danger end, and so running very well there.
Yeah, it's good to see that he actually did put the yards in there. So 5 fielders allowed outside the.
And you get the sense that Carl Mellors is probably going to be a big part of this setup. And from what he was saying to us earlier, lots of learning he's picked up that he'll want to embed into that squad in terms of fitness, in terms of athleticism, in terms of running the runs hard, not leaving stuff out there in the field or when you're batting.
It was just the 1. They just changed the scoreboard.
No,
Sorry,
it was just the 1.
Was just the 1.
I'll take all of that back.
We'll take it. But again, you're right. As you said,
he
thought it probably would have maybe gone for 4, but they do take the single there. That's good running. That's far away from Tony Smith this time. But, but as you say, he'll take the learnings. You would sense that he'll be part of this over-60 setup. Certainly if you look at the players that have put their names down there for potential inclusion in that over-60s team, players like the 2 that are at the crease at the moment, that would certainly be in the mix. That's just
Flatter off spinner there from Paul Murphy.
Yeah, just the
under
edge.
Stump.
So it's both of these 2, well, in fact the only 2 in the team that have got first class experience. So they will be looking to build on this tournament and go forward. Nick Rhodes has put in a couple of good performances with the bat. Well bowled again from Murphy. And this is really good experience for, say, both the Kudus and the Impalas, but particularly this team that has just been built from players across a number of different clubs in Johannesburg, Pretoria and in KZN. And a sense with, you know, the Ben Dupree very involved with the vets, over 40s, over 50s and over 60s, and he's still playing cricket as well, managing this team and very much involved with the organisation. Frank Auger as well, very involved from an organisational point of view. Oh,
and are they selectors as well? Who selects the South African side?
So I'm not 100% sure,
yeah,
but I mean Roger Malt would be, I think, involved more from an administration side. We've got Mike, I can't remember his surname, that's here, and he's involved from a selection point of view. So Veterans Cricket Association South Africa very involved there in terms of what happened, and maybe a question we'd have to ask them in terms of who would be looking at the selections for the players that would be going later on in the year to Zimbabwe. Not sure how many teams South Africa are taking there, whether it's going to be more than one, or wait, and we'll have to find out about that. But that tournament, you feel, is going to be very important in their preparation for the World Cup, and just getting a squad together. I think that's one of the things, and you were talking a lot about it from a Welsh point of view, is you can keep the same group of players together, work with them and work towards that goal. I think that's going to be very important for them to start looking at that setup now after this tournament, to saying, okay, this is the group of players we're looking at to take over to Toronto next year, and work with them in terms of how we're going to move it forward.
And if you want to work on things like fitness and flexibility and athleticism and almost a culture within a squad, you've got to have that squad playing together, haven't you?
Yeah, you do. Most certainly.
Gareth Edwards back into the attack. 1 for 14 from his opening 6 overs.
Yeah, very good from him as well. And just going at just over 2 and over. Not really seeing how or when the acceleration, if they can accelerate. It's just been, again, you were saying it is going to be 45 overs of spin, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that
looks like it. It looks like it.
Read the conditions 100% right here.
Take the leg by.
Yeah. It's easy out into the leg side. So
72 balls left.
So we've got the 5 fielders outside the ring. And I'm wondering there, you've got 4 fielders outside on the leg side. So 5-4 leg side offside field. And just the 1 fielder in the offside who's at long off.
Well, Gareth's going to be bowling. He bowls off spin.
Yeah.
And he's bowling there almost at middle and leg stump even. So if he's going to be hit on this flat, slow pitch, got to be out into the leg side, which is why you've got 4 men on the boundary out there.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Oh my word!
Everybody missed that.
Yeah.
Everybody missed it. Sticky will be devastated behind the stumps.
Because that looked like it had stumping written all over it.
Yeah. But it was another ball that shot on the ground, didn't it?
It did. It absolutely crept along the ground.
You saw that ball pitching. You saw the batsman advancing up the track. He saw it pitching and he thought, I'm going to take this comfortably just at about bail height.
Yeah, I know.
And it went under his ankle.
It did indeed. It was subterranean, that was.
Subterranean.
Yeah.
Had worms all over it. Oh, that's a big hit. But I think that's well stopped.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Very well stopped.
Incredibly well stopped.
Do I need to say who? Do I need to say who?
No, you don't need to say who.
Don't need to say it was Tony Smith at
you
all,
don't
do
need
I?
to say that. And the throw that
Knew
comes
it was
in.
Tony Smith. And again,
the throw comes in and hits the stumps. Can you believe it?
Yeah. And they take a single.
Brilliantly done, that was.
Yeah,
Brilliantly done.
As he's been throughout the tournament. Yeah. So he's probably worth 20-25 runs in innings in himself.
Is, probably. Yeah.
He certainly saved that much today, and he saved more than that yesterday.
So that looks like there might have been a chance. And just a bit of bounce there from Gareth Edwards.
Doesn't seem too worried.
No.
Mr. Edwards. He's quite happy. Grin from ear to ear.
Yeah. It's going to be...
Shoulder. Hugh Quicker saying it was his shoulder. But he would say that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would. Yes, you would say that.
Yeah.
I think it's like a well-deserved victory here for Wales.
We half suspected.
We did.
And hindsight's a wonderful thing, but we thought actually maybe 250 was a much better score on this track than it first appeared.
Yeah, it was an excellent score.
It looks as if that's exactly how it's turned out, doesn't it?
It does indeed. And had the best of the conditions early on, which we thought it would be. It got lower, it got slower.
And they had that period of 10-15 overs. They were able to go at 8 and over. And that really has been the difference in this game, because it's the only time of the whole match where the batsmen have been on top.
Yeah, it is right.
You've got to say, this whole innings, the batsmen have never ever got on top at all. Wales have bowled well, have fielded well, but the wicket has worked in their favour, hasn't it?
Yeah, it most certainly has. I think winning the toss, batting first was absolutely the right call, and they were able to make the most of the conditions early on when the ball was coming onto the bat, and the bounce was probably a lot more even than it is now.
Murphy in his 7th over.
Oh, again, excellent fielding there by Mike Hayden, captain, going down to his left and fielding nicely, picking the ball up cleanly.
So I think we've got other than Michael Cann, who's bowled out, we've probably got 2 or 3 overs each from all of the spinners to finish off, if that's the way Wales are going to play it.
Yeah, I'm sure they will be playing it that way, won't they? That's going to come straight towards us. My goodness, that was a hang of a shot there from
Fine for a drop catch.
Carl Mellors. I was taking evasive action. You were in the firing line there.
Well, I was a bit worried there with our fines committee being the way that it is. I thought, if I don't go for it, what are they going to fine me? If I go for it and drop it, what are they going to fine me? If I just sit there, still, cool as a cucumber, and pretend it's not happening, what are they going to fine me? I think anyway, I'm going to get fined.
You're going to get fined, definitely.
I'm going to get fined for that.
The first maximum of the innings,
and he follows it with a 4.
Oh, really good shot, rocking back.
Is this the beginning of something?
Well, you never know.
Mellors thought, well, let's give it a go.
And he's certainly
don't want to die wondering, do we?
No, we don't. And that's 11 off the first 3 deliveries of the over from Paul Murphy. Well, that 6 was hit almost directly at us, wasn't it?
Yeah. Not close enough for me to catch, James.
No,
can we have that on the record, please?
Definitely wasn't close enough to catch. It was over our heads in the end.
Yeah. I did hear a slight whistling in my ear as it missed me by about an inch, but other than that,
didn't
not a chance.
Miss us by much. It certainly wasn't a chance. And it's about to dive off my seat to the right-hand side. It didn't come straight at us by any means, but it was in our general direction.
It's the most excited I've been since I saw French toast and the breakfast buffet 3 days ago.
Neatly played by Mellors into the offside.
Good over.
Tony Smith.
12 off it, which is actually below the required rate.
No, they need.
So even an over like that, even if he does that for the next 10 overs, it's not going to be enough.
No, they're going to need something like 20 and over. No, quite, but it's they need about 15 and over from here, maybe. No, not quite.
I think it's quite up to that, but
13 and over it is at the moment. So end of 35. It's 125.
130 required in
That's right.
10, isn't it? So,
130 in 10, yeah. So
it's 13 and over.
So they got 12 off that
12
over.
off that one, but not actually going to be enough, is it?
No, it's not going to be enough. I just feel it's Mellors just opening his shoulders there against Murphy.
He can very quickly take it away from us in the next 5 overs if we let him.
So 35 overs gone, 10 to go. As you say, 130 needed to win. Carl Mellors on strike to Gareth Edwards, and he needs at least probably 2 boundaries and over, you'd sense. From here at minimum. He's shown his intent in the previous over. Does it again here. That's going to go straight down to Tony Smith, and just going to be the single. So Mellors moves to 27, the highest score of the innings so far for the Kudus. It's been a really difficult afternoon at bat for them. It's nicely played by Nick Rhodes.
Only get the one for it though, out deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, Paul Keneally out there?
I think it's
No?
Mr. Keneally.
Yeah, looks like it.
Mr. Keneally, who joined Mr. Doyle last night at the mic.
It's past John Jones. He's just feeling it there, I think.
Yeah, Murphy's bullet arm though.
Yeah. Excellent work from Murphy. John Jones, a good innings earlier on today from him. Helped the Welsh to get to that score of 253 between him and Neil Williams. Very good batting from Williams up front, 74 of 75. Jones 68 off 90. Held the innings together towards the end. Comes down the wicket once again. Mellors straight out to long off.
Are we on a helicopter flight path or something?
Yeah, it seems like it. We've had
seen one all week,
helicopters.
and we've seen 3 or 4 today.
We have seen quite a few going over, and you
Yeah.
probably hear that in the microphone, which picks up a lot of the effects around us.
Indeed.
So
Edwards in. Rhodes down the wicket, but all he manages to do is to ripple it back to the bowler. Do you know that word, ripple?
Ripple, yeah, it's
Ripple
quite
it.
a nice
Yeah,
word
it's
actually.
What I had in mind was those little waves, those little quiet little
Yeah.
waves that come in. There's movement there,
Yeah,
but not too
but,
much.
yeah.
A ripple.
There we go,
what
ripple.
that
It's a
was.
very nice word to use.
Good word for chocolate, ripple. Good name for
It
chocolate.
is, isn't it? Yeah, we need to tell somebody about that.
We should do, shouldn't we? Who do we know? Who do we know in the chocolate game that we could talk to about that? Other chocolates are available.
Yeah, anybody listening in? So end of 36 and
123 runs.
Yeah, 131.
123 to tie, 124 to win from 9 overs.
So it's
Hudson coming back on.
Interesting. It's replacing Murphy, who got hit for 12 off his last over.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking still, let's make sure that the top of the barrel is well and truly nailed shut.
Absolutely right.
Don't
yes.
give them any inkling that they might be able to get anywhere near this target.
Yeah, give absolutely nothing away.
Exactly.
And why not? They've done such a good job today as Wales, and the Kudus have fought valiantly, and none more so than Carl Mellors out there in the middle at the moment. His 30 not out. Put in a good shift in the field earlier on today. Very important run out and 2 wickets in his 9 overs for 52. So
1 for 17 off his 6, Chris Hudson so far. 3 overs left to bowl. Still flights it up. But I guess they're very, very happy for the Kudus to take ones at the moment. What they don't want is boundaries at this stage.
No, as you say,
6 and over wins this for Wales comfortably.
yeah, and that's
12, 13, 14 and over, and it gets a bit close, doesn't it?
yeah, and they'd have to go at that 12, 13, wouldn't they, for the next 3 or 4 to just sort of give them a bit of a chance. I think Mellors is going to go for it.
See, I mean, he's showed us in the last over, he's capable of a very, very, very big over. And
he is.
A 20, 22, 24 over at this stage does change things a little bit. And he's capable of doing it, isn't he?
Yeah, he is capable of doing it. He's having a look at the field on the leg side, so that's where he's looking. I expect him to come down the wicket, and he doesn't.
No.
Defends into the offside, back to the bowler. So a bit of cat and mouse
Not
here.
going to happen off that ball.
No.
Will we regret missing that stumping a couple of overs ago?
We'll see. He's going to try and get the Kudus closer, I think.
Goes again, but ooh! That's out.
And that is out. He gets the hand onto it, and Nick Rhodes is out of his ground, and another wicket falls.
He knew that he was out of his ground, and Carmelis is devastated. It's the second partner he's seen run out this innings now.
Yeah, and nothing he could do about that.
Nothing at all he could do about that.
Mellors, it was that was himself run out in that fashion. earlier in the week, and Nick Rhodes has to make his way, and so the bowling changes worked, but not perhaps in the way that was intended.
Although I can assure you, James, that Chris Hudson will tell us that was completely played for.
It was
completely played for. He'll be coming over and telling us that was his wicket. Run out Hudson.
19 off
Assisted
31.
Hudson. Bowler Hudson. Credit Hudson.
There we go. So
and yes, I'll have another piece of hake in my beer, thank you very much.
So 50-run partnership between those two, the best of the innings so far, and that was really the only, or you would say the last hope, but perhaps not.
3 run-outs in this innings.
Yeah, and that one probably the most unlikely of them.
Yeah.
The others have been very good work from Tony Smith, and that one just again hand on to it, and Nick Rhodes, he had to be backing up. You just can't say there was anything really he could have done about that, and he makes his way back to the pavilion.
So Mark Tessendorf's a new batsman. What can you tell us about him with the willow in hand?
He can hit a long ball. That's
he can.
what he's in the team for. He's got quite a bit of power, as Tessendorf. So
he got sent in the first game to do that and was relatively successful over a short period of time on a very rainy grey day, which is not ideal for hitting at all, was it?
No, it wasn't really, and he certainly he's had a couple of innings. I mean, the one innings he did have that he didn't manage to score any runs, but again trying in the effort to get the scoreboard rolling, but unfortunately for him wasn't able to do that. But just sense today has a chance here if he can get hold of a couple, might just cause a bit of excitement. So more circumspect there from Carl Mellors, giving
there's
Doc
a
Hudson
mentality here which says that Mellors is thinking, well, if he can hit 2 big boundaries and over, but he's got to choose the right ball to do it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does.
And he's not really been given the chance so far.
No.
This is going, but well fielded by Neil Williams, and it'll be just the one.
Yeah, excellent work on the boundary. Just waited for it, didn't he? And just got himself in position.
Yeah.
Body behind it and took it
Mellors'
nicely.
hand on hips. What is he thinking out there?
Yeah,
what is he thinking out there?
How am I going to get some of these
If
runs?
only he was here, we could ask him.
We could ask him. Yeah, he's not going to give up. Carl Mellors will never give up.
No.
That's what we've learnt about him this week. He's going to give it everything he possibly can.
See what Tessendorf has got now then. So that's flatter ball from Chris Hudson that time. Didn't float it up at all. That's a very, very, very good over for Wales.
It is.
The run out and only 2 runs off it. And you get the sense that that could be quite a definitive sort of over.
Yeah, it could
losing
well
that wicket and only 2, more importantly, maybe only 2 runs off it at the stage of the game. 8 overs left, over 120 runs needed, 15 runs and over. It's 3 boundaries now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed.
It's not 2 boundaries and a couple of singles anymore.
So elsewhere, we've news that the marquee match, the team that has won the week here in this over-60 tournament, Zimbabwe, victorious by 7 wickets over the Impalas, 169 for 3 off 38 overs, and Andy Walton, unsurprisingly, there at the end, 55 not out of 41 deliveries to take them to that victory. Previously, good contributions from Mike van Staden, 54 to go with his 3 wickets in the Impala's innings.
It's a big hit, but doesn't reach the man out long off, just the single.
So excellent from Zimbabwe. And
so they won with how many overs to spare?
They won with 6 overs to spare, 38.5 overs they got to that target on what was probably not an easy wicket at the Cape Town at Western Province Cricket Club.
That was probably the expected result, wasn't it?
Oh,
whoa.
Yeah, you have to say they fully deserve to be the winners of this over-60s international tournament. They've gone throughout the week unbeaten. They've had some outstanding play from a number of their different players. As Nick Rhodes just walks in front of us. Tough luck there, Nick, and on that run out. And
that's going to be close.
Looks to be very
close. Got to be very close.
I think outside the line of off stump,
was it?
maybe.
Was it?
That's the only thing that could have saved him, is he's trying to play it into the leg side.
And that ball keeping low again, didn't it?
Once again, yeah. And
Miller's having a word with him. What's he telling him? What's he telling him? Pointing to his bat, is he saying?
Hit it.
Hit the thing. Hit it.
I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
And it's very tight on in the other game as well. We'll get to that after this delivery.
He's hit that, but not far enough, but into no man's land, so he's got away with it.
Yeah, one of the safest fielding positions on the field, no man's land, to hit that ball into.
I'm very good there.
Yeah.
Don't make many mistakes on fielding there.
No, they don't, do they? And so 105 for 8 are the USA with 10 overs to go, needing 23 to beat their senior partners.
Oh, good game. Good game.
It's nicely played.
One bounce to Keneally on the boundary, throws it in, 1 run. 1 run. 3 runs off 5 balls from Gareth Edwards. These last 2 overs have really turned the screw in Wales' favour, haven't they?
They have indeed. So
Gareth Edwards' last ball, he's taken 1 for 26, 8.5 overs so far. He'd be delighted with whatever he finishes up with. Defended, he's gone for less than 3 and over.
Yeah, absolutely.
26 off 9 overs in a game, in a run chase like this. What a great display from the Bangor chairman.
Yeah, superb from Gareth Edwards. It's 136 now for loss of 6 after 38. We've got 7 overs left in this match, and I'm sure the Kudus will look to bat out their overs, and we are going to see some kind of excitement, I'm sure, in the next few overs as they look to.
Well, Mellors will certainly want to finish the tournament with a 50, won't he? And
he
that's,
will, won't he?
Very much in his sights with 7 overs to go.
That's right.
He's on 33. 17 and over, possibly now becoming a little bit too much even for him.
Yeah, I think that's.
So maybe now he's going to be more realistic and saying, well, let me finish with a nice 50 or 60, not out.
And that will certainly cement his place in our team of the tournament.
Absolutely.
As we look to fill the last 2 spots in the team here, we've got. We'll run through this team maybe at the end of the over and see if we can put in those last 2 players, and they'll go through for the single here. So maybe another batter from the Impalas, but difficult to know who we would be putting in from an Impala's point of view.
Kendall Zeal in the team?
We haven't, no, but probably would be a good player to put in from Zim. Let's put him in, Kenyon Zeal.
Kenyon Zeal, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
What's happened there?
Then he missed it completely, didn't it? Yeah, I don't know if that came off the pad or off the wicket keeper, but Tessendorf just at this stage just defending. If it's in his arc, he'll try and hit it, I think, or Mark Tessendorf.
Oof, yes. He's only going to get 1 though.
Yeah.
Gareth Edwards, who's very good afternoon out there in the deep, saved a lot of runs.
Yeah, he has. He's been. I think they've got the fielding positions spot on as well. Wales. It's been very good. Done an outstanding job here in limiting the runs. Admittedly, the wicket hasn't been that easy to bat on in the second bit. You have to still put the ball in the right places, don't you, to keep that run rate down.
Indeed. Hudson in, flat, into the pads, another dot ball. I'd say the one disappointing thing about the Welsh fielding display today is the lack of dancing from the long mid-off, Mr. Webber. Yesterday he entertained us royally. To the sounds of Grease, Frankie Valli, Freddie Mercury. Right. It was an entertainment in itself, but he's been very subdued today. No music. Well, I could sing for you, but then it'd still be no music, wouldn't it?
Oh dear. Being very
needs musical encouragement as our Adrian.
There we go. Yeah, we don't have any
musical encouragement as yet today. The night is still young.
Yeah, it is still young. We still have the function to go to.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautifully played.
Wonderful shot. 6 over deep extra cover.
Glorious shot.
Very little effort in that. Just picked it up and put it there, didn't he?
Yeah, where did that come from? Glorious shot on the up. Played it over. extra cover for 6. That is
It's not the longest boundary we've seen this week, but it's not the
No.
shortest. It's still a 55, 60 metre carry, isn't it?
Oh, there we go. It's taking the
Yes.
score to 144, 8 off the over, 6 to go. He
Yeah.
needs another 10 to get
Got left
to
to bowl. Hudson's got 1 left to bowl.
right.
Tony Smith's got 3 left to bowl. Murphy 2 left to bowl.
There we go. And Stuart Carpenter's got 9 left to bowl. he
Oh
says
yeah,
to us.
Stuart Campbell's got 9 left to bowl. Yeah, going to struggle to get the full quota in today, Stu.
Lovely to have the players walking
Yeah,
around.
yeah.
And Changer, so Tessendorf on strike. So, is it going to be from the Tony Smith?
Well, Tony's really, he's got 3 to bowl, so it's got
Yeah.
to be.
Yeah, that's right.
He's got to bowl 3 from one end, doesn't he?
He'll bowl them out, won't he, from the southern end of the ground?
And then we'll get 1 from Hudson and 2 from Murphy.
That's it, yeah.
Unless Mr. Carpenter gets on.
Well, I don't know about that. He's on the side of the field.
Yeah. What's well hit, but only 1 run. Chris Hudson on the boundary.
Yeah. So, once again, got the field positioning 100% right there.
And at this stage of the innings, every time there's not a boundary, the run rate goes up by about a whole run, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, you've got it. You're not scoring a 4 off every single ball.
16.9 to 18.7 in
There
one
we
ball.
go.
Eh?
There we go. We haven't quite got to the 152 per over that I think it was in your match yesterday with the USA that they needed that in the last
over.
over.
They got to 38 and over off of about 8 or 9 overs to go. So.
That's right. Yeah. So that game, we were looking at that yesterday when we were looking at the scores, and
Well, our game probably went on a lot longer than everybody else's because they took so long to bowl their overs.
It did go on quite a bit longer, indeed.
Smith is in. Mellors rocks back.
Beautiful shot through the
4
covers.
more.
Yeah.
Moves him on to 44.
And yeah, certainly he wouldn't mind ending with a red inker, would he? Asterisk next to his name with a 50+ score will be good for him. It will be something to take from it, won't it?
Always a good way to finish a season or a tournament off because it gives you something to take into the next time you play.
Yeah.
And when will these boys play? Will they still have some domestic cricket left, or
They
is
may
that?
well up north. There's still a couple of interprovincials to take place, and still play cricket up north into the winter.
Right.
Because the weather is very fair up in the north. Very little rain up in Gauteng region in the winter. It's very dry.
Because it's virtually the end of the season down here in the Cape, isn't
yes,
it?
in the Cape, the end of the season. They play cricket pretty much all year through up north. You do play on. It's a little bit different. The grass doesn't grow in the winter time over there, but.
Woo!
That
What
one,
did that do?
That went really just
Boomeranged, didn't it?
Did. Pitched and turned massively from the left arm orthodox
Bounced
spinner.
as well.
So the USA 110 for 9 now with 8 overs left. They need 18 to win.
The natural balance of things is going to be restored there.
It does seem like it, doesn't it? This time down the leg side is called wide.
And so if that goes the way that it looks as if it's going to go, and this goes the way it looks as if it's going to go, sides are going to end up in the final positions in exactly the same positions they finished in the league.
Yeah.
First beat second, third beat fourth, fifth beat sixth.
Oh my goodness, what happened there?
Well, it turned prodigiously again.
Yes, it did. And missed the stumps because I thought for all money if he bowled there when he missed that one. But
I think he hit his stumps. It just came in and just missed the off stump. Turned a lot again.
It did, didn't it?
So much for this wicket dying.
Yeah. It's again turned.
Let's give some more of a chance to take the edge. 7 from the over, which pushes the asking rate up again even more. It's 105 off 5 overs. So even I can work out that's 21 and over.
Yeah, very much so. 21. It's going to be.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, that was done without the aid of any technology.
There we go.
whatsoever.
I can that can be independently verified.
So much for AI. Eh? Aye.
So 5 overs to go here, and you say is a really tall ask for the men from the Kudus, but then they'll go down fighting, I'm sure. Carmela's
Carmela's want to see himself through to 50, I think, in this over.
5 short of that mark.
4 short now.
Yeah.
Single out to deep cover boundary. Mr. Smith throws it in.
So we have our 15-man squad here that we've got for the team of the tournament. We'll go through that now.
Oh, that's deft.
Yeah, neatly played by Mark Tessendorf down to
I've been
Paul Keneally.
waiting to use that all week. Finally. There are 10 minutes of the tournament left to go. I've managed to slip the word deft into the commentary.
Touch, yes. So it's a few years ago was working on a game with and we decided it was a 4-day game, and it was a team of about 4 of us on commentary, and we decided that we would choose an outlandish statement at the beginning of the day, and whoever managed to sneak that into commentary at some stage would then be, there was no prize on offer, but would be applauded for doing that.
No, I'm all for that sort of thing.
Which was really funny. So.
Oh, just over Mike Hayden's head, but it'll just be one.
And it really was very enjoyable during the course of the 4 days to pick this really random saying of something like milking the cow or something like that. One of these funny things that you don't expect to be hearing on commentary, and try and find an opportunity to just sneak it in there was very much an art form. And I'm sure that there are commentary teams that do that around the world.
Oh, of course there are. And some of them are quite blatant about it. Others, I think it's done a lot more surreptitiously.
Yes.
And probably lots of giggling and chortling going on behind their hands.
Yeah, very much so, yes.
And we, the listeners, are totally blissfully unaware of what's going on. Ooh, he's taking the single, keeps the strike. Moves on to 48.
Yeah, another good over from Chris Hudson, the doctor, the man with the hake in his beer.
Yeah. It's a Kate Bush song, isn't it? No, that's the man with the child in his eyes. Sorry, apologise.
The man with the hake in his beer.
It's late in the week. It's late in the week.
We won't be about to break into song for you on that one.
Well, Adrian Webber's not close enough to us, so it's not worth it. Not worth it.
No, well, that now will. Whenever I hear that song, I will, or even hear the name of the song, I'll be always thinking about the man with the hake in his beer.
Man with a hake in his beer.
There we go. That's it, yeah.
Oh, no matter what I promise myself, I always break my promises to myself.
This is what commentary's all about.
Yeah.
To have the opportunity and to use it just to have a little bit of fun. We hope you're enjoying it wherever you might be watching this around the world.
Talking of which, let's get one last story in before this tournament finishes. And picking up on your theme of getting sayings in.
Yes.
Is I run a telemarketing team once in London many years ago. I was dismayed by lack of vocabulary from some members of the team, so I decided to Monday morning to come in, put a tenner on a flagpole above my desk.
Right.
Said, right, try and get you to improve your language, chaps. I'm going to set you a word to use in a telesales call. Today's word is going to be lammergeier. Now, James, do you know what a lammergeier is?
Yeah, lammergeier is a bearded vulture.
It's a bearded vulture.
Yeah,
it's a bird of prey.
Seen one of those as well up in the Drakensberg region here in South Africa.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Kept low.
It did indeed, yeah.
So you know what it is, it's a bird of prey, so I was hoping that someone would be able to use this in a salesy sort of situation and to swoop down on you and tell you whatever. Give them about a 10-minute pep talk. what it was. That's gone. 1 bounce for 4. 1 bounce for 4.
Very good from Tessendorf. Now he can hit the long ball, and he's done that now. And it's just really just a bit of fight left here from the Kudus, and so.
But even 4 off the ball, it's more than 4 a ball required now.
Yes.
So yeah, that's not enough.
No.
So yes, so Lamagaya was the chosen word, and so I pressed the buzzer. I said, right, the first one to use it gets this tenner. Which a tenner in those days is quite a lot of money.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bigger. That is 6.
Wow.
Backward a square. Now that is the required run rate. 6 a ball, and they'll get there. So press the buzzer, and bright spark in front of me picks the phone up and says, "Hello, it's Steve Lamagaya here from Cooper Marketing." I had to give him the tenner for that, didn't I? Fair dues. Fair dues.
Yeah, fair dues. That was pretty clever of him from that point of view.
I thought so. Disappointing from my perspective, but you know, I was outthought. Pulls that again. It's going to go just for the 1 this time.
Yeah, that's going to mean Carl Mellors is on strike with his opportunity to get to his 50.
Yeah. He's on 49.
It's the 1 ball left in this over, and then 3 more it will be. So a bit of fight here from the Kudus, but they are going to fall well short of the target. It's been very good from Wales today.
And
that's
picks up
his
the
50.
single to take him to 50.
Well batted Carl Mellors. Chatting to him earlier, and he is going to acknowledge the applause from his teammates and finishes the tournament with a 50. It's been a struggle with the bat for the Kudus today, and he's just put a little bit of frosting on the top of what has been for them. They will feel perhaps not the performance they would have wanted to put up here against Wales, but to be honest, they haven't been allowed to break free in this batting innings and chasing a target which was always going to be very difficult to get on this wicket.
So it is Murphy. I don't think we're going to see Stuart Carpenter.
No, don't think so. Don't think he's on the field, is he?
I don't think he's on the field, so it would be very difficult for us to see Stuart Carpenter. We can't see Stuart Carpenter at all.
No.
So we can't see him on the field. It's highly unlikely that he's going to bowl. Poor Murphy coming back on. He's bowled 7, has Murphy.
So he will be able to bowl the 43rd and the 45th, and we should see Tony Smith bowling the 44th over. So,
indeed.
Let's see what Carl Mellors has got in store for us now after he's got to that 50. Oh my goodness!
Oh, gone for 4. Unlucky.
That is unlucky. A great attempt at
Good
the catch
attempt
here.
Right on the boundary there from Neil Williams, but
doesn't.
Very aware that his feet were on the boundary rope. That saved 2.
Yeah.
Saved the 6.
He did save the 6 indeed.
Trickled over for 4. That's unlucky. Unlucky.
Yeah. Lost the flight to that one. I did.
Completely lost the flight to that one. I was looking left, right, centre.
So I was looking straight ahead.
Should have looked centre to start off with, because that's where it could have been dangerous.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, there's that deft touch
Can I
again.
use the word deft again? Deftly hit, swooped on that ball like a Lamagaya.
He did, didn't he?
So
absolutely lovely. Yeah.
How do you say that in the African way?
Lamagaya.
Lamagaya.
Yeah,
It's almost Welsh, that is, James.
It is almost Welsh, isn't it? It's a bearded vulture, and there's a up in the Drakensberg.
Yeah.
On the that's up in the air. That's going to go for 6. That's a really good shot.
Big 6 over. Deep extra cover.
And really well played by Carl Mellors. He's having some fun out there.
He's going to enjoy
now.
himself, isn't he, for these last couple of overs?
He has been, definitely. And there's a on the border between KwaZulu-Natal and the Free State, up right in the highlands there, up at about it's probably about 2,500 meters, 2,000 meters above sea level, and got the mountains there. That's just off the pad, I think, into the leg side.
I'll take the single.
And
it was a leg by,
Yeah, what they call there's a I don't know if it's still called Witzi's Hook, but that's the resort. There's a resort there, and they get snow in the winter quite frequently there. But also, what they have is they've got like a vulture restaurant that they've got that is just down from where the resort is, and I think it's I don't know what they necessarily put there, but they used to anyway. That's cracked away.
It's only going to be one. Out to Gareth Edwards in the outfield,
and
return comes in.
And the Lamachea, which was at one stage quite threatened that they sort of put their meals for them, vulture restaurant, but essentially would provide food for the vultures.
So vulture restaurant is a restaurant for vultures?
For vultures, yes, exactly.
Not greedy so-and-sos like me who like their food.
No, it's
right, okay.
Absolutely, and that would be where you would see the Lamachea. Oh. Edge into the ground at the end of the over. 43 gone. It was a good over from the Kudus. 14 off that one, but 183 for 6. They've got the deficit down to less than 100. It's 71 it is runs that they need now off, or 72 off 2 overs. So theoretically that's possible.
Theoretically and mathematically it's possible.
But in reality it is not going to happen.
Realistically, I think we'll be able to tell after this next ball whether it's going to happen or not.
That's right. So yeah, it's a lot of conservation efforts to make sure that those populations of bearded vultures were maintained. So it's very interesting, and I'm sure if there are people listening here that have any more information about that, they may well have put that on some comment on YouTube, but it's it has a go at it, does Tessendorf. They'll probably get 2 here,
which means that we're not going to tell after this ball or not whether they're going to do it, because that doesn't count as a ball at all. They have 3 runs and they now need 71 more runs to win, still from 12 balls.
So they could hit 1-4 in 11 sixes
to tie. Yeah.
That's right,
to tie. That changes the complexion of the mathematics entirely.
It does completely, and
because we're now in a situation where 66 is the maximum that can be scored off 11 balls left. They need 68 more, so they can't even tie it now with 11 sixes.
Have to be a no ball, wouldn't they? That they hit for 6 or something.
Or more whites,
there we go. Yeah. No.
Missing off was
the that was
signal from umpire Wilma.
Yeah, and you won't, as I say, you won't be left wondering with umpire Wilma Jones. She'll let you know. It's lovely always from an umpire who's prepared to do that. Sticks with her decisions, and
also ties in with what intuitively I think we felt here.
Yeah, absolutely right.
It's quite wide, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's trying to get outside the line of the off stump, play it to the leg, isn't he?
Yeah. Good ball from Tony Smith.
A bit faster that time. So just 9 balls to go, I think now, is it? Yeah. Really has been a privilege, Hugh, to commentate with you and the 2 games that we've shared together. Wonderful to have you out here in South Africa. We hope it won't be the last time that we see you out here.
Certainly, I've had a whale of a time. And I will be going back looking like a whale after the wonderful food that we've enjoyed here for the past fortnight.
Yeah, we have been royally treated, I must say, by all the cricket clubs that we've been to. It's been fantastic from everywhere that we've been. A number of cricket clubs across the peninsula that have been.
It's felt very nice to be wanted here. Warm welcome wherever we've gone. A lot of the locals have come up to speak to us, make us feel very, very welcome indeed, which has been lovely.
And most certainly you are welcome to come back anytime to these parts. It's wonderful to have had you here, and we hope that you have a safe trip home. Flight tomorrow.
It's a bit closer.
That is out,
that
yes.
Is closer,
and
yeah, that is gone.
You have to say, looked out from here, didn't it? It didn't really move at all. Mark Tessendorf, and it's the straighter one from Tony Smith, and he bags a wicket there.
Yeah.
And to go with his earlier caught and bowled, And
his 2 run-outs.
And his 2 run-outs, yes. So had a very good day out as Tony Smith.
Yeah.
And that's
it's the over, isn't it?
I think that is the over, yes.
Six balls,
Yep.
we've been told, has gone. Tony Smith bowled out. 2 for 41 from his 9.
Yeah. So 188 for the loss of 7 it is now, and Rolf van der Merwe comes out to join Carl Mellers. It'll be Mellers on strike. So it was a nice little partnership there between Tessendorf and Mellers. They put on 56.
It'll be interesting to see here whether the Kudus want to or can reach 200, because again, that for the record books, it's a lot more respectable, doesn't it? Or
doesn't
maybe
it?
Mellers will just be content just to play back the over and finish with a red inker.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe a bit more circumspect he will be. You never know. But he will go out, as it were, on a high of some measure. Beginning this, he's on 63 not out at the moment. He's put in a very good all-round performance today in the field when he was bowling and now at bat for the Kudus. They've salvaged something from this, but you have to say, in my opinion, if you're looking at those positions on the log, and has ended how the round robin, it looks like it's ended how the round robin ended. We're just trying to get you that score, an updated score from that USA A game. Get that to
We
you
know
now.
that Zimbabwe have won the tournament and winning the game today.
Yep.
Barring mathematical improbabilities, Wales will win this game in sometime the next 2 or 3 minutes. It's just a matter of what happened in that last 5th and 6th place playoff.
Oh, and that would.
What happened there?
I think he did edge it off the glove. I think
He did. He tickled it behind.
Into
From a ball again that came right up off a length.
It did. It's getting really nice bounce there and turn from Murphy. In the air.
Oh, just short.
Yeah.
Good stop. Good stop.
Yeah, tried desperately to get to it, didn't he? And that's is that Stuart Carpenter? No, it's not.
No, it's Michael
Mike Cann. Yes, sorry. And he did his back there. Looks like. Just 4 balls left now.
Yeah.
And so Rolf is getting the slow hand clap from his teammates. What's he going to be able to do here? Oh, what a shot! That is.
So what's the significance of that? Seems to be a lot of celebrating.
I don't know.
Shot.
I mean, that's it. Maybe that's his first boundary of the tournament. I don't know. He just hasn't really batted much, but what a shot that was. First ball, gets a hug from his teammate Carl Mellers. That really was lovely, wasn't it? Over extra cover for 4.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to try and get them to 200, isn't he? Rolf van der Merwe. His son would have been proud of that shot.
7 runs off 3 balls required. 7 off 2 now.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get to that 200. You never know. You absolutely never know. A bit of byplay here at the end, but it's going to be the googly, isn't it? At some stage here, has to be.
Got to be, hasn't it?
Oh, cut away for 4. What a shot that is, off the back foot, and another
197, 1 ball to go.
serious celebration from Carl Mellers. Where has Rolf van der Merwe been for the last few overs? Back in the pavilion, he's
funny how when the pressure is off, the shots can suddenly come, can't they?
Absolutely no pressure at all here. It's down the leg side. I don't think it's going to go, is it? Is it going to go all the way? It might. Is it going to? No, it's not going to make it. Carl Mellers is not going to turn for 3
either. They're not
either.
going to run 3. They're going to end up on 199.
Oh, there we go.
Wales the victors by 55 runs.
Yeah, well done to Wales on that victory. Outstanding performance from them, and that has been as comprehensive a victory as you would like, and it cements their place, deservedly so, as number 3 in
and
this
the
tournament.
handshakes and the hugs between the players from both sides. Again, epitomising the wonderful, wonderful spirit that this game has been played in.
And if that's the thing that we take out of this tournament, it is going to be the most important thing, because that's what it's all about. And as you say, the win here by 54 runs for Wales, a comprehensive win, and the result really not in doubt after the team from the Kudus were down to...
But again, the people at home won't be able to see the pictures that we can see with our eyes.
Yeah.
The start of the tournament, you know, we said this isn't really about winning.
No.
It's about the taking part, and it's about the camaraderie and the friendships that are made, and the spirit of cricket. And I think what we're seeing in front of us here, with hugs being exchanged by players and officials from both sides, sums that up to a T, doesn't it? Exactly what this week has been about.
And I think that is as good a note as any to end this broadcast. Here, we just want to thank you, those of you that have been watching from Wales, from South Africa, from all around the world. It's been an absolute privilege this week to be bringing these broadcasts to you. I can just say from my point of view, just what a privilege it has been, and thank you very much to Roger Moult, the organisers, the Veterans Cricket Association South Africa, for organising this tournament, for giving these teams the opportunity to compete against each other, and for just the wonderful spirit in which everything has been done here, just from the playing to the support from the clubs, and really for the teams that have come out and travelled a long distance to be here. Thank you so much for coming out to our shores and for gracing us with your presence. It's been an absolute privilege to have you here. Thank you very much, Hugh. It's been great to be working with you, and look forward hopefully that we can meet again sometime in the future.
It's been just absolutely wonderful, the whole experience. So finish it in the time worn Welsh way. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you very much.